thing, right? It'll stitch it all together in a smooth image. So you can start in the east with your you can even do it with your cell phone. You can start in the east and then pan towards the north and then all the way to the west. That puts together one image that is going to appear as though the things that are in the north are going to be the highest and the things that are in the east and the west are going to appear the lowest. The same way that
which you just made, like the picture which you just posted, that is a panorama picture, which makes this thing like look
this is a product
look like it's curving.
This is a product of what we call perspective. And the reason that that takes place is the same reason why the objects in the sky appear to go down and then up as they hit your apex and then down as they go further away. It's the exact same concept.
Yeah, this is what's so funny. It gets so much worse. So if we have like a straight line and then we look at it with a fisheye lens, it'll make it look like it's curving on the ends, right? So in order for you guys to claim that's what's happening here, then you have to claim that actually it's going from horizon straight over to horizon. Because if it's actually going above our head and it's just a V, then why is it only curving the middle of it?
Yeah, and why is it not curving everything else in the frame like a fisheye lens would do? It would curve the mountains, the trees, the fucking anything else as well at the same rate.
It's perspective.
No, it's a panorama picture, which would exactly what it
panorama is only curving the sun rays. It's not curving anything else. So it just proves that the sun rays are curving.
Optically.
Things to your right will be west.
Optically.
East will be left, and those things will be lowest, and anything in between will be higher. It makes a natural. That's how panorama pictures are made. Thanks for talking.
Sorry, I thought you were done. If it was caused by the lens, this entire flat horizon thing would all be bent as well.
Yeah.
No, not really. Not if it's not if that is perpendicular to the axis of rotation. Like when you're taking a panoramic image, you rotate it on an axis, right? So if that is parallel to that axis, I don't think that would curve it.
Parallel to the axis.
Yes.
So that's incorrect, Bacon, because like I was saying with the fence before, if the fence is parallel to you and very close, it'll appear as though it's going down, and it'll be higher in the middle.
I'm talking about the
it's just like
panoramic view. Like if you're rotating around, the elevation of the horizon isn't changing, isn't going up and down, then you won't curve. But those those light in the sky, they're not going to keep a constant elevation, right? As you rotate around, they're going to be higher or lower, so they're going to look like a curve once you join all the frames of the panoramic recording.
Yep.
Like as objects are higher and higher in reality to you, the more extreme that curves can be.
Yeah. So
look, we have an actual panoramic here. So here's an actual panoramic. It seems pretty obvious. It's stitched together, so you can tell that this is panoramic, right? How can we tell?
Because it didn't join the images very well. You can see where they don't fit.
So you're saying that you could have joined the images where you wouldn't see the ground clearly meeting in the middle?
Well, you can join them better or worse. I was saying before, there's functions in most cameras that allow it to be seamless, but it's only seamless at the axis rotation, like you said. You said parallel to it, but I would say
ground looking like it's moving up towards each other to meet the middle.
Have you not seen the curved? Have you not seen the curved galaxy or galaxies?
Why do you always bring up other stuff? Like
it's what you're talking about. It's taking a panoramic picture of the galaxy and it makes it curve, higher in the top, lower in the sides. It's exactly what we're talking about.
Hey,
I'm thinking I'm talking about something else. I'm not. I'm always on point here.
Yeah, you're always on point for sure. Yeah. So you can see that these things are curving. If you look to the left, you can see look at the right. You see that it's curving away. It's curving. That's not a straight line. That's curving. Look to the right of the view. Is the shadow curving? Yes or no?
To the right?
Yeah, look at the right of that picture I just dropped at 26 minutes after the hour. Is it curving?
Of the ground?
From the ground up. The light right here. From the ground up.
Is it the light. The light.
It's a panoramic picture. It's curving. I'll show you the Milky Way galaxy, which is fairly straight. curving just like this. Should I get that picture out again?
This is insane to me that you
Okay,
guys
well,
are.
You're right. It's
I'm
the same,
trying
doing
to
the same thing
respond to
over and
what
over
you
again,
asked.
expecting a different result. Insanity. I agree.
No, but it's just like before, like we
Well,
were
here's
saying, that Bacon had said, and I was telling you that the higher it is in each individual frame, is going to determine how curved it is in this panoramic.
So there's a
in
position where it
in
wouldn't
this
curve.
one, well, the ground, like I said, it depends on how you put the pictures together. Like you can do it better than whatever this was, or the person maybe was not being careful when they turned their thing around or whatever. But you can make it to where the ground looks smooth. Yeah.
But here's the thing about a panorama, though, right? Any portion of that panorama fills like your whole entire phone screen or whatever.
Yeah.
That is how that would look if you just took that individual picture. Would you agree?
Which one? I'm sorry.
Take a panorama. If you've got a good smooth panorama, if you look at any portion of that panorama zoomed in to have, like, if you take it with your phone, right? You take a panorama with your phone. Now you take that panorama image and you zoom into it to where the top and the bottom of the panorama image is filling your whole entire phone screen. That image will look exactly as if you took that snapshot, right?
It really honestly, it depends on how the camera's putting it together, because there's different types. But yeah, there's times where you can take
smoothly.
You can take series of still shots, and then it'll put it together. If it doesn't make any distortions while it does that, then yeah, each of those still shots would be a description.
Let's put it this way: if I gave you a zoomed in portion of a panorama, you would not know that it is from a panorama.
Like I said, it depends on what there's different ways to do that. So it just depends on if they're doing it the way that we're assuming they're doing it, or they're just taking the continuous shots and then piecing them together without making distortions. And I agree with you. But there's other ways of doing it where they do make distortions.
Right. If it's a smooth panorama image, if you take any portion of that and you zoom in and that's what's filling your screen, that is going to give you a representation of what it would look like had you just taken that single shot from your camera. And the reason I say this is because the pulled back version of the panorama, if you do it at 180 degrees, the pulled out version is what's giving you the larger perspective view. It starts to illustrate how we see in a 360 degree spherical or hemispherical way of vision. It's starting to remove you from the single perspective, starting to pull you back into, oh, now I see the dome of vision. Now I get it, because as you put the pieces together, it gives you a clearer picture. Where the things in the sky are arcing over you. Like, what's it saying? They're getting smaller in the distance this way, smaller in the distance that way. It's giving you a clearer image as to your overall, you can't really illustrate at one time a 360 degree dome of vision. You can't do that at one point in time unless you take something like what they would call something similar to like a 360 camera or something like that.
Okay, Napalm, can you look at the picture and just, this is my last question, because is that representative of what we see, that panoramic picture of the Milky Way? Because we've all seen the Milky Way laying on our backpacking, middle of nowhere, right? Why is it curved, Napalm?
Because of your curved visual space.
That's your final answer?
100% final answer.
I want you to look in the mirror after we get done here and look
I
at
want to be a millionaire.
Okay.
100%. That is exactly why it takes place.
You can phone a friend.
We've actually done experiments that prove it. We've done experiments that prove it. So, Zanuck, you told me you were going to go read the experiments. It's only like 1 page long, and it's 2 pages, and it shows all the different geometries applied to the actual experimental result. You said you were going to go read it, but of course you didn't. Of course you didn't, because you
Which
don't
one?
want
I've read
to
3 of them.
accept the conclusion.
I've read
And
3 of them.
did you read the experiments that I cited by page to you, and where they applied Euclidean geometry, elliptical geometry, and hyperbolic geometry of perspective to the actual observational results in the experiment?
I read articles, 3 articles.
You can't even
Which one?
can't even answer basic.
Maybe I didn't read the one you're referring to. Which one are you talking about?
The one that I specifically told you about, cited it, gave you the PDF, told you what page it was on.
Today or this was yesterday then?
Yesterday.
I think I did.
Okay.
You've run me around a lot of.
He said, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Remember? So here, I'll drop it again. Okay.
Thank you.
It's on page 9. It's not even long.
Probably already looked at it. I've read a lot of the articles about these folks that have been initially bucking this system, evaluating these hyperbolic vision ideas. And at first they were scoffed at. Now they're using them. I get all that.
Yeah,
But
elliptic
still,
model of the alley experiment.
yes,
You
I
have the
was looking at that
Euclidean
too.
model of the alley experiment.
Looking at the
And you have the
alley
hyperbolic model of the alley experiment. And the hyperbolic model of the alley experiments perfectly match what the experiment showed.
So I was reading about, is this the Bloomfield conducting that experiment? Blumenfeld? That's what you're talking about?
That's one of them. There are 2 of them, yeah.
That's when I was looking at the alley experiments, 3.2. Now, what page is that? Page 7. That's not the one you want to talking about?
7 through 9. If you go down to 9, that's where they begin to apply the different geometries to it.
Yeah, the hyperbolic model. I got that.
Which one worked?
It's already open. None of them really work for what we see. These are very abstract ways of looking at how we see things.
See,
And
can't
if you
even.
want to look, it's almost like you're assuming the model, or you affirm that consequent by saying, this is how we're going to see things. Here's the transformations straight.
No, that's not what happened.
Work out. So
No, what we did was we did an experiment. They documented what they saw, and they saw which one of the models predicted what we actually saw, and only one of them actually match it.
Right. These participants, they lined up. I get, yeah. I read that yesterday too.
Okay. So then we did an experiment to see how we see, and it matched one of the models, but not the other 2. But you guys all know that the one that it matched is completely wrong, and the one that it didn't match is the only way, and it's completely right.
Well, this is why we can fool people, certain drawings and things, saying like the infinity symbols. You follow it with your eyes, it wouldn't, because your brain can actually tell you things that are not actually happening with your eyes. So
kind of like if I took angular measurements to things in the sky, it would give me a shape that isn't actually below my feet.
You can't, because you can actually rectify that or actually validate that by doing certain tests using things that are known to be straight, like we have 2-mile straight objects that are measurably straight. And we can do all these tests, and they measure to be straight with our vision.
I thought they were curved. I thought there was no such thing as straight.
The straightest objects in the universe on this planet.
There's nothing straight, though, right? I mean, it's still curving over 2 miles, right?
No, it's not curving. Why do you say curving?
So there are places on the globe that are perfectly straight?
He's talking about SLAC or LIGO.
SLAC and LIGO. They're perfectly straight.
They're perfectly straight relative to what?
Within 27, I'm telling you, within 20 thousandths of an inch over 2 miles, they are straight.
So technically the Earth is dropping down beneath it, though, right?
On either end, we'll have plumb lines that are pointing inward.
So they had to build up to make it straight? They had to build up on each end?
You're finally starting to get it with it. I'm impressed.
Okay, show me the blueprints.
I'll show you the construction the day they were constructing it.
No, I want to see the blueprints where they had to build up the amount of curvature the Earth would have on each end.
So you don't believe they're straight?
It didn't do that. It didn't do that.
Yes, they did. They absolutely did that. And they actually hold on. They actually face these things perfectly west.
It's subterranean.
So they can actually take advantage or see the effects of the spin of the Earth for some of these tests. Yes, they've done all sorts of things in relativity, accelerating electrons to near light speed, measuring the impacts, testing Lorentz
Irrelevant.
contractions. All these things are done. They didn't. Oh, Witsit challenges. They can't believe they built it up to counteract the curve of the Earth. They did, Witsit. They
Drop the
actually did that.
blueprints.
I was looking for I found some documents.
Zanuck, I'm not gonna let you get away with that.
I've already posted.
What have
those
you said about the LIGO arm, Zanuck? What have you said about either end?
That they're
I said
perfectly
that they're
straight.
not. That it's perfectly
Hold
straight.
on, Kosho.
That they're perfectly straight, and the plumb lines bow inward. They point inward.
Specifically, what did you say about two metal balls that we put at either end? What will they do in respect to the middle?
They'll roll to the center.
You hear that, guys? I hope everybody heard that. The arm that he just said
I'll bring my steel shot put.
It's perfectly straight. Don't overtalk me, Zanuck. You heard him, guys. The line he just said is perfectly straight, 2.5 miles.
2 miles.
He said if you put two ball bearings on either end, they will roll to the center.
Has this been done?
Yes, that's one of the demos they show there. It's not
What?
level.
What?
They put a steel shot put on the ground, a 16-pound college shot put, stainless steel, very smooth, and they put it on the floor and it rolls.
Oh my God!
To be clear, SC, he's talking about Slack. Not he brought up both examples of it. He's talking about Slack when he says this.
Why are you coming in the white knighting for him?
Because it sounds like it sounds like you are thinking he's talking about LIGO.
No, I'm not thinking of it. I specifically said LIGO.
No, I know, but he's talking about Slack. I'm just letting you know.
Gotcha. So within Slack,
commonly get confused. I get it.
Whoa, hold on, guys. I just want to make sure, just to say this. This is a complete lie, what he just said. It was always about LIGO. Now, Kosho came in at white knighted for him. Now he's saying about Slack, which I haven't looked into, and I will.
Not white knighting. I can tell that you guys were talking about two different things, and so I was letting you know. He had brought up both.
Negative.
He brought up both buildings. Okay.
Kosho, nice try, but I have him on recorded saying, and Blue has said it many times as well, and many other people, they say that the arm of LIGO, which is 2.5 miles long, if a ball bearing is placed on either end, it will roll in the center. Don't let them. You're not going to get away with it.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you, dude. But I don't disagree that that's true either. I'm saying that right now he's talking about Slack.
Yeah, I'm talking about Slack. If there's any confusion, I'm clearing it up right now, SC. Slack.
Yeah, nice try.
With smooth floors, and the floor is parallel to the actual accelerator, which is a huge conglomeration of copper tubings that have been machined to incredibly exacting distances, where you have a straight object within 20 thousandths of an inch, a plug gap, less than a spark plug gap, over 2 miles. Yes, in the end, a ball will roll to the center. You can go to there and you can actually see it for yourself.
So a straight thing, completely straight, right? A ball on either end of that straight thing will roll to the center, right?
Yes.
No, that's not always. It depends on. It depends.
Coach is gonna white knight for him
again. Hold on. I'm not white knighting. I'm just answering the question, dude. Calm yourself. If I'm disagreeing with what he said, how's that white knighting?
Oh, this is too good. I'm very
Jesus Christ. No, I said it. I was going to say it depends on how that straight building is oriented. So if it was oriented to where the center was level, then sure, then either end would be higher than that point. But it could be oriented
not
so that no, it'd still be straight. So it could be oriented to where hold on. It could be oriented to where one side of the buildings is level, and the other side would then be the higher side.
Right.
So let's get this straight. We can have a straight line with both ends higher than the center point of that line. That's what you're saying, Coach.
Equipotentially, yes.
Anywhere that straight line is
good,
anywhere where that straight line is level.
Have you noticed that, Kosho?
I hadn't noticed that, but anywhere where that straight building is level, anywhere where they establish the level at, that's going to be the lowest point of the building.
Correct. He's exactly right.
So let's recap now. We have now, listen, specifically, I'm mentioning LIGO. Zanuck. We have LIGO. One of the arms is 2.5 miles long. You said in the past, right, that it's straight. I believe you said the straightest thing in the universe, right?
That we know of, yes.
Yes. And you also said that if we take 2 ball bearing balls and put them on either side of that 2.5 mile arm, which is the straightest thing in the universe, what will they do again, Zanuck?
I've never commented about LIGO having this possibility. This is done at slack because the floor, the structure around the accelerator is parallel. LIGO is a slightly different construction. I don't know if the building around it is exactly parallel, but I do know it's relatively parallel at slack. So I've never said that about LIGO. So if you said
Oh,
it,
you're a liar.
misunderstood me or
You're a
you're lying.
liar.
It's not just that, but LIGO has 2 perpendicular arms, and I know that I personally I've heard different stories for where it's actually level at. I've heard.
Yeah, I've heard
So
that.
you're saying the arms
If I could just intervene right quick, because I know I used to argue with Zanuck on this very point years and years ago. And Zanuck started out by saying that the roof was the straightest, flattest thing known to the universe. Then he started talking about the window frames inside. And eventually, he also landed on the floor saying the same thing that SC's saying that he said. Like, I'm not saying that's what he's saying now, but in the past, 100% for sure, Zanuck used to say that Lego had the flattest floor and that the ball bearings would roll, and that so now he's saying yes.
Yes,
just
it
so
is.
we got the truth out there.
There
Good
you go.
enough. I'm done.
Scalpel.
Hey, see, that
You heard me.
that
You already
wasn't hard.
validated it. I agree with
good.
you.
I'm done
Everything about slack is the straightest object
I'm
structure.
done. No,
in the
not
universe.
slack.
Now he's back to
Not
slack again. Now he's back to unbelievable.
I've never been to LIGO. I know about it.
Let me be honest. Let me be brutal. Let me be honest right here, because this is probably the 3rd or 4th, but most likely the 2nd time where I've been in a conversation about this exact subject, and it was exceedingly more confusing than it is now, and that's just because, like I said, I think most people would be talking about LIGO. Zanuck's talking about slack, and in the conversation, some people hear one thing, and Zanuck is always thinking about slack.
No,
in this case,
he showed me pictures. He was showing pictures 3-4 years ago about it. He used to show pictures. I know 100% for sure.
You've already said it. Of slack, Scalpel.
No, Lego, not slack.
No, I've never had pictures of LIGO ever.
Okay.
Your nose is growing, Zanuck. Your nose is growing.
Oh, whatever. Fine, if that's what he says. I know for a fact, but whatever.
Suddenly you're walking it back. Well, you should walk it back because it's always been. And I just posted those same pictures again just now.
Let's see. Let me see the pictures. Let me look. See if it's the same picture.
I remember once in 24/7. This went on for like an hour, and then somebody even made a video about Zanuck calling him a liar, and it became a huge thing because it's only because people. It's like it's not even an assumption. It could be in the conversation. Somebody says something that wasn't heard, but yeah, Zanuck was not hearing that you were talking about LIGO. He's talking about slack. So
yeah, those are
you're
the
a
same.
ear doctor now, are you? You're a ear doctor, huh? Wait until
well, I
Blue
mean, I'm
comes.
here to clear things up.
Okay.
Wait until Blue comes. I'm gonna ask Blue. He's gonna tell you. Wait.
Whatever. It was back in the days of when I used to go, like literally, where I'm talking 2 or 3 years ago. Folks, so he was saying Lego. Maybe he misunderstood what he was talking about.
See him? See the picture?
Yes. It wasn't the exact same pictures you were
I have
showing, or it
there's
was
20 of them
blown up.
above there. This picture
maybe
also, I took it off the free. I took this myself on the freeway.
Of the roof.
There's a roof.
No.
I did a picture.
You used to call it Lego. Now it's.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's
that's fine. That's fine.
I have to be honest with you too, Zanuck, because it's not really just the fault of everybody else not listening. Sometimes you're going through these conversations very fast, and I'll be brutally honest. In this conversation alone, you said LIGO when you were referring to slack.
He used to say
you said LIGO was the straightest the straightest line in the world.
LIGO
in the universe
and
is
slack.
LIGO.
Yes, are the straightest objects.
Okay. Well, then you didn't confuse it. Then you said LIGO before, and now you're saying slack is the straightest, but they're both I guess equally straight.
They're both the straightest.
Can I ask you guys a question, Zanuck and Kosho? Please tell me, what do you think the difference in straight between the LIGO arm and the other arm that you're talking about?
We just stated both of us just literally the words we just used was that they're both equally straight. We both just said the exact thing.
So then both instances should happen. What should happen at slack should happen at LIGO too, no? With the ball bearings? If they're
no.
that was a yes, no. That was a
No, it
yes.
Look at the
depends.
structure, though. It's a different. This isn't a building. This is a tube. I have a
It
building.
depend-
This tube, if this tube is perfectly straight, which I believe it is, the same
Yes.
thing will happen. You'll have one point, wherever that level pointed, that will be the lowest point
Right.
in that structure, and everything will roll to it.
That was the only caveat I was going to add, SC, was that they would only be exactly the same if they were level in exactly the same place in reference to each building. But I don't know where LIGO's level at.
So which one is it, guys? Are they the same or not? Because you guys said
That's what I
one
told
said
you.
yes
They're
and one
both
said
equally
no.
straight. They're both equally straight. As Xanax says,
Okay.
as Xanax said, slack is level at the center. That's true. So the balls would roll to the center. However, LIGO, we're not clear where LIGO is level at. So the ball's gonna roll to wherever that is in the building.
Bro, you have two straight lines equally. You admitted it, right? Two straight apparatuses. So you're saying the behaviors are different in them?
The balls rolling to the center don't really mean shit anyhow in the end.
Well, it means a lot, bro. It means a lot. But we'll get to that
there's
after.
no way that they poured the cement with the tolerance of a fucking spark plug gap. I don't care what anybody says. There's no way that concrete is poured with that kind of tolerance. And chances are, as I argued years ago,
hills. They can't build. You can't build cement freeways that have a slight inclination.
Of course you can. Of course you can. But you're not pouring cement.
This is you do it in sections. Just like the actual accelerator was built in sections. These tubes are incredibly finely machined to end up with 20,000 over 2 miles.
That's not what I'm saying.
So anyway, the building around it is not that they don't concern about that being as straight, but relatively straight. They're all going to have the same size.
You said the
That's
floor.
What you said, Zanuck. This is the same old argument you made years ago. You start backtracking. You start off by saying, "Oh, look at the windows and the roof and the ceiling and everything's so straight than the floor," and then you start getting questioned about it because of construction. And then it's like, well, no, it's more just the tubes that are perfect.
We're talking about 8 inches over a mile, one side being higher than the other.
You also said...
Hold on. He said a shot put can be put onto the ground and it'll roll to the middle. Do you have a demonstration of that?
Well, you want to go there with me? We'll go do it. They've done it with me 20 years ago.
Yeah, you've been saying
rolls,
that for the
it
last
rolls a mile.
It doesn't roll the whole way because the floor isn't perfect, but it does roll.
Oh, then what are you saying? If the floor, your literal claim is that the floor is exactly equidistant from the tube.
The maximum
you're trying to talk over me because you're about to get exposed.
1 or 2 points near the center. There's not much incentive for anything to roll, so it's going to happen where the biggest slope is.
So what I'm saying is your original claim was that the floor is equidistant across the whole entire span from this tube that's going into it. Now you're saying, oh, it doesn't roll the whole entire way. The floor's not perfect.
What if you were near the center? How would you be able to roll the ball going to the center? Would there
You said from the end it would roll to the center.
Where would it
and
roll
they do this all the time.
These are all questions any normal person would ask. You're not asking them yourself. Shows me you're not critically thinking of the situation.
You're just trying to divert and try to act as if I'm the unintelligent one while I'm exposing. No, you talk over me. That's the problem. You're trying to divert and try to allude to me being the unintelligent one when all I'm doing is calling you out on your specifics that you're now reeling back in, like everybody in the room is pointing out, right? Your claim was that this well-machined shot put can be placed on both ends and it will roll to the middle because the floor is perfectly equidistant from the tube that's in the middle of it. And then so is there a video of it going a mile and ending and stopping right in the middle?
For your flight. If you don't see it roll, you got a free flight to California. Vacation.
Oh, if it doesn't roll from one end all the way to the
roll
center?
from one end to the other.
What the hell does that have to do with anything?
Technically, if it was perfect, if there was no friction, it could do that, but it wouldn't do
that. It wouldn't roll all the way to the center.
It would, you know what happened if you did that? It would take exactly 45 minutes for it to leave the one end and go from one end to the other, regardless of how long it is.
Where do you come up with these numbers, 45 minutes?
Can you let me finish?
Like
wherever that tube is.
I'll wait for 45 minutes.
Let me finish. 1 mile long, 2 mile, 100 miles long. It'll take 45 minutes exactly. It's called a gravity tube. And it'll start accelerating, get to max speed, hit the point of equilibrium, and then start slowing down and end up at the other end, friction. It does that no matter how long the tube is for a flat surface on the Earth.
So now the floor is a gravity tube.
It stands to reason that the acceleration will be greatest at the start, right? It won't be any at the middle. If it is
Told you they'd go into gravity. Gravity's coming close. It's coming next.
Can we just not all agree that he's full of shit on this point? Well, pretty much every point, but this one especially.
A straight line tube of shit, actually.
Danik, it's the same fucking old argument you had 5 years ago that you got destroyed on every time you brought it up.
People lack intelligence, they lack memory, so it's not my fault.
Oh, I don't lack memory nor intelligence.
Playing along because I'm playing the game. And it's a great video. I have that video too.
I can't wait until Blue comes so you can have the egg on your face. I
Eggshells
can't wait. What excuse you're gonna say?
Watch it and then come back with questions.
Yeah.
Well, the biggest thing accomplished in this conversation is actually diverting away from the fact that we see the world in a spherical perspective, and then we map out that spherical perspective onto the ground, and we claim that we live on a sphere.
No, but even if I granted that at the beginning when I said I came in, because the question I came into was, would that change, or was how would that change? No, it was a question. It was would that change the way we view the world or something like that, or would that change would that affect how we map the world? And that was the question. And your answer was no.
That is how we map the world, right? Is the measurements to.
I was saying that's what I came into, and my response though was about the social navigation and the visual world and the physical world. So we, the two, azimuth and elevation of a star versus the LHA and declination of a star. These two things are the two different geometries of viewing it, and they have to correspond to each other. Otherwise, the whole thing wouldn't work. So it doesn't matter that we view it one way.
Kosho, the examples of the corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays in your guys' paradigm, are those rays straight or actually curving from the east to the west?
Yeah, they're straight.
They're straight. Okay. So if we were to be standing underneath those corpuscular rays and we look out towards the west, and I take an elevation angle to a portion of that ray, and then another one, and then another one, and then another one. And as I'm going along that ray, and I plot out all of the elevation angles to that ray that you say is perfectly straight and flat, would I get from 0 to 180 degrees?
What are you plotting? Elevation angles? Maybe 90 would be the highest.
Yeah, 90 and then 90 back down to 0, right? 0 to 90, 90 to 0.
Mm-hmm.
Right? On something that is perfectly flat. Perfectly flat over your head. Are you agreeing to that?
Yeah, you see some portion of that. You can change the resolution of your measurements so that you can do one angle at a time.
Just an elevation angle, not a distance. So we're doing that to that ray. Mm-hmm. So in effect, that ray could be a perfectly straight horizontal ray across a perfectly straight plane, and I could get elevation angles to each portion of that ray from the east to the west, and I would get elevation angles that would give me an arc.
Yep. What's your point, though?
My point being is, as stars traverse the sky, right, and we're taking elevation angles to them, we get an arcing pattern. Would you agree?
If you connected those lines, and from your perspective, yeah. Like I said earlier, if you do that with anything, it's going to always be a series of circles that are from every axes, no matter how that axis is tilted, and that ends up being a sphere. Yeah.
Yep.
Right,
So it could
but that's not my
perfectly.
point.
So if I'm looking off to the east, and my first elevation angle is there, and I look off to the west, and I have another elevation angle. Let's say they're both 10 degrees. If I go in that direction to the cloud that I'm actually like putting my actual measurement to, and I walked a straight line to it, would eventually that cloud or that line or that perfectly straight thing, would that eventually have a zenith above me?
If you walk to right beneath it, yeah. Can you make your point though? Because that was a long way to ask a really dumb question, man. And I don't mind. I don't mind listening to your point, but it's not my point, and so I'm just trying to just get through this.
Right.
And then
My point being is the only thing that is arcing, that is curving, that is spherical, is our perception of the celestial bodies.
Okay, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But that's not my point. My point is that if this is true that you see in this spherical way, or you want to say there's some spherical vision or whatever it is, that's different than drawing into Walter Bison's model, and that's also different than to say that that's not representative of reality. Like what we see in the sky can no longer be used because it's not represented. It's not a representation of reality. It's a visual effect. When I'm telling you that the visual effect, the translation between LHA and declination and elevation and azimuth of a star, of the same star, the way that you can the fact that you can translate from one to the other and determine your position, it tells you that we don't have a flawed way of viewing the sky. And we have a way of so it's like what we're viewing in the sky is a direct translation for what the sky's doing, or for what it looks like everywhere else as well.
Yep. Your problem comes in with the assumption of the ground below you. What's happening in the sky is what's happening in the sky, and it translates to the ground, right? So what you're doing is you're taking the assumption of a flat, like, parallel ray stars, infinite distance, right? And you're projecting that onto the surface.
Yeah, but you say it's a problem when that's my point, is that we do this and it works. That means that doing that isn't an incorrect or flawed assumption. It works because it's an actual description. Like there wouldn't be a 1-to-1 relationship with the sky and the ground if we're using a sphere for the sky and we can use it to map the ground perfectly. Then there's not a flaw there. It seems like that seems to indicate that that's kind of, it says something about what the surface is.
No, the assumption is the spheres for the sky and then the sphere for the ground. But when you're actually doing measurements, you're not taking into account the ground portion of the sphere, meaning the drop over distance that you would experience if we actually lived on a sphere. That's what you're not taking into account.
Well, I agree with you that, I mean, I don't know why would you have to take that into account? I don't understand why, because like I said,
you don't understand why you would have to take into account the fact that you would be moving on a surface that would ultimately be curving, as well as a visual space that would be curving.
Well, the fact that that's happening is what we're trying to identify. Is how we identify where we are. Like Bacon, he brought up the other day when he talking about something. I don't want to get into the minutia of it, but we're talking about something he had to do, and then he kind of shined a light on something I didn't really realize before. But if you can, so if you can describe where you are, the coordinates that you are in a spherical geometry, you can actually describe the orientation of the person making the observation, and vice versa. So so the fact that you're oriented differently on the planet is going to tell you where you are, basically. That makes sense.
Yeah, Everybody's perspective is based on where they are oriented, and as you move, it updates. It updates your spherical perspective, right? Your dome of vision is updating as you move along the ground, just exactly like Walter Bison's model. It's
Well,
not
that's
taught.
but that's the weird thing. What I just said though was that the orientation of your body, and which is could be any angle in a 360 degree, or not in
The
360 degree,
same
but in a
applies.
spherical.
Why would it matter if you're looking north, south, east, or west?
No, it's not just 360 degrees. I meant any orientation, like if you have a sphere and you have a needle inside the sphere, oriented in any direction, whatever way that needle's oriented, actually represents a single point on the surface of the Earth, and also the stars that you're seeing from that point, because it'll determine where you are. But the fact that we use the same celestial sphere tells us that it's not the function of what we're doing in celestial navigation is not a function of perspective, because you wouldn't be able to use the same star field for every location.
Sure. The only way it wouldn't be a flat surface and a spherical way of viewing the world, right? Like this spherical perspective, this dome of vision. The only way that you could prove to me that that wasn't the case would be you provide me with the radius of the Earth and then also the radius of the celestial sphere so that I could map them one to one. But everybody has failed to provide to me the radius of the celestial sphere. Do you have a radius for the celestial sphere?
That's silly. It's silly also because when I was describing looking around, I was describing it to you actually, and you agreed earlier. But when I was describing how you view
radius,
when I described
the radius of the
when
Earth?
I described to you about cameras turning around or heads or whatever the visual thing, whenever it's turning in either direction, it's going to make continuous circles until it ends up back where it was, and all together that would equal a sphere of what it can see. But each point in that sphere is going to have varying distances. So there's not a single radius. There's not a single radius that you would be able to provide, because it's not represented by a real sphere, but a conceptual one.
So within your calculations, right? Do you use any type of radius to the celestial sphere?
No.
No. But you use a radius for the Earth, right?
Yeah, because that's going to determine
why would you use a radius to the Earth?
Because that's going to determine with your orientation. Like I was saying, the orientation determines where you are on the Earth. Well, that orientation and then the reference to the star is going to determine how. So you divide that by 360, the circumference, and you'll end up with the amount that you need to travel, depending on how much lower the star is from the 90 degrees.
Right. So you want to say that we need to utilize the alleged radius of the Earth within your calculation, but then there's no calculation for the celestial sphere. So why do you call it a celestial sphere?
I mean, I just told you before. Like when you look around and anything looks around, when anything is moving in a single position, but moving and looking all around them in any direction, a sphere is just naturally created by it.
Correct.
That's any
optics. Correct. Your vision creates this sphere. So that's why I keep asking the stars, how are you taking into account the visual sphere that you see objects in? How are you taking account the radius to your vision of the objects? Are you just assuming that it's a radius below your feet?
It's not a necessary thing. It's not even an existent thing. Like that sphere that we're talking about, when we talk about the view, it's not a real sphere.
What you're doing is
radius.
Right. What you're doing is you're taking out the drop over distance of objects due to perspective in the sky. You're taking that out and you're saying it's all going to remain the same, and the drop over distance is solely going to be a function of the surface below our feet. But we know that we can be on a perfectly flat surface and move in directions, and the things in the sky, the objects around us will update based on our movement on a perfectly flat plane due to perspective.
Yeah, the perspective works, but that's how the sky works too. If you
So when I move on the
appropriately-
Earth, and I'm let's say I'm looking at Polaris, and I go further away from it, and it appears to drop down. For some reason, that is no function of perspective. It's solely a function of the ground. But then when I'm on a flat surface and I'm moving a known flat surface and I'm moving around and objects appear to drop as I get further away from them, that is a function of perspective, not the ground, right?
Yeah, most cases, and vice versa. I mean, there's cases where you can
that's the
get
trick.
both effects. No, it's not. It's not a trick. Napalm, this is the second time. The second time you stopped, and I tried responding, and then you just keep going. I'm responding to you.
Well, I'm
trying to say that it's not a trick. It's actually something that you can get both effects at the same time if the conditions are perfect. For instance, like the moon on any given distance on Earth, or a star at any 2 points in the year or 6 months apart. You can get both effects of both the perspective and the fact that the Earth is either spherical or that we're on a circular orbit. But regardless, the moon is a good example because it can happen It can happen once in the same night, where you can get perspective due to moving away from it, and you can also get the fact that we're rotating, or the fact that you're on a sphere. I'm sorry, and just being in a different place and viewing it.
Can you elaborate?
I mean, sure. I mean, I guess like two people in two different places at the same time. You'll get the parallax, and you'll get the difference in elevation angle.
Remember,
due
it's
to the surface of the Earth.
The difference, the measurement, and the rate at which these things change makes all the difference in the world. So some due to perspective, and some due to the position change. So that's it.
Right. The position change. You're measuring parallax. When you do your parallax measurement, do you use the radius of the Earth?
Of course not. Not parallax. If we do something for what? Measuring the moon or measuring?
That's what I asked parallax. Anyways, I'm done talking with you guys.
Well, anyway, if you measure something, for example, if you're 6 foot tall, you measure something at its horizon. If it's a flat surface, it should be 0.02 degrees. Yet we measure things at 0.04 degrees. That's the kind of thing we see. So some of it's due to perspective, some of it's due to the fact of the curve rate. But they're both true. Doesn't mean one has to be true and the other one not.
No. That's not what we see in reality, though. That's the problem you have, Sam.
It is. Go to Mount Baldy, go look at the ocean.
It's based on your elevation above the Earth, right? The problem is you guys just can't understand perspective. You want to take everything up to the sky and then say that there's a decade.
All right.
Never mind, dude.
I'm so excited to respond because it's so untrue, Maypalm. If you're at Mount Baldy looking at Huntington Beach in California, you will see a 1.7 degree drop. Now, how much of that would be for perspective? Well, we know it's going to be 1.2 degrees. So you're about a half a degree off because of drop.
No,
not because
that's
of
wrong.
perspective. That is not wrong. If you're going to say I'm wrong, tell me why.
Also, when you're done, can I take a shot at this?
It's not the time to even ask for permission. He's got to respond. Come on. If you're going to say no, tell me why.
Fuck's sake, man. But yeah.
You're just wrong. It's not my fault you don't understand.
Tell me why I'm wrong. You can pull out a goddamn triangle.
Here's the thing. You're giving a stupid fucking example that nobody here has actually measured, and I don't have the ability to confirm it. And then you talk through me when I try to respond, which is why you've been muted the whole fucking day.
And then you say I'm wrong. You don't know anything.
You
and then
are
you say
wrong.
I'm wrong. You know what? How am I wrong? Can you answer that question?
That's a good question, actually.
I mean, to be fair, you probably should say why he's wrong, because otherwise you're just saying, saying it doesn't make it so. You know what I'm saying? You should really argue why he's wrong.
Even though that's what the Globers do nonstop every day, all day. They just say it, so it makes it right. But whatever.
Oh my God!
Man, that's what you do too, man.
I can't even respond without being talked over.
I was wrong.
Well, okay. First off, two wrongs don't make a right. So I mean, you should still,
Hey man. Hey Zach,
I
have
was
an
pointing
idea.
out you guys are.
Three wrongs make a sort of right.
He's not
Let
actually able to present
Let Napalm respond. Let him respond.
evidence. That's the problem. He's not able to present
He
the
wants to
evidence.
respond. He wants to. Everyone's
You need to
talking over him.
present your case.
Zenik, you're wrong. Zenik, you're wrong. You know why? Because I'm the
Yep.
source. You're wrong.
Right.
I'm the source.
Zanuck.
You're wrong,
Zanuck.
Zenik. I'm the source.
Zanuck, can
God,
you?
that's from the Matrix.
So, in order for me to properly respond, I want to see your evidence of your claim so that I can analyze your claim.
Well, wait. Really, first you should tell us how you're going to analyze it, so we can make sure that when you're analyzing it, it's legit. It's not just you going away and
Sure, yeah. So he needs to provide evidence for his claim so that I can analyze the evidence. What do I need to tell you? How I'm going to analyze it? Do I need
how are you
the
going to
make and
analyze
model
it?
of my computer, my mouse, my
Well, you're
what?
the one that said analyze, so obviously you
Yeah.
have
So he
idea in your
made
head.
he made a
I'm
very
still talking,
specific.
It's all good.
He made a very specific claim of 2 different locations, and he said he's made a very specific measurement. So he needs to provide the evidence for that claim, meaning he needs to provide evidence of where he's at, his elevation, and then his actual apparatus that he's using to make the measurement that he's claiming to do to the point that he is claiming to be measuring to. Right?
And then what are you going to do with it?
I am going to see if he's actually correct in his claim that the deviation that we would expect on a flat earth would be 1.7, and then we're actually getting 1.5. So that's
Yeah,
blah, 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 blah,
what
blah.
I'm saying is that you gave him a bunch of specifics that he has to do for you, like give you where he's at, how he measured it. How are you going to
That's what
analyze
he
those
provided.
things?
Dude, did you not listen to him give the claim? So
Yes,
I'm
I
saying,
did. I just
if the
did.
claim is
I'm
you're
not saying.
here and you're measuring to there and you're using something that's going to give you a specific measurement, please provide to me the fact that you actually can do this.
Yes, and I'm
So
asking
I'm not
you,
giving
can you
him,
actually
he gave
analyze
me
it
the
properly?
specifics.
Can you actually analyze what he gives you properly? Is what I'm asking you.
I know you can't analyze anything and
can't.
never have said anything of substance or any specificity
I
regarding
just
any of the
did 'cause
topics ever.
I
Yeah,
know.
Tony, you're not gonna do what you did. Hold on, you're not
Oh,
gonna
man.
do
Hey,
what you did
you so much
yesterday.
fun, man.
Listen
Who the
to
fuck
me.
is this guy, by the way?
No, fuck you.
I'm gonna mute
He's a
him right
troll.
now.
He just does this.
Yeah, mute me. I've been part of this. Mute me, SE. That's what you do.
Well, you always do this, right? Like you're not making any specific.
You're gone, bro. Nobody unmute him for half an hour. You're not
Right,
gonna
so-
do this every day, Tony. I assure you. Nobody
So
unmute him for half an hour.
Is this like a claim of like somehow I lack the ability or the credentials to be able to analyze the information that Zanuck isn't even providing, but if he did provide it, I would somehow not be able to actually analyze it? Is that his claim? Because then I could throw it back like, well, Zanuck, show me your certification to be a surveyor and that you have the proper credentialing to be able to utilize this equipment in which you're measuring and taking these measurements. And then we can play this game over and fucking over and over and over again.
Dude,
but it's not going to get us anywhere.
Can you guys remember a few days ago, Zanuck claimed to be like, while he was dismissing people and saying they're wrong, and Witsit, I think, asked what is the source, he would refer to himself as being the source.
Yeah.
Can you remember that?
He said, "I am the citation." Yeah.
Oh, the citation. Sorry, yeah, citation is the right word. But I mean, isn't that like ridiculous? And now he's complaining because someone says he's wrong, and he just wants immediate citation. Imagine we would be all Zanuck. Imagine that we would be all like, "You're wrong." What's the
It's a double
citation? I'm the
standard. It's a double standard, which is exactly why when he just threw out random numbers from a place where I know he doesn't actually have the ability to provide me any actual evidence for it, I just said you're wrong. The same way that he
he's
does,
just lying.
because it's a double standard.
This is what they do, though.
Give me the personal details of the people you know that are flat earthers and work in very specific jobs. Okay, while I'm telling you that we should fire a pilot for being a flat earther.
Well, let's make the bigger point. This is what they do with everything. So, if they think they can come up with one thing and they say, "How does this work on a flat Earth?" and if they claim that you can't answer it, then that debunks the entire idea of the flat Earth. If there's 5,000 questions they can't answer from the globe paradigm, that's how science works. That means our model's still right. Right? Whenever they offer, whenever say we do a test and it shows it's conducive with the flat Earth, they say, "Oh, you didn't get the humidity and the pressure and the gradient from each location all the way across the entire observation in different times and all this weird little extra nonsense about every little detail." Whenever they watch the movie on Netflix and Jaren says interesting, they don't need to know the humidity, temperature, or anything. If they think whenever they show you some picture over the Earth, over the ocean, say it's curving, they don't need to know any of the refraction. None of that matters, right? They do this with every single thing. When they bring up a claim, Arma said you can't just say something's true and expect it just like that doesn't make it true. But you guys can claim that the edge of the visible universe is 46 billion light years away and that stars are made of this and that and they're nuclear reactors, and you can claim that there's a core 59 miles away with all these different layers with all and it just makes it true, right? When you guys claim things and just say things, you claim that perspective works this way, it just makes it true. So you guys have a double standard with the whole conversation, which is why the only reason Flat Earth hasn't just completely taken over is because of censorship. Because when people see that, they're never going to want to side with the people being intentionally dishonest. You guys do that with everything. I mean, there are exceptions, I'm generalizing, but so if you guys would like to focus on maybe trying to be, intellectually honest for both ways, that would be ideal, I think.
I don't want to be mean, but I think after 10 seconds, they're capable of really understanding what you're saying. That's why they're probably gonna just think of word salad.
Well, they're not going to respond, but it's all good. I don't care. Hey, but just so you say, Napalm, you might find this interesting. I just found a paper from Vanderbilt University, and they're talking about they did a small scale experiment based on visual space, and it says we found angular excesses and deficits of up to 30 degrees. From these data, we constructed the metric. The curvature changes from elliptic in near space to hyperbolic in far space. At very large distances, the plane becomes parabolic. So pretty interesting. It seems that visual space has basically different dimensionality relative to distance. And they did this on a very small 2 to 20 meter scale with equilateral triangles. And they measured perceivable angular excess when in fact they were equilateral. Very interesting. So they've shown here at Vanderbilt that in fact visual space is elliptic on a closer scale, hyperbolic further away, and then eventually even becomes parabolic, and that there will be an optical illusion of spherical excess when in fact the triangles are 180 degrees. So I think
did you drop that in the text, or could you DM that to me?
Yeah, I think that maybe just saying hyperbolic, it might not be the full story, right? It might be more nuanced, which would actually kind of make sense because it seems like no one. They kind of say different use cases, different geometries are more accurate. Euclidean's never on the list though, by the way. But yeah, I'll drop the PDF in the chat and I'll DM it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm going to take a look at that for sure. I mean, there's definitely hyperbolic things about this conversation. It's just the globers that are being hyperbolic.
Yeah, I want to get some people fired now.
It's called curvature of visual space. Direct measurements of curvature of visual space.
By the way, since I have my PhD now, I'm the citation, just so you know.
Nice.
Yeah.
Dr. Professor.
Yes, and PhD. So what I did is actually I stopped thinking and I just did what they told me.
Should I just
remember
calling you president?
Yes. Remember a bunch of stuff and just be able to write it down.
That's a good one, bro. Stop thinking and then do what they tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Sure
you're
to
just gonna
succeed.
keep on repeating the same script, and that's how you win every debate. Pretty simple.
Oh, by the way, you know how they love to say that it's all about this is just about psychology. This is the Vanderbilt University Department of Physics and Astronomy.
So now, if I go in any debate, the first thing I'm going to tell everyone that I have a PhD and that I'm a doctor, because I think credentials are very important.
But what do you have a PhD in?
Well, that is true.
Gender
It is about
studies.
psychology. It
Oh,
is
okay. Well,
about
then you can argue
psychology.
about that if you want, but I mean,
It's just their
He
psychology.
can argue about whatever he wants to, Arma. What do you have a degree in?
no. What I'm saying is, if he wants to pull that, whole card, like I have a PhD, he could pull that for gender studies, whatever. But he can't do that for like, whatever it is. Like, what I'm saying, you can't use that card if you're not.
Sorry, now I'm wrong. I actually meant for mechanics. Sorry.
What mechanics?
Quantum mechanics.
Quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess you would need at
Yeah,
least
that's a big
proof
one, dude. That's a
that
big
you're
one
at least
to argue.
knowledgeable on the
Right.
topic. At least
He's got a
I can
PhD.
send you a
You're definitely not.
I can
knows
send you a
what
PDF if you want to. It just says exactly what I have learned.
No, I mean in terms like if you're arguing it, right, and you're let's say for example you don't like know certain terms, whatever. I mean it would be pretty sketchy. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, like whenever I debated the geologist, the astronomer, the seismologist, the physicist, the PhD in physics yesterday, and they consistently don't know all kinds of terms within their field.
I said
mean, like
sketchy.
when I talked to the astronomer and he didn't even know about all the redshift anomalies, or when I talked to the seismologist and he didn't know about the Rayleigh wave anomalies, or whenever he couldn't explain why the waves don't wrap around Antarctica.
Well, I did say sketchy. I didn't say he didn't mean he wasn't. You
Boom,
did hear
there's
me
the
say
flip-flop.
sketchy.
It's so easy to make you flip flop, bro.
No, I didn't flip flop. I literally said sketchy. I never said it wouldn't be the case. Look back in the freaking whatever.
Might
I
as well
said
just like
sketchy.
live on the beach, Arma. At this point, you flip flop so much.
I didn't flip flop though. I literally said sketchy. I never literally go back. I said sketchy. That doesn't mean that it wouldn't be the case that he isn't, a PhD, whatever. But like it'd be a little sketchy, like
You ever
maybe
seen
they
like
aren't.
a fish when you catch a fish and then you put it on the deck?
When did I flip flop?
And it's just like flopping around.
Yeah,
Well,
when
I'm
did I
saying-
flip flop though?
I'm saying, Arma, can you at least admit that you do kind of flip flop a lot?
Why would I admit that? I didn't even flip flop here, so that's silly. When did I flip flop here?
Well, more so what I'm saying is like that he's trolling you, obviously, and that was obvious, and you took it real serious and wanted to
Well,
make.
no, I was just for the sake of the argument, like if
Well,
if
that's what I'm saying. Like when I was talking to you, like when we were all talking about the curvature, I'm trying to make the meta point here. Like you guys, it's okay for you guys to make ad hoc stuff. And when we're like, whoa, do you have a citation? You guys should have citation because you're arguing from the paradigm that is accepted, that everyone believes. You have tons of universities trying to support your side of the argument. You should have citations. In fact, you have to be able to have citations because you're defending the model they're claiming. But you guys never have citations. You can make up ad hoc answers off the top of your head. That's just how you think. Oh, never mind. I'll say the opposite. Like flipping all over the place. I'm pointing out. Can you see the double standard in the conversation? Do you not see it?
Not really. I mean, from the arguments that I've been in, I haven't really seen it.
As I'm saying, so like, if you guys come up with some question about flat Earth, like, well, how would this work on flat Earth? And then if you think the answer is not satisfactory, you guys claim that that's like a refutation of flat Earth. That's how you know the flat Earth model doesn't work. It doesn't work. But then whenever I ask questions about the globe model that are unanswered, that's how science works. You don't see the double standard?
I mean, not really, because I mean, like the shit that I've seen anyway from the flat Earth, a lot of the arguments they just, even when explained, whatever, it's not really like logical, or there's just not really like any mechanism behind a lot of these things. So it's like, I don't know, like it seems more like speculation.
Oh, so if there's no mechanism, then it's just speculation. So that nullifies the argument.
Yeah, like that's like Because azimuth the grid of vision. You guys are still, you guys gave explanations, but it still doesn't make sense though. It's
So
just it's
No, we don't.
arbiter
If
of
I may
making
just
sense?
interrupt here for a second, if I may just interject just for a second, we give you facts. We don't give you speculation unless we state we're giving you speculation. Other than that, we give you the facts of what we experience alive on the flat Earth, and that is we don't see a curvature because we can see too far. Okay, and we use scientific equipment to prove that, the latest cutting edge. Okay, that's what we do. We give you the facts. We don't lie. I'm
I
finished.
just want to point out that this is really funny though. So he said that you don't have a mechanism, and it's just speculation, so it nullifies the argument. And then Moyak agreed. So when we apply this, this is perfect. It's going to show the double standard and the hypocrisy of you guys. So when we apply this to the globe, that seems to not be the case anymore. The globe is allowed free reign to do that. So when you guys believe in gravity that claims that there's contraction of mass and motion, but to this day, 2023, almost over a century later, there's still not even a proposed, much less agreed upon mechanism for that physical contraction. And it is purely speculative and still to this day disputed and never directly measured. That's science, though.
No, but there's still evidence. The thing is, you have, for example, I see, the moon in the sky, right? This giant rock ball, right? It at least lines up with it. Like the fact you have this rock ball in the sky not falling.
What does that have to do with length contraction?
You said fucking gravity. We weren't talking about length contraction. You were talking about gravity and shit.
Were.
No, you said gravity. You literally said gravity. I mean, maybe you brought up afterwards, but I heard gravity though.
I said, yeah, you guys believe in gravity, which claims that objects in motion contract.
I only believe in the force that is apparent.
Okay, well, your paradigm doesn't claim it's a force, and it's because it can't be a force.
Wait,
in your paradigm, it can't be a force.
Wait, why did you bring up
You
gravity?
can read an apparent one, which was yeah, he said apparent. It's a fictitious force in
to the left, to the left.
Right.
Everything with the globe to the left.
And this is my point. Now watch this. Okay, so how do you know the mechanism of the magnetic field and what the core is?
Don't need to.
Oh, so you're allowed to make up speculations with no mechanisms, and that's
I didn't make up any speculations on it.
So it no longer nullifies the argument when it comes to the globe again.
I mean, I wasn't personally arguing the magnetic field. Personally.
Oh, so you completely disavow the current globe model and its explanation all the way to the core and the magnetic field?
Well, I mean, I'm not disavowing it, but I don't really care about it either, though. I mean, that's not really like a huge
not necessary for shape.
It's literally required for the Earth to be a sphere.
Nope, not necessary for shape.
Objectively, if the Earth is a sphere, then you have to have a model that would explain the magnetic field, and it would have to come from the core.
Just an observation, dude.
So you don't even know how it works. So you can't even propose
just an observation. All I need is
even propose the Earth's a sphere unless the magnetic field's coming from the center of the sphere.
Well, look. To be fair, right? I mean, with that, I haven't really looked into it, personally, but in terms of this azimuthal grid of vision, right? It's this weird the paradoxes that are shown in this model that I have a gripe with, and a lot of these other arguments that I've seen on the flatter side that I have a gripe with, because it's just I've seen otherwise. You know what I'm saying?
You just diverted completely away, right? So
no, because that was the original topic, and then you wanted to bring up that was the original
topic. Was actually, that you guys have a double standard. That you have a double standard, and that whenever you guys have no mechanism, and you speculate, and you have gaps, and you can't answer questions, and you have paradoxes. That's not nullifying your position. That's actually how science works. But if you think you can point something out from a flat earther that does that nullifies the entire position. I'm showing that you guys are hypocritical and have a double standard, and it's obvious and it's objective, and you guys won't admit it. And that's not really my problem. Because when you say, oh, we have evidence against it, okay, you mean like when we dug down 7.8 miles and every single one of the globe model prediction of the layers of the Earth down to the core were completely wrong for the top 8 miles, which is just a fraction of the total claim down 4,000 miles? Like that?
I haven't looked into it. I mean, I didn't even know about that. So.
Yeah, well, Mr. Gishgallop and jumping all over God's free Earth to get your information.
Okay, so Moya can't respond.
No, you're Gishgalloping. What the fuck are you to respond to?
I made one point. I made a specific point. How's that Gishgallop?
No, you changed topics like 3 times in the past 5 minutes.
Regardless, the point you made was invalid because you can know So let's say that you wanted to know what shape you were trying to figure out what shape the Earth is.
Can't know.
Okay, you can determine that. You can determine what shape the Earth is, and not know everything about it. So it's like you don't need to know how the magnetic. No, but that's what I'm saying. But you just said
my point.
No, but
Yeah,
you
but
just said the Earth.
I've got a
Stop,
gripe.
stop, Jin. Stop, Jin. Jin. Yeah, you can't interject, Jin. You cannot interject. Stop. No, you can't. You can't. I haven't finished saying what I'm saying, and already both of you are interjecting. I'm saying it's invalid because what it sounded like you said, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that because somebody said we don't know what the magnetic field is, or we don't know what the core is, or whatever they said, and you said, well, it has to be if you have to determine it has to be for you to determine that it's a globe, and so it's like
that's not what I said.
Yeah, that's what it sounded
You
like.
did. You said we would have to have a model that comports with the sphere.
You want to bet $5,000, Bacon? $5,000?
Why are you making these fucking bets for?
Because
man?
that's what cuts through the bullshit. Because I'm so tired.
bet
of so, Coach, you
bet you
added the word.
I bet you $50.
Yeah, I might not get word by word, but yeah, I can go to Livestream. Pretty sure you said that.
Coach, you added the word
Can
to
I
determine.
interject
You added the
here
phrase
now?
to determine that it's a sphere.
Can I?
Oh my.
Oh, Jen, we're in the middle of saying something. The answer is no.
You're not in the middle of anything.
Yes, we're trying to get to the bottom of something, dude. Stop.
I've got a point to make. I'm going to make.
Okay, well, make it. Make it
shut up,
done,
Jen.
dude. What are you claiming that you said? Because you said you didn't say to determine
it to determine that it's a sphere, and that's not what I said. What I said was that if the Earth is a sphere, then this has to be the case, right?
So
and those are two different things. And my entire point was that whenever you guys think you can find some question that you think Flat Earth can't answer, you pretend that it falsifies and nullifies Flat Earth's position. But when you guys can't answer questions, then it's perfectly fine. And that's how science works. And then you jumped in, Kosho, to say you don't need to know all the answers to something to try to determine whether or not it's a sphere. That was my point. My point is that you don't have to know every question about everything, but you guys only apply that on one side of the argument.
Well, no, I mean I
100% agree with that is true.
It sounded like that's what you said, but regardless, if you didn't say it like that and you meant it differently, then the way that would be different from you guys saying that is so it's like the core of the Earth and the magnetic field have nothing to do. No, I haven't, Jen. You'll be indicated that I finished.
Hurry up,
okay?
then. I'm not hanging.
Jen, shut the hell up. Fuck, dude. What? Yeah, all right. So, for the core of the Earth and the magnetic field and all that kind of stuff, it's not really in any way required to come to knowledge about the other thing. And so, if the claims that you're making have are self-contained, and you don't know something else about the Earth that has nothing to do with what you're claiming, then yeah, I don't think anybody ever will criticize you for that. But if it is related to what you're saying or what you're claiming, and you don't know the answers to it, then it kind of puts into question whatever your claim is. So
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case that people
Wrap it up.
people say that.
Let's let Jen get his word in, guys. Come on.
I'm sorry. I had to time him out because that's like 3 times he interrupted in the middle of somebody's conversation, and I muted him 2 times already. Got tired of it. He come back in 5 minutes.
It's so distracting because I forget what I'm saying and then the whole thing's fucked up. But I'm just going.
Anyway, so I've had for example, I've had tons of Globers, including McToon, because everyone just follows him. 90% of Globers just regurgitate McToon, and so he's like, "Oh, well, how's the magnetic field work on the flat Earth? Where's the South Pole?" Right? Oh, the magnetic field wouldn't work on the flat Earth. Where's the South Pole? Which is retarded that you've been in this conversation for 5 years, that being McToon, and doesn't know that it would be underneath you. And thinks that somehow it would be out on the south or out on the outside, or we need a monopole, or we can't acknowledge where the South Pole is, right? So, and I've had tons of Globers said to me, or what's on the bottom of the flat Earth then? What a stupid question. We can't get past 8 miles either, right? So you guys can make unfounded claims about the core. If we can't tell you what's underneath the flat Earth, oh, you're so stupid, Earth's a ball. Right? I'm pointing out that there's a double standard in this conversation and that neither side has all the answers to everything. And whenever you guys ask a question that the flat earther can't answer, you think that somehow nullifies flat Earth. But then I can sit here and I could ask literally thousands of questions that you guys wouldn't be able to answer from your model. And that
with just imagine.
I feel that you have a little bit.
Hey, one second.
I tried to get here before you did, man.
I
feel like you have a little bit of. A little bit incorrect because they believe they know what's underneath. That's the thing. They believe to know. That's why they say that they have a core and they have all these areas. And because we can't give an answer, they
So just imagine if Witzel in a debate, okay, would be saying, I'm the citation now. Just imagine the ego stroking that would go on within the chat and within other channels. Oh, now Witzel is just using himself as a citation. What is stupid fluff? How can he do it? Blah, blah, blah. Or
Blah,
when,
blah,
when
blah.
someone in a debate, regardless if it's Witzel or other people debating Flat Earth, if they say something wrong or they can't answer it, dude, the ego stroking within the globe community is just ridiculous. You guys love to like make each other feel good about someone not able to answer.
Okay.
But if there's a globe or like a PhD that said, "Oh, I can't really answer this," or I'm not an expert in this," or I need this can only answer someone who is specifically knowledgeable in that field, then it's totally fine, right? It's ridiculous, and you don't even realize it.
Kosho, please stop saying we get it because
I've officially.
you mumbled. You mumbled.
I'm trying to respond. I'm trying to respond to what the person said, dude.
You mumble a lot through your conversation. Nobody heard you up, and nobody said anything to you. So you need to just wait until they're finished.
Okay. Well, we can vent. Why don't we vent? Why don't we vent together afterwards, right? But if we're having a conversation, why don't we have the conversation, right?
Well,
so
because
what?
You're doing what
yeah, I'm
Jen
trying to
did,
respond to
dude.
what was said like 2 minutes ago. Something was said to me, and then like 3 people were responding about their feelings. Okay, so just what was the? Oh yeah, right. So the big difference here is not that people are telling you you don't know something, like asking you a question and you just don't have the answer to it, and somehow that's wrong. People are asking questions because this thing would be a contradiction, right? Like this thing doesn't work this way in reality. It would be a contradiction. So they ask you how would this work, and there's no answer. It's not because the thing is an unknown. It's because that thing doesn't make sense, or that thing is it's contradictory to itself or reality, right? Like the magnetic field thing, how it would work on a flat Earth. That's asked because nobody understands how a magnet would work that way when we know how the field lines behave on the Earth.
Oh my God! So this is right back to you guys can pretend that if you can bring up the magnetic field and say, "Hey, I don't see how this can make sense on a flat Earth." That's evidence that disproves flat Earth. But whenever I point out that your model, with all the world's money and universities and hundreds of years trying to figure it out, and supercomputers and unlimited funding, can't explain the magnetic field, that's science. And in fact, you would have the South Pole beneath us, right? You'd be on the block domain wall through the middle of the magnetic field, which means that the bottom half would be beneath you because we live in the middle. So we would be observing the top portion of the magnetic field. The North Pole would be in the center, extended up, and then the South Pole would be beneath us. You guys still haven't even put together the basics of flat Earth. You think that the South Pole would have to be out on the edges or something weird like that. But whenever I explain stuff like that, that's just crazy word salad, doesn't make sense. Block domain walls don't exist. McToon said, nuh-uh. And then you don't have to explain any of the discrepancies with the magnetic field in your own model. So it's evidence against flat Earth, but it's not evidence against the globe Earth. That's my whole point.
Do you think that you're being a little toxic when you talk like that?
Hey, can you respond to the point that you guys act like if you can say this magnetic field, how would it work on a flat Earth? And you say that it doesn't work, so that's evidence against flat Earth. But whenever I point out that you can't explain it, how is it not evidence against the globe Earth? How's that not double standard?
Okay, I will tell you this, that when you go to the South Pole, your compass will point up. Oh, come on, he did it.
He speaks how he speaks, and I hear you, but
I'm not allowed to speak like that. That's how I speak.
That's not, dude. Just go ahead, man. Just rise above it.
Come on, Moyak.
I have to rise above it. Okay. Yes. When you go down to the South Pole, there's one particular place, not at the pole. It's off the continent of Antarctica right now, but there's a single point where south is. And your compasses, your directional, your dip compasses will point virtually up and down at that location. And really nowhere else except the North Pole, where the north end of the needle will point straight down. So it's not like there's a a giant umbrella going around a pizza that aligns the whole perimeter of Antarctica. There's a place, a single point or area where your compass is pointing down, especially dip points.
Well, actually, if you look into that, which I guess you haven't, there's actually tons of anomalies with the current allocation of the position of the South Pole. I don't believe anything about what you claim is going on in Antarctica. We can't access and verify any of that information. And again, in your own, first of all, that doesn't even make sense in your own paradigm, right? Because it's not symmetrical. The North and South Pole wouldn't be symmetrical if where you currently denote the South Pole is accurate. Then you're saying that you don't have a symmetrical magnetic field, or that somehow the magnetic field is tilted at an angle through the core and it's not symmetrical, nor is the distribution of the magnetic field. The globe model admittedly cannot even come up with a theoretical model to explain the magnetic field. So if you think it's evidence against the flat Earth, you would have to claim it's evidence against the globe Earth as well.
Well, then we'll have to go with Daytona. You have a fucking idea either. Wow. However, I do think that it's been explained that the dip compasses is how they found the South Pole, the magnetic South Pole. And whether it's an area that's 100-yard wide or 50 miles wide, it still points to one region, one location, unlike what one would expect on a pizza disc with a ice wall around it and a magnetic, I forget what you use as a word, but basically a magnetic umbrella where south is down all around the perimeter of it.
We can't get all the way around the perimeter. I just addressed that. You just repeated it. Secondly, you just said, again, you're proving my point perfectly, which is you're like, this would be against what one would expect if the Earth is flat, as if it's evidence against flat Earth. But what about what we see that's against what one would expect on the globe Earth, like the asymmetric problem of the magnetic field, the fact that the poles aren't antipodal, the fact that the South Pole is significantly weaker, the South Atlantic anomaly, the fact that you can't even explain theoretically why there's such a vast difference in the prediction of the strength comparison between the surface and the core based on the model, how you actually have to use perfect convection currents, even though that isn't even possible with the current model. The distribution isn't consistently distributed. So all that's what would be expected on a globe Earth. You would expect symmetry of the magnetic field, but that's not what is observed. So if I apply your same logic, what we expect to observe on the sphere isn't what's observed. So it's evidence against the globe. That's my point.
One's wildly outside of what one would expect, and one is approximately what one would expect.
No, actually, the flat Earth is more accurate because you would expect there to be a drop off in strength as you go south.
Okay. What about the single pole? The single point?
Well, they claim that constantly moves. They've changed the alleged location of where they think that it is consistently, and we can't actually get all the we can't actually get all the way out to the outsides to see. So the point is that we would expect the strength to drop off as you go further out until you get back down to where it loops back around, and we can't go there. Yet on the globe, that's not supposed to happen. So that evidence actually supports flat Earth, not the globe.
There's a nice point down the ocean you can go to with a sailboat and find it.
Okay, so do you see that what my bigger point, which is the double standard, right? Which is like, if the globe can't explain something, that's just science. That's how we're figuring things out, it's science. But if you think you come up with something that the flat Earth can't explain, which is almost always built upon a straw man, then that falsifies the flat Earth. I'm just pointing out it's a double standard. It's a very blatantly obvious double standard.
Now, you take minor nuances in a model and you blow them out of proportion.
What? The geomagnetic discrepancies and the geodynamo problems aren't minor issues, dude. They're huge.
No, they're
issues.
minor in scale.
No, they're not.
Like you don't have a going around the entire perimeter of Antarctica, which of course you say can't be done, but it can. You don't have a downward pointing compass in all those areas. It goes to one area. The compass will point from the beginning of your trip to the end of your trip inexorably at that point, approximately, I think it's 1,000 miles off the coast right now, but I could be. And from anywhere around in the areas that you can go in the sea, you will get directed towards that.
Okay, so you can't, like, you guys just aren't going to address the actual point. I already did. You can't go verify the South region past the 60th south latitude, we can't go far enough out to make intricate measurements regarding the magnetic field. And even taking the data that they publicly released, even within the 60th south latitude, it doesn't match the globe prediction. And no, it's not minor. It's up to 35% weaker in areas. There are entire regions that are just basically missing the magnetism that's predicted. The southern region is overall weaker than the northern region. And none of that makes sense on a geodynamo model, which is the dynamo effect distributing based on convection currents and the rotation of the liquid magma core and the outer core, causing the convection currents to establish a magnetic field, which would be symmetrical coming out from that. And the South Pole you're invoking isn't antipodal to the north magnetic pole. So how does that work on the globe? If that's really the South Pole that you're invoking, why is it not antipodal to the North Pole?
All of that said, don't know.
Right. So the South Pole's a problem for you.
You have a giant system going on there. It is challenging to figure out what's going on there. However, none of it's required for a globe.
Yeah, First of all, they claim that the South Pole constantly moves around. They're not sure for exactly where it is. And why is it not antipodal to the geomagnetic North Pole?
Because those are two
Wouldn't
different.
change the fact that you see divergent plumb lines. Sorry, you lose. It wouldn't fail. It wouldn't allow navigation to work on a.
So you just completely diverted away now.
Yes, well, welcome to your world.
So yeah,
those are two different ideas though. The geomagnetic South Pole and the magnetic South Pole are two different places. The geomagnetic North and South Pole are antipodal.
Wait, so wait.
No, hold on, stop. You said geomagnetic? No, geographic.
No. I'm talking so there's a geographic North and South Pole. There's a magnetic North and South Pole, and there's a geomagnetic North and South Pole.
Oh wow!
And I
don't know about that.
Yeah. Well, the geomagnetic North and South
Pole.
The
difference in the Earth's magnetic.
I'd like to see what's the rest of the sentence, please.
Well, yeah, as I said, there's those three, and the difference being the one that's called the magnetic North and South Pole. These are the places where the compasses will point directly down at the ground. So it's like where it seems like the field is emanating from. These aren't antipodal though, but the magnetic or the geomagnetic North and South Pole are where this this magnetic pole runs through the Earth and does have a antipodal relationship between North and South.
Yeah, would you like to cite that measure? No, cite it because you're wrong. And in reality, what we call the magnetic field on the Earth in your model is the geomagnetic field. That's what geo means. It means Earth. So they actually claim that these positions constantly move and they're not antipodal, and they haven't come up with an explanation for you. So would you like to cite that there's a difference in the geomagnetic field and the magnetic field on the Earth?
I could, but you could also ask ChatGPT, is there a difference between the magnetic North and South Pole and the geomagnetic North and South Pole? See what it says.
Why can't you explicitly explain?
I could do it. I just did. Explain what the difference was.
So the geomagnetic field, magnetic pole doesn't move, right?
No, right. Well, not in. It's not that it doesn't move. It does move, but they move together. So it's like they are actually antipodal. The magnetic North and South.
Same point.
They say what? No. They're antipodal. Is what I'm saying.
Wait, how do we say we wanted to measure it? I could be wrong. I don't know about this. So I want to understand how do we measure the magnetic pole, the north magnetic pole, and then how do we measure the north geomagnetic pole?
Yeah, I don't know how to measure the geomagnetic pole, but like I said, the magnetic pole is the one where your compass would point down at, so you would just track where that is.
Well, what would be different with the That's what I'm not understanding. Like
it's it represents like a bar magnet that would be at the center, and the field that would run through that. So I don't know if it's idealized or how it's derived, but it's just referring to two different things.
Well, that's like the deviation point from that we think it should be to be antipodal versus what we actually measure.
Oh yeah, or no, yeah. You know what? Well, let's just go with that then. I don't know how that was derived, so I would just would look it up.
Okay.
So one is just an ideal of a symmetrical distribution. It's not actually measured.
I'm not sure if, like I said, I'm not sure how it's derived. So let me see.
Okay, well, like just a conception of a ball being symmetrical, which still doesn't even make sense to me, because like even if you're just going to idealize the geometry being symmetrical, then it would be directly in the middle, right? Like why would it be offset? With what Gleam's dropping, it's showing it offset. Oh no, here it is. Northern magnetic pole goes right through the middle, but the other picture didn't show that. And these are both globe sources, obviously, but this doesn't surprise me, because when you actually look into the geomagnetic field and the geodynamo model, there's all kinds of contradictory claims. Admittedly, no one knows what's going on in the globe paradigm. But I'm trying to understand. Like, it makes sense if you're saying that the northern magnetic pole and the southern magnetic pole are just like conceptual, like antipodal symmetry, right? Like that kind of makes sense. It's not an actual thing, or and then when we go measure it, we see that's not the case. So I don't know here. This still doesn't, to me, it just makes sense that you have the geographic and the geomagnetic, right? Like, doesn't that make
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm just gonna say though, like what we look at with the geomagnetic poles is they're not actually antipodal. Like the actual measured claimed areas of the north and south poles magnetically are not antipodal, and they move around.
Moving around, I don't have a problem with. The antipodal does seem less symmetrical.
That does seem weird though, right? Like because if it's all coming from the core, then like why, if they're moving around, it'd be relative to the core. So why would they not move together antipodal? Why would it not be symmetric? Like, it seems weird.
Isn't the convections relevant for the magnetic field?
What's up?
Isn't the convections and in the higher layers around the core relevant to the magnetic field?
Well, yeah,
I thought that was the explanation.
There are convection currents that come from the core that create the magnetic field, but there's no actual explanation as to why there's no symmetry, unless you're claiming like the southern hemisphere would have like different distribution in the layers of the earth, right? Well, why would the south have different layers than the north, and why would the convection currents be different from the southern part of the core?
But to me, it's like asking how are the continents different, or why there are more continents in the northern hemisphere.
No,
it's not necessarily a question that you have to have an answer for. It's just
do
how
you have any
are.
citations to back this up?
What citation? To back
Any
what?
citation that claims the reason that the magnetic field is different in the south is because the layers.
I say that's the reason. I was just asking if the convections aren't relevant to the magnetic field, because as far as I know, that is the explanation for the magnetic field.
Yeah, but you said something about layers of the earth. Yeah, yes, convection currents are what allegedly causes the magnetic field from the core, but
So they're not in the core.
They come from the core. They come from the outer core.
It's not that they come from. The convections are just this circular motion of the layers in between the core and the crust, not in the core. Yeah, they come from the core cooling down, and as they cool down, they create those convection currents. But the convections are not in the core.
They come from the outer core. That's the source of the convection currents.
Yeah, the heat from the core, that's the source of the convection. The convection is not in the core, that's what I'm saying.
The source of the convection currents is the outer core, which means the convection currents track back to the outer core.
What do you mean the source of the convection? You're talking about the heat source?
Yeah, that's what they claim, is that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying too. So why? That's the whole point, that the convections are not in the core. As the core cools down, as it emits heat, the convections take that heat to the crust. It takes the heat as a form of convections. Those convections interact with the magnetic field. That is the explanation that I saw about for the magnetic
field.
Sorry?
You said interact with the magnetic field.
Yeah.
It causes the magnetic field. It creates it.
It's not just the convections. There's the core too. It's not just one thing that causes.
Yeah, come on, Megan. This is basics, man. The core creates convection currents, which creates the magnetic field, which we can replicate. That electricity creates magnetic fields. That's why that's the current model. It's called a dynamo effect. The problem comes where it's not symmetrical in the north and the south, because if you replicate a dynamo effect, it's always symmetrical. Right?
It's
Unless
not
you
even
create
it's
unless
not
you
even
create
the
different
convection
materials.
currents itself. It's actually the molten bismuth within the convection currents.
Why would the convections have to be symmetrical? Why would they have to be symmetrical?
Well, you would have to have like some you have to create some different type of material in the north and the south, some different type of distribution, some different type
Yeah,
of
different distribution happens everywhere. Like
Well, why would
things
it
aren't
just
perfectly
why
evenly
would it just
distributed
be in the
everywhere.
south?
Sorry,
Why would it just be in the south though if it's spinning?
what do you mean?
Why would Dude, Bacon, no one
In the northern
knows
hemisphere,
the
they're
answer
also
to this
not aligned with
question.
the.
No one knows the answer to this question. Stanford and Harvard and
I
Yale
don't
don't
understand
know
the
the answer
question.
to this question. Okay, dude, I'm not gonna. If you think you know, then that's what's up, bro. I'm
No,
just
I
letting
didn't
you
say I
know.
knew the answer. I'm
It's
just
not
asking
that.
what the hell you're asking.
Well, I've actually read the papers. They specifically postulated the idea of a different type of material distribution in the core, and they haven't been able to come up with any type of model that makes any sense without contradicting all the rest of the claims of the model. So they don't even claim that that's viable.
Stay in your lane, Bacon.
Dude, I'm not saying. Dude, I was just asking a question. What do you mean, stay in your lane?
Well, it's all good. I get that you're speculating, and that's cool. But I'm just letting you know that that doesn't work. It doesn't work
I'm not
with the
speculating. I'm asking you, why would the convection have to be symmetrical?
because it's coming from a spherical core.
So,
Okay, that's how the dynamo effect works.
yeah, but wouldn't also the distribution of everything in the layers have to be also symmetrical for the convections to be symmetrical?
The distribution of what?
Everything
Of
else.
everything, the materials, the density, of everything.
Okay, that's what I just explained to you. That if you would have
It
to
didn't answer
explain
if
why in the
yes or no.
you would have to okay, sure, but you would have to explain why there's a drastic difference in distribution from the north and the south, which means you would have to change the entire globe Earth model fundamentally.
Well, who says it has to be drastic?
The measurements of the strength of the field.
Yeah, but how drastic would the convections have to be to have that outcome in the measurements?
To have a 35% decrease in the strength of the magnetic field, there would have to be a significant difference in the convection.
Okay, how did you come to that conclusion?
Basic understanding of magnetism and the dynamo effect.
So I got to rely on your understanding of it. That's where
you could do some research.
That's where I take parts.
No,
yeah, sure, fair enough.
Yeah. So I'm just saying it's not a big deal because I don't think this proves the Earth's not a globe or something, but it is very telling. It's very telling.
No, it's kind of what you said.
I was a globe earther. If I was a globe earther, I would never talk about the core like you know what's going on because in reality, your side doesn't know what's going on. So and like
I got a question.
No, you claim to know.
Which brings it back to the main point. If we don't know something about whatever's going on, we have to discard the whole thing. But they don't know shit about what's going on with their shit, and it's okay.
Yeah, this is analogous to me holding you a sphere and asking you what's the shape of it, and you're saying it's a sphere, and I say, well, but there are some magnetic fields that are not symmetrical coming out of the sphere. So you're sure it's a sphere? I mean,
that's what your model claims.
Knowing it's a sphere doesn't require you to know all the intricacies inside of it. It's much harder to investigate what's inside of the Earth than what the shape of the Earth is.
But
that's
cool.
Close to threatening the knowledge we have on the other
okay, so apply the same thing to us. Don't just be like,
Sure.
oh yeah, you're dumb because
Sure.
you don't know this.
Yeah,
therefore,
but I'm not.
You got to throw the whole thing away.
We're never requiring you to make absolute explanations to what happened inside of the Earth. Like one of the things that we require an explanation for would be hard to know. It's just things you can look at. You know?
Okay, so Flat Earth doesn't need to have explanations for what's inside the Earth, what's down below the Earth. We don't need to have explanations for what's out in the sky because your paradigm also has tons of problems explaining that. So if we actually if we have an actual fair, equal distribution of critique, and it's going to exclude both of those unverifiable speculative fields, but you guys do not do that. You, in fact, and this is one of the major problems with it, is a ton of the model is built upon the current idea of the core, the outer core, and the layers of the Earth. your seismology, your geology, all of it, your dating processes, like what helps sustain the like how the gravitational field is distributed, the density measurements. All of this is all tied together in a little bundle called the globe Earth model.
Okay, well, when we're talking about looking at things in the sky, we can just look at them, easily take measurements, and those we can make predictions that compare with the globe within a fraction of a degree. Like this is an analogous, and I'm not talking about things you'd have to go inside of the Earth to investigate. Just things we can look at, and one can easily take measurements of the celestial bodies. It's not analogous. What the whole point is that it's very difficult to investigate what's inside of the Earth and what's going on there. In the sky, you can simply look at it, and you can easily measure positions, directions, and you can make accurate predictions if you treat the Earth as a sphere.
Yeah, but see, that's what I'm saying. So basically what you're saying is the only thing that you are willing to discuss regarding the flat Earth, globe Earth discussion is celestial navigation and angles to the
You
stars.
brought it up in this
Well, we
conversation.
get it. We know. We've heard you talk about it 400 times. We've given you explanations that you hijack
just seems
perspective
odd.
and you say no over and over. My point is that you guys as a whole, as a collective, right? It's not just me talking to you. I'm making a meta point, which if you're like, how's the sunset work? How's the horizon work? Why can't we see forever? Questions that are stupid and that we answer. And then you're like, well, what are the planets then? If we don't know, you guys mock us. If like, oh, well, then how's the magnetic field work? Where's the South Pole on the flat Earth disc? Pizza, right? That's my
They always
point, is that you guys have a double
But I'm
standard.
not asking any of that.
Yeah, why we not
They
just
always
why
want
we
to
just
jump to
not make
outer
meta
space.
points?
Yeah,
Well,
I
the
mean,
thing is,
points about
Well,
what
that's
people
fine.
that
You
are
don't acknowledge the double
us are saying instead of addressing what I just responded to you.
You
can I
responded
address
with
it?
a diversion out of left field about celestial navigation like you do every single
No,
time.
you interrupted. You asked why wouldn't that be a double speak when we, or it was actually Abel, I think. I'm not sure if it was you or Abel, but it doesn't matter. It wasn't me that brought up. I was responding to that claim that this was a double speak. That if we require you to explain the sky, that would be analogous to us requiring us to understand what's going on inside the Earth. So responding to that, it's
No
not me
one
diverting. It's me directly responding to what
I
was
saw
said.
you were trying to say something. That's not what I said. Anyway,
Yeah, I was just trying to say it's in my sensibility. It just seems like it'd be far more intuitive to try and explain things here terrestrially than speculate on things that you personally can never verify or validate celestially. Like they always want to jump to the thing that we can never reach tangibly and only speculate on instead of like focusing on the thing here, whether it's, you know, the core or the earth itself. It's like, again, it's far easier to, you know, test things here than it is up there.
That's
Oh,
true.
actually,
And
no.
then
No, not with yeah, with celestial bodies are actually it's quite easy to make predictions. Like you tell me two celestial bodies and what's the direction in the sky, I'll be able to predict where every single each other celestial body at a precise direction. No, I'm just telling you that this is not analogous.
This
I mean,
is just how it always
it's a
goes,
straw
right?
man because we're talking about the explanation. We're not talking about predictions. Like, I don't understand why you jump to that to support yourself.
Because that's relevant.
No matter what we talk about, Bacon makes it about celestial navigation, and no matter what we talk about, Zanuck makes
That
it
was the subject, dude.
how do objects free fall, right? It doesn't matter. There's no respect for the
That was the subject.
you guys always shove the one talking point you want to talk about down our
For me, it's
throat
geometry.
daily.
Yeah, we've been talking about geometry for the past 2 days, and now either your elbow, I don't remember which one was, mentioned this, and I actually give a response to it. Now I'm diverging away. That's the only thing I talk about. Just focus on what we're talking about and address the fucking point.
The point was that there's a double standard. That's the point. That's been the
Yeah, that
point
was I answered.
since Witz brought it up. There's a double point. There's a and y'all said it like that. Done it like 3 or 10 times already in this one conversation, and then y'all got to deviate another.
Bacon's made a good point about it doesn't matter if it's about the core or about stars, which by the way doesn't have anything to do with doing science about space. It has to do with how they map to the surface. But regardless, when doing anything at all, and the problem comes up is my idea of the shape of the Earth or my idea of the model for the Earth, whether it's globe or flat, does it is it contradicted by this evidence seen elsewhere, or is it contradicted by this tested thing elsewhere? If that's the case, then the questions will be asked by it, like, hey, how does that work if this happens, that this contradicts that idea? It's
No,
not
when
so
we
much
have
that
evidence,
it's not so much that it's. I mean, I said, there's no point trying to answer for other people who aren't here. But I mean, I would never say just because you can't answer about an aspect about how the flat Earth works, that's not contradictory to evidence. Then there's no point in even asking that question.
well, but that's the point, right? So when there's evidence that's contradictory to the globe model's claim, which, by the way, it isn't just, oh, Earth's a sphere, I see the stars, which we've explained a million times. You hijack perspective and then apply the optical declination to a physical convexity assumption. A million times. We've explained it a million times. But the point is that you guys claim the Earth is tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving around the sun, flying through the galaxy, flying through space. That's your model. The globe model is the current model that everyone believes in, a ball that's tilted, spinning, or revolving. Okay? So yeah, you guys do make claims about space. You make endless claims about space. And in fact, it's intrinsic within your overall model. But my point is that you guys can't verify those things. They constantly change, constantly update, constantly shift. Admittedly, we have tons of problems, tons of evidence that directly contradicts the model's claims. But that's okay. That's how science works. But if we don't know what's in the sky, you guys can be like, oh, flat earthers don't even know what stars are. That's the point. It's a double standard. Why can't that just be addressed?
I'm gonna do something else, man. It's not fun, dude. You're literally arguing about what somebody else said to you that you're probably triggered about someplace else, some other time, and we have to sit here and deal with it instead of talking about something actually.
Nothing
we
to
all
do
can
with
engage
that.
in.
You actually,
Oh,
what
you
you want to
just
do is
gallop
make sure
away.
you don't respond to the actual point. The truth is that you don't have it in you to be honest and admit that this conversation has a double standard. You can't just be honest and admit that there's a double standard in favor of the globe, right? And so you guys will do anything other than just acknowledge it. You could say, yeah, sure, everyone accepts it. That's like the default for most people. We all believe it because everyone thinks. So sure, it gets a bit of an advantage. It gets a bias. It gets a double standard. If you could just say something like that, it'd be cool. But you guys won't even admit that there's a double standard. It's weird. So anyway.
Send everybody out of the room.
Yeah, tonight.
Like, okay, see, and then like before ever just acknowledging it.
Yeah,
no
but most of them don't have girlfriends. They're just sitting there alone in their house.
Well, I'm hoping you have a girlfriend. After saying that.
Oh, did I say that out loud? I'm sorry, guys.
I don't have a girlfriend. If I have a girlfriend, my wife would kill me.
You know what's funny is that they mentioned the convergence, in the evolutionary understanding of just your imprint as an individual on a massive body. They admit in all the earlier writings of a presupposition of what the horizon is due to the little stature of the man. But then when you do is you fast forward, 50 years later, 100 years later, you got people, educators, educating people that boats go over the horizon 3 miles away. It's completely contradictory to the scientific endeavor that was stated out to begin with, which was to figure out where we are on the surface of the Earth by acknowledging that everywhere we look, it's planar.
How did we? There was something you said, Whitsit, amongst your massive gish gallop. You said something to the effect of, "We hijacked perspective." How did we hijack something that's never been defined in the way that you're trying to define?
It has been defined that way. It just was ignored, and a simplified, convenient interpretation was chosen. So yeah, the globe hijacked what we see and claimed that it's due to your claims of physical reality. That's how we made the globe, was looking at the sky. That's how we made the globe. In order to make the globe model, you have to look at the sky, then reverse engineer a globe and claim that we see in straight lines directly to the stuff in the sky and that we see the actual position of the stuff in the sky. And then
You say reverse engineered the globe. The globe falls out of the data. We didn't reverse engineer it. That was the answer that best explained what was coming in.
No.
That could easily not work if Earth was on a globe. Like
it's literally not true. They proposed that the Earth was a sphere because they thought that was the perfect shape And then they slowly over time tried to take the data and make it work on the globe. They proposed the globe long before they started intricately mapping out all the data on the globe.
Yeah, but this could easily not work if the Earth wasn't a sphere.
Yeah, you mean like when sellers try to use the symmetrical globe assumption and the globular assumption falls apart when they sell in the South.
How does it fall apart in the South?
Tons of experienced mariners and navigators say when they get closer to the 55th south latitude that they start to be way off based on the nautical charts assuming the symmetry of the globe.
I think that's bullshit.
Oh, well, there you go. Let's shut the server down. Bacon says I
Yeah, show some backing up of that claim.
Okay, so when I show you the actual sellers, you'll just say that they don't count or they did something wrong or, well, that doesn't really matter.
No, I'm just gonna take a look at it, see if it's relevant to your claims.
Didn't I
I mean,
already
if it's
show
not,
you?
I'm not gonna just say
Haven't I already showed you stuff?
that it is if it's not.
I
But it
didn't
gotta
already
be
show you.
relevant to your claim.
How far off were they? Because I mean, if you're good with the flat depiction that we have, like let's say the AE map, it's like 2 times. So
First
I
of all,
mean,
you know that you're not like they made it a rule basically way a long time ago that to really get an official map published, you had to use a longitude latitude system that they implemented. And then you guys brag about how all the maps use that longitude and latitude system. Like, they made it where you had to use it, therefore that proves the Earth's a globe. And I have plenty of documentation. Different
Right,
sellers,
but that map
and they're off by
system-
15 or 16 miles a day, hundreds of miles in a week.
that map system is based upon observations of the sky. So it's not like they made the coordinate system somehow to hide hidden lands or something. It's that every time you travel a degree east and west, as you go south of the equator, the degrees get smaller and smaller. And yet the observations of the stars changes by the amount expected at those degrees. You would have to have like a hidden portion in the South Pacific that was actually I can't even think of a way that it would work. I mean, that's one of the ones I'm waiting for you flat earthers to come up.
Dude, this
Well,
was so
what's
funny.
even
The
better-
Globers talk about the Southern Hemisphere so much, and they talk about the Southern Ocean so much, as if they know all about it. But in reality, the vast majority of all people on the Earth live in the Northern Hemisphere. The Southern continents have much less people, and almost no one traverses vast distances in the Southern Ocean. But you guys know all about it. You guys know all about exactly how it works.
You know what's really funny is
Except
people
for
talking about
shipping
the lands that are hidden that
and
have never even been out of this country. You know,
Except for shipping and
Yeah.
airplanes and private sailors and all of that wonderful stuff, plus the places that people actually live don't support you. You go to Australia. Australia is not 4,000 miles or I forget what it is. It's not 8,000 miles across. I don't remember what it's supposed to be, but it's about twice as big. On if we use the AE map with degrees, minutes, and seconds.
Did you miss the whole longitude latitude construct bit? Did you miss that whole bit?
Did you miss the whole bit where I assaulted you and ruined your that point? Because it's not something they made up for mapping purposes. It was made up when you saw that the observations showed that a degree transpired every time you went less than 69 miles, unlike at the equator where it was symmetrical at 69 miles. So the degrees are getting smaller and smaller as you go to the south. These are measurable.
Hey, really? How was it measured?
Well, let's see. You go to Australia.
Cite it.
And when you're in Australia, you go and you
Australia.
drive 100 miles and you say, holy shit, I crossed 2 degrees. I should have only crossed 1.5 degrees or whatever.
You can easily just go to Star and just take a look at what the angles are there. And unless stars are spinning up and slowing down, then that wouldn't work.
Even a flat earther should get this.
I don't know if they should, Moyak, really. I mean, they should, but. How you doing, Moyak? How you doing, man? Haven't talked to you in a
I'm
while.
doing as fine as frog hair split 3 ways when I'm talking with.
You've been here the whole time, man. I took like a year and a half off. You're still here.
Oh, yeah. How you
grinding
doing?
out. Yeah. I'm good.
I think there's there's a bigger point about this. We build in the model based on the sky, so of course it's going to match the sky. This could easily not work if the Earth wasn't a sphere, because you can, like, when you get your coordinates based on, let's say the tilt, you get a latitude based on the tilt of the celestial equator, and you get a longitude based on the offset of the stars. If you do that to get your coordinates, you can also use any other observation on the celestial bodies to get that same coordinate. It's a consistent way to get those same coordinates. If the relationship between the celestial bodies and the sky would not comport to what you would expect on a sphere, you wouldn't be able to use other celestial bodies with the assumption of a sphere to get to that same pair of coordinates. You'd get a different pair of coordinates. It wouldn't behave as if the Earth was a sphere if the Earth wasn't a sphere.
And I mean, even your own arguments say that there's magnetic anomalies in the south. So I would think that I mean, I don't know what the reason was for these ships to go off target, but the way you do dead or stellar navigation is you take measurements every once in a while, and then you also go and use compass bearings after that. So if you had fucked up compass bearings, it would fuck up your navigation.
Oh, they usually...
Luckily, we have wonderful devices now that tell us our latitude, longitude every half second.
Yeah, but that are how do you call them? Magnetic declination charts.
Declination.
Big with them.
They had them back in the time that he's talking about, though.
Oh no! Like in the 1800s, definitely not. Like in the 1800s, it was when navigation started. So before that, there was not a very good way to determine longitude. So it's the maps could be easily off longitude-wise.
So I would like to see current day problems with it rather than historical mariners having problems with their compasses and
When have you ever used a conversation or like an argument and used like historical things to prove something that's happening right now in present time? It doesn't.
Back in 1640.
Yeah, back in 1640.
Okay, first of all, I can't really
we have
talk. I'm trying to
computers
rock.
now.
Okay, I'm trying to rock my baby. I know you guys are taking your little false illusory victory lap right now, but just so you know, people use GPS now.
Trying to rock their baby. Maybe you shouldn't be
People
on.
Hey, can you stop interrupting me? So
well, I mean, don't sit here and say you're rocking your baby.
Keep taking your victory lap. So you guys, we use GPS now, and we're talking about navigation as recent as like the late 1920s, right? And now people use GPS, which of course assumes the globe. So yeah, that was pretty easy to refute, and I'll get back to your other specific point in a second because I'm going to go back over here and pick up my baby.
It doesn't assume the globe; it yields the globe.
Yes, it's what the evidence points to is the globe. I mean, I'm sorry that you guys want to live in the history, but the past. But in present time, we know it's a globe, and we have evidence.
It won't help to address him now because we gotta wait until he comes back because I don't think he's hearing.
You don't think he's listening right now?
Yeah, well, he said he should have to drive back or something.
He is, but he's going to end up dropping his baby. So let's lay off him for a minute.
I mean, I think a lot of us have babies here. So.
Well, you people are fucking hilarious.
I know we are hilarious. We're stupid as fuck, even being in this room talking about this shit.
Ostracized and fucking put in a room.
We are ostracized and we are put in a room. We have sequestered ourselves in a room of endless loop of bullshit, which I love. I guess for some reason I love it.
Well, at least you could admit the reason why you're here.
Well, that's why we're all here. You guys need to admit that shit too.
You dumb.
I'm here to learn, man. I'm open to all kinds of information, but when it doesn't add up, that's when I'm like, I'm not going to go along with it. That's all.
I mean, I think that you've seen Stingray's models of the Earth. Basically just using a model of the Sun, Earth, Moon combination. And the observations there, I mean, I'll often hear flat earthers say that, no, you wouldn't expect that on a globe. But, every single time he breaks that thing out, it seems to match what observations within a half a degree. It seems like a damn good model.
I have an idea of something we could check
Your whole model is based and built upon the foundations of geocentrism. That's even what your own paradigm says. If you read any cosmology book, an introductory section, it tells you it refers and goes back to geocentrism as being the main characteristics of man's wisdom. You know, interpreting the sky and its features, for example, like the Egyptians that would know a certain star constellation would make them knowledgeable about when the Nile is going to flood the land, so the land will be fruitful. And
if you were
this is something you find in a cosmology book, and they tell you up on that geocentric truth, they built this perversion of a model that only works because everything is based on geocentrism. You can literally make
if you
everything
wanna,
work if you just invent what you see.
if you want to go back to geocentrism, I think it'd be a lot harder for me to argue against it. The Copernican model, I guess, I don't remember, but the model where the sun, where we're in the center and the sun and shit moves around us, that is a lot more plausible than flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a shift in
I would have a hard time arguing against it with my knowledge.
Why does it need to be a ball, man? Why does everything need to be a ball? What is
That's
so
what geocentrism was based on.
Your house is built upon a foundation. It has walls, it has a roof, and you live within it. How, like, why is it such an absurd idea for you that the whole world is based on that construct? Like the Bible says, it has foundations, it has a topographical plane, and it has its boundaries, and you live upon that plane. What is so absurdly non-understandable for you? Why is this
very
something
simple.
you cannot agree upon?
It's not absurd, it just doesn't
It's
match.
very simple. It doesn't match observations.
It does, man.
Okay.
Stop lying to yourself. I don't know why you're such a ball lover. What does the ball give you? What does the heliocentric itself give you? Nothing more than nonsense.
It gives us navigation. It gives us a.
You will literally die in your grave knowing
Johnny.
you have
Dude,
never,
you just try to prattle on, dude.
never went to space.
Yeah,
I'm just
appreciate the
passionate.
passion, but the volume.
I'm just passionate, okay? Just
I
relax.
appreciate
Stop
that.
being so passionate for so long.
Back off the
I
projection.
see. So when a flat earther does it, it's passion. But when a globe earther does it, it's triggered. There's a triggered globe earther. I see how it is.
Right, yeah.
Well,
how it is.
if you guys would sit back a minute, I was trying to tell them to settle down.
Don't waste your time on these fuckers, dude.
Oh, there we go. A little toxic boy coming in.
Damn right.
Come on,
Well, you're not allowed to be toxic.
I don't
You'll
deny
get-
it. You're just as toxic, so shut the fuck up.
Guys, chill out. No need for all that. We can have fun
No spitball fights.
discussing
Come
and
on.
just agreeing to disagree, dude. We don't need to go there.
Nah, I'm gonna bail
wondering,
out. It looks like
what
the crew's going downhill right now.
What does the heliocentric model give you, man? What does it give you? Does it give you the creator? Does it give you purpose? Does it give you anything? You literally each one of you in here is gonna die, never ever being in space. That's what's going to happen to you. You defend and believe in a place that you will never go. You're just gonna die as a normal being because no one can go to a place that doesn't exist.
That's not how you determine. Yeah, that's not how we determine whether or not this is certain.
You come from the earth, you're gonna be buried in the earth. There's no other place to go. You will not be populating Mars.
He started
you will
talking
not
for
be on
2
the moon.
seconds.
There were nothing of your vain fantasies that
All right, I'm out. Have a good day, gentlemen.
Yeah.
There's no way to.
Bye, Rocks. Have a good day.
All right, come on, guys, chill out. Clay, chill out.
Guys?
You're making really good points, but you just tone it down a little bit.
And don't speak over people.
Yes.
You have all the time to speak right now. It's silence. Stop crying so much.
Silence.
So, yeah, but we were responding to you. So if you're not speaking, then we're not responding anymore.
Oh.
Right?
There you
Man.
go. All right,
What was that?
I'm waiting.
Yeah.
It's like literally like in school, you know? Just complaints, but no content.
Yeah, when
That's
we
all you're doing.
responded to you, you started speaking over us.
Yeah,
Just don't.
and all you're doing
That's
is complaining. He's the one.
Go
Clay's the one
on.
doing all the complaining.
Go on. I
Yeah,
give
but
you
we're not
rules.
responding to you right now. We
What
were
is your
responding.
response? just whining about how I'm passionately trying to tell you what the truth is.
No, we were saying that it's not just because you won't go to space in your lifetime that tells you anything about the shape of the Earth.
That was a good point, though.
The
That was a
only
really good
reason,
point.
the only reason why I tell you this is because I care about each soul that will be dying in this vain belief of nothingness. Literally, that is the whole idea behind it, perverting the very perfect established creation of the creator, making it look upside down, and then make people completely perish for this nonsense. And this is absolutely ridiculous. That's why I'm trying to wake you up. That's why I'm a little bit more passionate, because maybe sometimes you need to hear someone who is a bit more passionate, because you're just in a complete sleep mode all the time.
Preaching.
If your
Preaching
goal is
turns me off.
if your goal is to wake us up, you're making a terrible job on giving us good reasons for that.
All right. Well, what's the topic? We got to have a specific topic.
Yeah, let's have a topic.
So having a topic would ever change these people?
No, not about changing these direct people, Clay. It's about the audience. Remember that. It's all about the listeners making their own best decision based on the evidence that we're discussing back and
That's
forth.
what this. That's right. That's what this game is. This is the game.
It's not
To
a
get the
game,
most-
man. It's about life and death.
I know, I
People
was just-
die
I
because
was-
of this bullshit. They
was
die
just-
with this lie.
I
Not
was just-
ever known anything
True,
regarding
true.
reality.
It was just a joke. I was just trying to make it all like epic, like a movie. It's like, oh, this is the game,
Yeah, but
Like
it's not
this-
really a joke.
Okay.
Denying your creator, dying in this vain fantasy of some occult satanic Jesuits who came up with this bullshit, and you defending it, it's just sad.
But
It's
you're
just
not going to
very
get through
sad.
to them. You're not going to.
Marta, don't be funny on here. No jokes. Everyone's got to be serious.
All right.
But it's a serious topic.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
If you
You're
don't
laughing
think it's
now,
serious,
right?
and you think
But
it's
you're
a
gonna
joke.
remember.
If you don't think it's serious and you think it's a joke, then why are you here?
Well, I don't think it's a joke. I was just saying that one thing I
Why?
said was a joke.
What kind of comment is that? I mean, he's just expressing himself, just like you guys have this whole time.
I wasn't saying what he was saying was a joke. I mean, I was just making my little joke because it was like, never mind. I was just trying
I'm just very sorry for you guys. That's all. Like, not in the sense that I'm like secretly like happy and screaming of joy because you guys are lost. No, it's the complete opposite. I'm literally like, every time I think about why are these people granted only pure darkness and blindness? Why are they deceived? Why did I have this door given that I can go through and see the world for what it is and look behind the curtain? Why is it that there are people like you guys that just don't have this?
Well, I feel the same.
Dude, I come from your paradigm. Don't you understand this? I wanted to be an astronaut
Yeah,
at some
but
point.
you don't show that you understand. You don't show that you understand our paradigm as well as we do. So the fact that you came from it doesn't strike us as relevant, unless you show an understanding that is sort of as good as ours.
So how much should I understand about it?
Well, it's not relevant unless you give him something that he will admit preemptively that it is. So that's a monopolization of information. So really, whatever you say doesn't mean anything unless he already preemptively admits what you're saying is in his view. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't understand anything.
Oh, why do you always turn to that, Bacon? I don't understand anything.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't even know if he was talking to me or to Clay.
He was
I have
talking
no clue what
directly
he
to
just
you.
said.
No, he wasn't. He was talking to. He obviously talking to the other guy.
See, I mean, I wasn't.
I thought he was talking to. Who are you talking to, sir?
See how that was confusing. So don't blame me for not understanding.
Well, I thought he was
To be fair,
talking to you.
I could be Bacon for a day, and it's super easy. It's like every subject that's brought up that's a reputation of the globe. Oh, I don't know about that. That's not my expertise.
But that was not
That's
even an
navigation.
argument. That was not even an argument. It was just a confusing sentence.
Well, I'm just saying, you agree that that is what you do, right? You're like, oh, well, I don't know about that. I'm not claiming to know about that. I don't care about that. Like celestial navigation.
Well, some things I understand about, some things I don't. When I do, I'll address him. if I hear something
Why
that
don't
doesn't
you
make sense.
research the new topics brought up to you?
Because
Yeah,
it takes a lot of background to understand things like that. I don't like to pretend I know and then learn things from the surface without any background.
That's why you
just to
don't
be able to
research
post
them?
citations or make claims as if I understand about it.
That's why
But
you don't
I'm not able to make an example of what I'm talking about. I don't like that. No, I like
I
to
said,
make.
why don't you research them? And then you responded by saying, I don't like to pretend to know things I don't. I asked you, why don't you research them though? Once someone brings
He
them up,
just he said
he
it.
didn't
Though. He
answer
just,
it. No, I've brought up.
He literally
hear
he
because
said
it
it
was
takes a lot of time, right? And he doesn't like he doesn't. I guess doesn't have that time per se or whatever. But the main thing was that he doesn't want to just like
Wait,
surface.
wait. Instead of Arma answering for him, let's let Bacon's a big boy.
But I
Bacon,
already
your
did.
answer-
He's just repeating to you what I
Oh, so
said because
Bacon,
you
your
didn't
answer is that
listen
you don't
because you
have
speak over me
time.
just like you're doing right
Well,
now.
I added that part. I don't know if that's
So,
actually what he was saying.
you have enough time to talk about celestial navigation
I didn't
over and
mention
over
time.
for years.
Yeah,
but you
I
don't
added the
have
time part. I added the time part.
Guys,
That's it.
guys,
Like, that was
one
on
mic.
me.
Stop over talking each other. Come on.
I'm just trying to understand. Like, there's so many different parts. Like, if you really wanted to know the truth of the globe, I don't really think it would be intelligent to hang it all on one redundant conversation when there's so many things brought up. And every single time you're like, oh, I don't know about that. But why would you not research it? If there seems to be some evidence that's contradictory to the globe, why would you go years without ever following up and researching on it? That seems weird.
Yeah. What's up with that, Bacon? When are you going to look into these things we bring up?
Yeah, when I have the background to parse them, which is
that's
not the case. Like those subjects are much more complicated than like you guys think, and I'm not gonna pretend I understand those subjects without having a good background on them.
But that's kind of
And that takes
analogous
time.
to your scrutiny against Clay. I mean, it's just
Sorry?
I don't know. I said that's a direct contradiction to your scrutiny against Clay and saying that, when he addressed that he wanted to be an astronaut at one point and looked into things deeper and decided that, he was going a different route. And you criticized him in saying that maybe he just wasn't as understood as you were, but then come to find out you're not as understood on the topics that you think you are.
But I don't. No. That's I
I
don't
mean,
talk
that's
about
what you
topics I
said,
don't
dude.
understand.
That's what you
I
said.
think that's
People do talk
100%
about
good. You
topics
should
I
have
don't
no,
understand.
no, no. You should have
I have
yes
the
said
background
yes,
to
yes.
evaluate whether or not they know about this topic because I've studied them. I have experimented with them. Like I know what I'm talking about when I get to those subjects. So when I hear you
Bacon.
guys or whoever talking about those subjects, I can then evaluate whether or not they have a good understanding of it. And it's
Do you
often the case.
realize that 90 seconds ago you said that you didn't know what you're now telling us is the basis for you to have discussions because you do know? Do you
No, what I
realize?
said I didn't know, I still don't know. What I know, and what I don't know, I don't know. I didn't say that there's nothing I said I knew before that I'm saying I don't know now, or vice versa. What are you talking about?
Well, the point is, Bacon, is that what you do feel that you know is enough to base your worldview on. And in all reality, it's clearly not enough information to decipher yay or nay or make heads or tails on the shape of the earth. So
Okay, because
like
it's less than that.
you're lacking some pertinent information to make up your mind on that, but you already have decided that the information you have is enough to claim
Well, it's not about
certainty.
information. It's not about
It
information.
is.
It's about
That's what you
understanding.
said it was about. But
Like,
you're the one that said that.
Real quick, I just want to apologize for me being. I just want to apologize real quick for me being so loud. I just realized that my Discord on 200%, because I was.
That makes sense.
Yeah,
Fair enough.
I was doing something in my room.
Well,
and,
I had you in 50%, so they kind of equalized it.
Yeah, my fault. I just didn't realize that because everyone was so loud, and then I automatically raised my voice, and yeah, it was kind of dumb. Sorry. But anyways, I'm not angry when I do this. I'm like, this is just me, patient. It's just within our family, dude. If you would come into my family and you would see discussion on the table, this is sometimes how we speak. It's just, I don't know, Italian genetics. Who knows? It's normal. Like, we know between each other that we are not angry at each other. We're just passionately expressing ourselves. I don't know how to explain it. Anyways,
Right.
but this is not an excuse. I was literally too loud. But sorry, it was just I had my Discord on 200 and I didn't realize it.
It'd be like that sometimes.
anyways, yeah, I do loft space a lot. You know, dude, I watched everything as a kid. Dinosaurs, I loved it so much. Like every single dinosaur documentary on TV I watched, every single space documentary I watched on TV, I just love, dude. You can't imagine how much I love space. Like I would, as a kid, I would lay down in a field of grass and would look at the stars and think, how far away this or that distant galaxy is, and if in my lifetime I'm going to fly to that distant galaxy, or when I'm going to meet the aliens that I've seen in a documentary. Did so much, and then I watched NASA TV and YouTube and seen the astronauts like floating, but that was the first point actually where my subconscious mind was not satisfied. There was something telling me there's something wrong about what I'm seeing. And then, around 2014, 15, where YouTube was still like an open platform, like everyone could like literally do a video no matter what he says in the video. Okay. He could upload it and people would see it, and you can actually put in a search bar flat earth and you would have all kinds of argumentations and videos. Actually, there wouldn't have been any videos about like from anti-flat earthers around at that point. And you had like these great Russia Today videos that I just can't find anymore with all these bubbles in space. And literally the bubbles in space going all in one direction, that's just the main thing where I couldn't stand it more. Even though I was still in cognitive dissonance. Like when I seen this, I was still for months looking at other things, trying to debunk flat earth as being the most ridiculous thing I've ever come about. I mean, how can people be so stupid to believe in it? And the much more deeper, the more arguments got thrown into my face, the more I realized. And then I did my own observations later on when I grow older. But I just realized, man, I just can't do anything about it. It is just literally what it is. It is the very reality that we live upon. That's my kind of story. And I think many of the anti-flat earthers, they came to know this whole thing through anti-flat earth videos that they watched and have never really looked deeply onto the other side. Anyways, that's my kind of guess with most people in here. They just know the sensor tube. Where you
Yes.
need Wikipedia information boxes to divert back to heliocentrism.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. But see, that's cool. Yes.
I know the feelings you guys go through. I know how nice this whole idea of space is. And that's why I can also understand why many people have such a struggle. Especially, I can only imagine how hard it is if you grow into your 30s, 40s, since a kid having these things embedded within your mind, and then letting go. Dude, that must completely like destroy a person for the first few months or even a year. I can imagine it's just not for everyone, but I mean, what should you do? What is better, lying to yourself or letting go of past imaginations?
Yeah, that's crazy. That's a good point.
The whole perspective conversation gave me an idea of a new tool. Might not be that useful, but I think
Mission
it's a good
social
idea.
navigation?
No.
Oh.
Say you have a bunch of photographs, and you know their azimuths, their elevation. You also know the field of view, horizontal and vertical. If you take enough of those around you, it would have information about the whole image, like the whole sphere of vision, as you guys say. If you have that information for each picture, you should be able to rebuild that sphere. Combine them in such a way that they all perfectly match, forming that sphere around you. I think that could be useful. Did that make sense?
Yes, that made sense. Be kind of like
it'll just use Stellarium. It's the same thing.
Stellarium won't get pictures that I'm taking and do that for me. But they all have to be rectilinear, though.
Rectilinear.
Yeah, my guess is that.
Dude, what do you mean by rectilinear?
I thought you already asked that today. But yeah, it's a specific type of projection. Like when you're like, you know how a pinhole camera works. That's exactly what a rectilinear projection is. So you have a straight line that connects to the point of the light source, the aperture, and then the center. When those are straight lines, you have a rectilinear.
Yeah, in a pinhole camera, the image is going to be dependent upon the shape of the surface or the film in which it's being printed.
Yeah. Pinhole camera with a flat
2D.
center. Yeah.
Flange distance?
Flat sensor.
Yeah, so you're taking 3-dimensional image, you're putting it in 2 dimensions. There's always going to be distortion.
The surface is always 2D,
but it's still rectilinear, though.
But here's the thing. If you want to get an actual idea of 3D visual space on how you see, how can you do that stitching flat things together? Meaning, how can you take pinhole camera images onto a flat surface, right? The film, and somehow stitching those together or putting those together in a way that's going to give you a spherical shape. How would you propose doing that?
I'm already doing that. So if you know the focal length of the camera,
the only thing that would be useful from that would be the very, 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 very center of that image. And then you would have to take the centers of the image and put it around.
No, I think you can use the whole image to do that.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying, though. Like, any deviation from a central point, like, you can't fully replicate exactly. Okay, all right.
Yeah, so the points that are not in the center, it's not where the camera is pointing at. But the fact is, if it's a rectilinear lens, if the projection is rectilinear, then even if it's not in the center point, you can work out what direction that light is coming from. So you can rebuild the whole sphere because you know where it's the direction of each pixel of that photograph.
Why don't you just use a neural radiance model?
Neural what?
Neural radiance field. Fully connected neural network that can generate novel views of a complex 3D scene based on partial sets of 2D images. I was trying to talk. What did you say?
Oh, you were asking me a question, weren't you?
It's called a nerf.
Yeah,
you're talking about trying to take pictures and create a 3D environment from them.
Yeah, well, I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to accurately map the azimuth and the elevation of each pixel, and then form a sphere with that.
This does the same thing, but within like an AI engine.
Yeah, but I don't want to use an AI engine to do that. It doesn't seem useful.
It does pixel matching. Yeah, you don't know what it does. It's fine. Don't pretend.
It doesn't sound like it's just like if I know.
Yeah, it's like.
Okay, can I finish?
It's like really good. You should have been like, oh, that's cool. I never heard of that. I'll fucking use it. Cool.
Why would I use it if my goal is to be able to build this? I'm trying to build something, and you're saying, no, use one that is ready. Well,
You
that's
want to
not the
build your
goal.
own,
The goal is
your
to
own way to
build it.
do. You're gonna do what? Build photogrammetry set?
The fuck are you talking
What?
about?
He never
What are you
says.
trying to build?
Never
You're trying
makes
to build a
sense.
pixel matcher?
I don't know what you're talking about.
How you? Yeah. Okay. Fine. Good.
Okay, here's the thing, Arma. If I gather all those rectilinear renders or pictures or whatever and build that sphere, you can then get a texture file for that sphere, put it on Blender, and you'll be able to create a sphere where if you put a camera right on the center of it, it gives you exactly the same view of all those photos, from the inside.
Yes.
So that's what I'm trying to do.
Ooh. That's pretty neat.
Difficult, actually.
Doesn't I mean, I could be wrong about this, but doesn't Google Maps kind of use something like that? Do something like that already, like with the Street View, or because they use like a 360 camera, I think. But it's not like.
I think that's pretty much with all 360 camera do. 360 cameras do. The only difference is how they project in that sphere into a flat image. There are plenty of different ways to do that.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Which is pretty much the projections. Like you can do that with an azimuth reduced projection, with the Mercator projection. All those are like available options to turn a 360 picture into a 2D image.
Right.
Flat image. What I'm going to use is going to be the accurate angle projection, so I can use it as a texture file in Blender.
Right. Interesting. Rectangular. Yep. Some pretty neat stuff. Let me real fast try to. But yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, I mean, wait, what's the end goal for this though, Bacon? This little rectangular projection thing turned into like a sphere kind of thing or whatever. Like, what's the goal? What's the end goal for this? Or is it just for fun?
Well, I want to test my understanding. According to my understanding, they should fit perfectly. So if my derivation of the direction of each pixel on a rectilinear picture is correct, and they all combine to make the sphere, they should match perfectly into a sphere without those weird edges, like you get in panoramic views, photographs.
Right.
And also, you'll be able to replicate, like the railroad tracks thing. If you take a picture, look into one side, and you go lowering the camera until you flip back to the other side. You can do this and then apply to the tool on the right, and you get the whole sphere where the railroad tracks do curve. I mean, they would curve on that sphere.
Yeah.
But if you put that on Blender and aim to one single part of it, they'll become straight again. That's something I like to test. Because that's my guess on what's going to happen.
Interesting.
Based on how I understand it. So if I'm wrong, then it won't match. And if I'm right, then I'm invalidating my understanding again.
I just find this argument a little weird either way, because like, okay, let's say like things curve or whatever, right? Like that doesn't end up explaining though, like and I know this is going to start a debate, but it doesn't really explain like the whole southern like stars rotating and whatnot, because you could they could say that, but there are like issues with that. Is there any flat earther that would like to at least not debate but discuss this with me? Is there any flat earther that would like to discuss this with me? Because I mean, I'm not trying to be like mean or whatever to this idea, but it just really doesn't make any sense.
It really comes down to the like a circle, right? And being in the inside of the circle, being outside of the circle. And if you have something moving upon its course, and you're outside of its course, and you're looking at it, and it's going to appear to be in an opposite position compared to somebody standing inside the circle. Do you know what I mean? So if you stand inside the circle and something moves about you left to right, and you stand outside the circle and something moves about you left to right, it's going to appear to be in one motion among its circle pathway, but you're going to have the opposing appearance that it's upside down to two observers.
Yeah, that's the explanation, but that doesn't really make any sense geometrically. Like we have, like, it makes sense with the whole corpuscular and anti-corpuscular rays for them to be opposite, right? Because in that sense, in that scenario, right, the light rays are parallel, right? The sun is also to your right, and so when you look opposite, in the opposite direction, right, the anti-corpuscular rays would be to your left, whatever, and that would be like a 180, right? We expect that flip, but when you have the stars always above you, we shouldn't expect this, opposite rotation where, in the north it's, what is it? Is it counter?
Again, it's a circuit. There apparently appears to be a circuit. And if you are inside the circuit or outside the circuit, it seems to have a different rotation. That's all I equate to it.
Have you ever watched a wheel? Have you ever watched a wheel in a car? In really fast, and you know which direction it's going in, and then all of a sudden it appears to go the opposite direction, but you still know it's going in that direction. Have you ever seen that?
No, we're not.
Yeah,
we're not.
you keep bringing that up, but that's not relevant. Though.
No,
That's what you're talking about.
No, we're not. No, dude. Listen. When I've tried to model it, look, you don't understand. I don't know if you've tried to model it. You can't model it unless you have a supposition that it's a sphere. It would be a logical inference that if you had a sphere, you would have these apparent opposing rotations under one cycle. But just as the same, if you had a circle and you're inside the circle, outside the circle, it would represent the same pattern. The only difference is that it appears to have complete concentric circles opposing each other, right? And so when you model that effect, you use refraction to do so. And the only problem is with the idea that it's mirrored is that it would indicate that it's not taking its physical path, but when you go to model it, and if it's headed only in one direction, refraction wouldn't physically make the bodies rotate in that direction. So it is a paradox in a sense that the surface and terrain that you move along represents no physical attributes of curve. But yet, when we use optical devices that measure time, and through the time we measure this movement, and we see these apparent rotations, right?
Right.
The thing is that we're equating that the surface we're on is spherical because of those rotations, but in reality, we don't have any physical curve, right? So you have to make that leap outside of the boundaries to understand it, and this is where I run into the paradox myself because I can't model it in the way unless I take Walter Bislin's concept, which is I offer myself a spherical, let's say a spherical atmospheric personal dome because it's within a medium. So it's almost like taking a medium and then having a lens inside the medium. That lens inside the medium has a limitation. And then with that understanding, if you have bodies moving, let's say in straight paths above us because we're tiny, but because of an optical convergence or perspective or the spatial relationship we have to our environment, it appears that these straight lines are bending and curving, right? At least at the equator, at least at when they're dividing or diverging. And we can see these strange anomalies where it doesn't look entirely like they're following these perfect concentric circles at certain parts where they separate and where they divide. So it's definitely a paradox, bro, but you can't model it. The sphere in itself has its problems when it comes to, let's say, 2 observers or 3 observers measuring an angle to a star. They're not going to see that even if it's on a globe or a plane, they're still not going to see the same angle that they get is not going to pinpoint a precise spot in 3D space in all locations. You have errors in both models and both understandings. So it's a paradox, bro. It's a paradox. You live in a paradox where the Earth, the surface itself, is planar and horizontal, just like all the maps you use. But outside of that sense of reality, putting it all together, you have to assume that it's spherical because there's no way to test for it.
Well, when you say pinpoint, I mean it's not gonna, at least on the ball model, because the star is effectively infinitely far away. I mean, they're not gonna. I mean, they'll technically, do it.
It won't line up on a ball. Listen. This is all I'll take. Do yourself a favor. Go download. Just go download Unity or where you can get these predetermined spherical models. Position two locations, 3 locations. Go look at a star chart. And you'll see that if you go to pinpoint the angles, the azimuths and the elevation angles to the position where the star says in the almanacs, you're not going to get the same position. The 3D space to the point where the star exists on the globe model isn't going to represent the same angle to each observer. In other words, yeah, 100%. So if you go look at it, you can test it out. So the model it's a good working model as far as the spherical nature of the world that we assume we live in. But there's also this planar flat space that we live in too, and that if we add in spherical geometry due to optics, it kind of goes hand to hand under the idea that without flat space you can't have anything curved, because the conundrum is, or the paradox is that if to have curved optics on a physical body that's curved, there would be evidence of this physical feet and inches value based on curvature rather than an apparent position based on optics, right? So there's that blatant paradoxical conundrum, and what you have to realize is that we are tiny. We have conflated our optics of the horizon to be spherical. Our educators tell you both go over the horizon there. But what the true matter is if you research the ontologicals of it, like the beginnings of the model itself, they will tell you they need a presupposition of what the horizon is because they were honest enough to admit they were tiny and everything what they'd measure would be straight lines and angles to a certain degree, right? I mean, locally, that is. And so what they had to admit is locally in all sections, it's flat, but let's put it all together because sensibly, as a whole, it must be spherical. And then Whitsitt is correct. Pythagorean literally took over like a religion, and the Pythagoreans were, Pythagoras essentially said Earth had to be a sphere because the sphere is the most perfect shape. It was a philosophical standpoint rather than a scientific one, and this is well written and well established.
Well, hold on, but back to the stars, not being able to pinpoint whatever, right? Can you? And I'm sorry to say this, but can you show me like where that's not happening?
Can you name what the problem is that you say? You keep pretending you have some slam dunk against this explanation of the stars, but you never say one.
No, not slam dunk. He's saying that they don't like pinpoint. You can't like pinpoint it with like a bunch of observers.
So what I'm going to do is I'll just give you a site that is already there for you. I didn't write down the examples because this is just on the spot. The channel is QF&E. And this is years, dude. I've been talking about optics, the convergence point for years, right? This is nothing new to me, this debate. I'm glad that Whitsitt is like bringing it home now, which is fantastic to hear because more people are using the language and the understanding that I was expressing years ago, which is nice to hear. But QNFE will do it for you. He's been doing it for years. It's already there. Like none of this stuff is new. And the odd part is none of it's hidden. It's just a model. It's not a perfect model. And there's a lot of compartmentalized mathematics to represent the model. And that's really the argument here is just your belief in your fundamental conviction of what you believe to be true and accurate. And you'll come to realize that a model, maybe 5%, 10%, maybe 15%, I don't know, how much do you think is accurate of it?
I don't know.
I want Arma keeps saying that he as if he knows some type of like refutation, that there's some paradoxical refutation. So can you just say what it is, Arma? Like what is this contradiction that?
Well, first off, you're putting words in my mouth because I was just literally looking for, because he said that they don't like pinpoint whatever, like they don't like, if you have observers on the Earth, whatever, and you try to pinpoint a star, that it won't line up, whatever. So I want to see like, where he got that from, because
Wait, no, I'm not putting words in your mouth. You opened this conversation up though, right? Like you brought up this conversation, said, do any flat earthers want to talk about it? because I'm not trying to be mean to the argument or whatever, but there are paradoxes where it wouldn't work. And you've said it like 10 times in the last 2 days, but you've never actually articulated what it is.
Oh yeah, because I was trying to get get my paradox in, and I'll be glad to share it after this though, because I was talking to him first. So I do want to see where he's saying that we don't pinpoint stars or whatever properly, and then I'll be glad to move the conversation over to
I
you.
didn't say properly. What I'm saying is there's representations that you can go and look at to give you an example of azimuth and elevation angles that don't line up in 3D space if you go to model it. So if you take a sphere model, let me finish. If you take a sphere model in a program, now this is what Q and Eve done. I've done this years ago, did at a channel up where I did all the animation, to go through the. So QF&E is the channel. YouTube QFNE.
Yeah, QFNE. Hold on, QFNE channel.
Yeah, and then just go look at his videos. He'll give you a couple of things. Shout out to him.
I can't find him.
Second, I'll get you the thing.
Yeah. I did search up QFNE and then channel afterwards, because that's what you usually have to do is type channel afterwards to get the person's channel. Sometimes the name isn't enough, and I am not getting them. I'm getting acne, a bunch of gross pictures, but gross thumbnails where it's like, ugh, oh god, these are gross. Yeah, you got a bunch of these like, ugh, like hardened pus like just out of the, that's never mind. Let me just shut the fuck up. That's gross. But yes, give me the channel though. And then afterwards, yes, I will bring up the paradox, but I want to see this first.
You don't have one.
I don't what?
You don't have one.
A paradox?
Yeah, you don't have one.
I do.
No.
Well, I'll bring it up when I after this.
Yeah. Yeah. You've been saying it for
What
like
is this?
3 days.
Stay tuned.
Yeah, and I've been meaning to say it, but every time I was trying to bring it up, you guys were like, "Oh, let's do something else," I was like, let me bring up my paradox.
It's our fault that we couldn't prove it all, right? Yeah.
By the way, Arma, we volunteered you to go to the moon. We're
thank
all
you.
going to put in bids. They're taking bids for astronauts to go to the moon, and we think you are the most qualified. And yeah, we think you should go to the moon.
You're gonna have to fund yourself. Though. You're gonna have to fund yourself, though. Maybe Elon will help you out.
Let me see. QNFE. I think I found the channel. Where is the star thing?
It's in the text chat for you, dude. But anyway, this is like none of this stuff is new, so I don't know what you've seen, what creators you've seen, but it seems like you either didn't understand the building of your model, or you've just assumed that it's just 100%, and I'm just telling you that it's not.
QNFE. Okay, I found. Well, here's the channel. Yeah, but where's the specific video though? Do I just look up like what stars?
Know what? You'll learn a lot there if you just go through the channel, because there's a lot of good stuff that he's gone out of his way to show you.
Maybe watch the whole channel, Arma.
Yeah, I have to watch the whole entire channel. Yep.
Well, there's categories there, dude.
Oh, it's a fair request, isn't
you
it?
might find intriguing. I mean, you're obviously here from this debate to learn what a flat earther thinks, right? I mean, you're really curious, right?
I mean, I wanted to strictly what you were talking about. You said that the stars don't. You can't pinpoint the stars.
So
or whatever.
yeah, it's what?
What?
I think Clay was hot micing and then deafened. So just go on.
Anyway, Bacon, you'll really like it because he's not a half bad. Showing the globe model, and he's actually pretty good at showing you some funny Apollo stuff there. So I enjoy what he's doing.
Yeah, mic keeps disconnected.
Let's hear your home run, Arma.
Oh, I mean, I might as well, since whatever is not whatever. Bring up the whole star thing. Okay, so I have like two, like I guess one is like like a hypothetical, and the second one is just like I guess reality. But you kind of brought up the atmosphere though, so I wonder how this hypothetical will fare now that you brought up the atmosphere kind of plays a part. So the first one is, with the stars obviously rotating above and whatnot, right? If they're rotating above, right, and all this is due to perspective, that how we get the southern rotation and whatnot, right? could this be replicated in, let's say, like a giant like warehouse or something where there's a giant ceiling fan rotating above us, right? I guess I'll just ask you right now if we're going to get a like a southern rotation for this hypothetical. Like, is that possible for this hypothetical? If we have like a giant warehouse and a giant ceiling fan that's really, really large, and we, moving out from the center, we get the same effect. Just asking you right now.
Yeah, if you had a big enough building, yeah.
Okay, so big enough. Okay, so we have a really large building, really large ceiling fan. Okay, and we go far out enough, right? What
Yeah,
do
far
we
out enough to where you couldn't see the center of the ceiling fan anymore. And now you're just seeing a limited version. It would have to be huge, though, because we're
Yeah.
talking about the limit of our visual space. So this is completely unrealistic, right?
Right.
To be fair, but
Okay, so obviously the center of the ceiling fan, like we'll call that the north area, right? We see like there's a ceiling fan in my room right now. There's like little like bulbs and whatnot, right? And the little stringy things that you pull. So in the north we see that, all right. But in the south, when we go far out enough, do we see a second ceiling fan rotating in the opposite direction, or do we see the ends of the blades converging at a point, rotating in the opposite direction? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
you would just see the illusion of things converging around a singular point, and they would appear to go the opposite way, just like crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays. So if you took the crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays and you started to spin them, and then you looked south, or we'll say east, then like say they're spinning clockwise in the west as the sun sets, and you
Okay.
turn 180 and you look at them east, which way are they going to look like they're spinning?
Counterclockwise.
Right. Just because of
Okay.
perspective, right? And then you agree that they also already have the illusion that there's a convergence point, right?
Sure, because of perspective, whatever. Yeah.
Right. So now if we have the optical illusion of a convergence point and they're spinning the opposite direction as the other side, then what are we going to see?
What in this example where with the ceiling fan?
No. The crepuscular rays are a way more realistic example because at least it's on a more grand scale that can at least test our actual visual limits and invoke actual perspective. But the ceiling fan thing is kind of irrelevant. If I take you have crepuscular and anti-crepuscular rays on the east horizon and the west horizon. The sun's actually setting in the west, but 180 degrees on the east, it looks like there's also a convergence of light rays just because of perspective, right? If I start spinning the light rays, say we go back to the west where the sun is and I start spinning it.
Yep.
Okay, you're going to see them spinning. Let's say that they're spinning clockwise. If I turn around 180 and I look at the other horizon, they're going to look like they're spinning counterclockwise.
Okay.
And they're going to look like they're spinning around a singular point because of perspective causing it to look like they're all converging into that point.
All right.
So that's what we see.
See, but that's the thing though. You there's a jump in like you gave an example, right? And you're trying to say that this is, analogous to the stars or whatever, but it isn't though, because the reason why the crepuscular rays even work the way they do and the anti-crepuscular rays is that, at least according to, geometry, or at least the geometry that I've messed around in Blender or whatever, is because they're parallel. All right. If they're not parallel, then there's not really a way you could get that to work, at least geometrically.
Okay.
All right. So, because here's the thing, right? When you have the sun on in front of you, right, and the crepuscular rays coming out of it, right, that makes sense because it's in front of you, right, and you're doing it 180, so you're now looking behind you, right? With the stars above you, right? If the stars are always above you, for you to do 180 from that, you would have to be looking at the ground. If you're going to claim that you would have to, look the opposite direction, whatever, that doesn't add up. It's a weird. You're trying to equate the two, like trying to make them
When
the
I
same
told
thing,
you
but they're
didn't
not.
actually have a parallel. So on the flat Earth, the sun moves so far away from you, it optically drops down in your field of view, and then you
Yes,
can't.
that's fine. But the rays, you still have to explain the rays.
Stars, right? So like Polaris drops down as we go further and further out. That's actually how we got latitudes. We took angle measurements to Polaris, further and further out from Polaris. That's how we made. So we see the same thing with the stars. As you get further away from them, they drop down in our field of view.
That's
right?
fine.
Okay, so then if we're then what exactly are you saying doesn't work? Because for one, let me point something out to you. You said that they have to be parallel to work. Well, in your paradigm, they're not parallel.
They're pretty close to parallel.
Oh, so they don't have to be parallel.
They have to be really close to be parallel.
How
Otherwise, you're
close
gonna.
exactly before it wouldn't work?
Well, now this math is a bit. I might have to double check this though. But if they're like, for example, this is just. I might have to double check this.
93 million miles.
What was that?
If they're 93 million miles away, is that what you're going to say?
Well, no, I was gonna say, basically, if you have, let's say the beams are 1 degree apart, right? Then they probably, if I'm correct, they would probably converge up to a point where there's 1 degree of separation. I think at infinity. I could be wrong about that, but I think that's correct though. So, in order for them to converge, like the way we see them do, right, as close as they do, they would have to be within, like, at the very least a degree or so. I'd imagine, or even half a degree or something. I don't know, but they have to be close to parallel though. You can't be off by like a few degrees, whatever. That just wouldn't work out. They would just spread out.
Everywhere we ever measure them on Earth, though, they appear to be extremely more divergent than parallel. Like, even in your little pictures of the rays up above the clouds, you guys claim they're nearly parallel. They're laughably not. And if you go to the right side of the image and left side of the image, they're significantly diverted away from each other. So I'm not sure how you're making this claim. The claim is literally baseless in your own paradigm. First, you said they'd have to be parallel, never mind nearly parallel. Then you made up half a degree, and everywhere we see them, they're not anywhere close to half to agree. So it's just a baseless claim. Secondly, you're obviously confining it within your understanding of perspective, which we are very specifically stating is incorrect and provably so via experimentation. So the primary point here is that, again, if I spun the sun, then it's going to look like it's going clockwise in the west. If I turn around, it's going to look like it's going the opposite way, counterclockwise, and it's going to look like it's converging around a point. Although there isn't a sun in the east, there is no actual central point that's doing anything. It's just perspective, making it look like it's going the opposite direction around a central point, even though the only real source or central point is in the opposite direction. Same thing with the stars. You have Polaris. That's the actual central point. All the stars move around it counterclockwise. As you get far enough away and start to look the opposite direction, you're going to see it go the other way, and you're going to see it look like it's converging around a point opposite to it, although there's actually only one point, which is back behind you. The same exact thing would happen on a bigger scale.
Okay. Well, okay. First off, right, we're diverging from the original point, which was my paradox using the giant ceiling fan, and there was a reason why I used the giant ceiling fan, because that's more concrete. That's something we can actually imagine, something that's solid, right? Second off, you're still equating the two things. You're trying to equate these like sun rays, whatever, to like the stars and whatnot, and they're just not the same thing. All right.
Why not?
Because the sun ray is one ray, all right. The stars are different stars, whatever, right? And also, once again, I keep saying this, but in order for it to work, right, the rays have to be close to parallel enough so that they're going to converge, at a point, and you don't really have that. Like you're trying to do this 180 rule where you look behind you, whatever, and then they're rotating opposite direction. But that only works if you're doing 180, all right, from the thing, right? So if you're doing 180 from something that's in front of you, right, to behind you, that means the thing has to be in front of you, all right? If the stars are always above you, the 180 from that would be the ground.
I've already addressed that. They're not just, the sun's above you too, Arma. It's not just above you. It optically looks like it's dropping down in front of you.
Okay, and I get that too. But once again, the issue with that is the rays now, all right? The rays, I'm saying the rays have to be close to parallel.
Saying, though, that you're gonna admit that one's wrong, and you're gonna stop saying it. And actually, when we see the convergence point in the south, it's not directly up at some zenith. It's always down in front of us.
Wait, what? No, it's not always
Every
down.
time we see the circumpolar rotation, it's down in front of us.
No, it's above. It's actually way above the horizon. You've seen those pictures. It'll be
in front of us, though.
In front of us and above. It's way higher than,
just like the sun.
Look, here's the thing, all right? Geometrically, this doesn't make any sense. Also, we're diverging from my original paradox.
Wow.
There's a reason why I brought up the paradox, right, with the ceiling fan.
It's wrong. Admit that the 180 would mean you're looking at the ground thing is wrong.
No, it's correct. You literally need the rays to be parallel in the first place, all right? And you need certain things to line up, whatever. This doesn't really make any sense.
See, so now you're just baselessly asserting your conclusion over and over, right? Because I just directly refuted your claim that the stars are above us, so 180 would be looking down. No, we look out and see stars. They optically decline in our field of view. So there would be Polaris that we see starting to drop down in our field of view as long as we get far enough away from it and we look the opposite way. We're going to see the same effect in the opposite direction, just like with anti-corpuscular rays. It's just an optics effect. It's just perspective. There's no sun setting in the east at the same time as it sets in the west, but it looks like it's converging on a point. You keep on saying it has to be parallel, then you consider they actually don't have to be parallel. You just think they need to be close to parallel, and then you say arbitrarily that it'd have to be within a certain amount of degrees, and you're not sure, you'd have to double check. And then I ask you specifically, what's the difference between the sun and the stars? Because even in your own paradigm, you guys claim that that the light from the stars are parallel as well.
All right, look. We'll just have to agree to disagree for now, all right? Because I originally had my original point, right, which was the paradox, and you wanted to once again diverge from that, all right?
You didn't bring up a paradox.
Yeah, I did. The ceiling fan. So
There is
let's.
no paradox.
No, there is a paradox. Let me finish
can't
it, and we'll see where the paradox is if I finish it though, because I never really got to truly finish it. All right. So once again, a giant ceiling fan, above us, right? And you're saying that if we go out far enough, we will see basically the opposite rotation, but also we'll see, the thing. I guess the blades converge at a point. Is that what you were? Is that what you were saying?
The ceiling fan's not analogous. Can you wait? Are you saying that we can use a ceiling fan that's going to look like it starts to converge in the opposite direction? Because that's what we see the light in the sky do. So how would a ceiling fan that just diverges from the center out in a singular direction be analogous to what we see in real life, which is that they at some point start to converge back the opposite direction? So
so you admit that if the lines are diverging, they can't converge back, right? So that they have to be pretty close to parallel. Then you have to kind of agree to that. You're literally saying that they won't converge because they are just shooting outwards.
Well, if you're talking about a physical ceiling fan and you're talking about looking at where the ceiling fan physically is, that's totally different than understanding this is an optical effect based on perspective of curved visual space. And they can be relatively close to parallel. That means nothing. They're actually diverging away from a source of light. Okay? Even in your own paradigm, and you want to make up arbitrary degrees, that means nothing. You pretended you tested in a program, but then you didn't even specify, and you actually tested perfectly parallel. So you didn't even test your own paradigm.
Well, hold on.
You get why the ceiling fan paradox doesn't apply at all?
No, because that's still not the paradox. Okay, the paradox isn't that they converge, all right? It's the opposite rotation part, all right? That's the part that's confusing, all right? I'm saying if we have a ceiling fan, all right, we could even draw little white dots on it to symbolize stars on the fucking ceiling fan, right? If we spin the ceiling fan, right, obviously in one direction, and if we go out south enough, right, are we going to see those stars spinning in the opposite direction on that on these blades?
I just explained it to you. You conceded that if the anticorpuscular rays were spinning, that it would look like they're going the opposite way when you look the opposite way. So
no, that only works, right? If I told you with the context matters. If you have, for example, the sun, it works with the sun because in my model, right, the sun is actually in front of me. It's not this weird perspective thing where it's going far out and then down, whatever. No, it is actually in front of me and it's shooting parallel light beams, whatever, at me. And then if I look 180 from that, all right, I'm now looking at the flipped version of that now, where if it was rotating clockwise, I would be seeing counterclockwise because it's actually 180 from that. But also earlier, you did agree that if we went out south enough or far out enough from this ceiling fan, that we would see opposite rotation, though. So are you kind of going back on that or what?
So I was talking to my wife. I know that you're not addressing my point, though. I have a feeling. I'm sorry, but I was talking to someone. But unless you're going to acknowledge that the very simple idea that when I look at the corpuscular rays and turn around 180, they're going to look like they're spinning in the opposite direction, then I don't see why it is that this conversation will continue. If you can't acknowledge,
these have to be parallel. They have to be parallel for that to work. I'm saying they have to be parallel.
Not parallel, though.
They have to be really close to parallel then. They have to be really close.
Now you're just making arbitrary nonsense phrases
over and over. It's not, because you said it yourself. The ceiling fan would not converge because they are literally shooting out. So when is the point? When do they start converging, right? It's obviously close to parallel. We can both agree to that.
Building that reaches the limit of your perspective, and then you would begin to see the optical illusion that those divergent ceiling fan blades begin to converge back towards each other, which would happen at a certain distance, because that's what we see in reality based on perspective.
Say that again.
Okay, so based on reality and perspective, we actually do see that the optical illusion is it begins to converge in the opposite direction. Even in your own paradigm, they're not parallel, they're divergent, which means in your own paradigm, rays that are divergent will appear to converge the opposite direction a certain distance 180 away from the source based on perspective.
It depends on how much they're diverging by, all right? If they're diverging by quite a bit, 5 degrees, 10 degrees, we're not going to see them really converge. That's not going to happen. Not to a point. If they're
Just because
divided,
you're back to making arbitrary nonsense.
no, it's
statements
not.
again.
You agreed yourself
Okay,
that
show
the
the
ceiling
math.
fan would not
Show the math.
converge.
Show
The
the
ceiling.
math.
What? Do the math?
Yeah, do the math.
All right, maybe I will do the math right now. Let's see.
The math for what?
The math for how much the beams of
Well,
light
here you
have to
go.
be diverging,
That'll
or
get to
the
it.
maximum amount of
That'll-
Hello. All right. Anyway, I'm going to do the math for how much the beams can diverge before they no longer intersect because of perspective. Now, I imagine what's going to end up happening is, if I am correct on this, if the beams are diverging, let's say 1 degree, then at infinity they will have an the angular size, the distance between the two, right? Angular size wise would be like probably 1 degree if I had to guess. So if that is the case, right, then
I think that's correct. Yeah, because every
but
two
you guys
parallel
use
lines share the
Euclidean.
same finishing point.
You guys
so
use Euclidean
their
perspective.
direction is pretty much the direction of the line pretty much determines where they're gonna converge to, regardless on what's the initial position.
Hey, you want to use a hyperbolic or elliptic perspective and then get back to me on the math?
Why?
What? How do we?
Because that's how we see in reality.
No, but you understand though. You still have my
So you guys want to
paradox.
straw man this argument with your pseudoscience?
No,
Gotcha.
I still have my paradox that you're not really trying to tackle or whatever.
Yeah, we're not necessarily talking about human eyes. We could be just talking about a picture. Then
A picture uses lenses.
Okay, that's cool, but
Not
that's not gonna.
necessarily.
That's
Yeah,
even if
Bacon
it
always does it. Bacon's like a robot. He's just gonna say he's gonna end up saying pinhole camera.
even if it doesn't, right? with
He doesn't
angle-
want to admit that the error is actually the lens.
Look, even if it does, even if it uses a lens or not, that's not going to change, all right? Like the angular distances between, angular, whatever, between objects, whatever, in that thing, all right? They're always like, if, for example, if the angular size or the angular, what would you call it, angular distance, I guess, between, I don't know, me and, I don't know, like a dog or something was like 1 or 2 degrees, whatever, right? Then it doesn't matter what projection that is, it'll still be 1 or 2 degrees, between me and that dog. Like that's
That is
projection.
correct.
That's a good
Yeah,
point.
you know what's super funny is you guys like to pretend you know what you're talking about, but you don't. And it's been objectively proven that Euclidean geometry does not accurately describe visual space. Just because you keep coming on Discord and baselessly asserting that it works perfectly always doesn't make it reality. We have experimental, verifiable evidence that it doesn't work that way. So basically, the only thing you have is to keep baselessly saying that it does work that way in the face of the experimental evidence without reading it, examining it, refuting it
Oh,
specifically.
we read it. We actually do read it.
Really? So what's your response to the actual assessment of the alley experiments and the application of the 3 different geometries to explain the visual observations?
The L experiment, I haven't read that one.
Oh, so you didn't
I
read it.
was reading the last one you sent. I mean, you always send some big articles. It takes some time to read
It's
them,
like
right?
12 pages long.
And once we address one, you just bring another one.
No, I just brought up the
Never
experiment you claim
look
that you
deep
read.
into them.
All right, I'm gonna go now. Bacon, he's wasting my time. He always wastes my time. If
I
you
had 2
actually-
paradoxes to share,
No, I'm gonna go talk to my wife now. You,
All right, get
you
the heck
guys
outta
are
here,
not
then.
even look at the actual experimental evidence, and you keep
Get
coming
outta
in
here.
pretending that you're telling us you know it doesn't work.
I had paradoxes to share. You wanted to listen to
Yeah.
them, but if you don't want to hear them, then go.
I refuted you.
Yeah.
You didn't do shit, man. I had my
Are you gonna
paradox.
read the experiments, or are you just gonna keep pretending you know things you don't know?
Yeah, you don't, Arma, you don't know perspective. I mean, you probably built that rendering thing as an accident, right? You don't
that
know
was-
perspective. You don't
that
know
was an
geometry.
accident. Yep.
You just randomly hit your hands in the keyboard, and that somehow worked.
Yep. So anyway, there you go. There's the proof that Euclidean geometry does not accurately explain visual space. They won't even read it. They won't look at the experiments. They won't look at the 3 different geometric explanations and why the first 2 fall apart. They won't rebut it. They'll come back tomorrow and pretend they know how perspective works. So I'm gonna go now.
All right, you have a good one.
Yep. See if you want to actually inform yourself before pretending you're teaching people next time.
All right, you have a good one, man. See you out here.
So does that bust your OnlyFans paradox?
The fuck you talking about?
So I was searching for this video earlier, and I don't remember what it was, but it was like science-based. And the next thing I know, it showed up on YouTube. It was like a picture of a naked lady, and it says "Only fan chick lives off grid." I was like, "What?" Like he was naked in the thumbnail. I was like, "What the fuck?"
And
That's
then
very
3
random.
hours later from that.
Actually, I saved it because I wanted to see what that was all about. It's like, what is this
Hmm.
OnlyFans?
Yes, for research purposes.
Only
That's the
ceiling
excuse
fans.
you give your wife. Yeah.
Yes, well, it's for research purposes.
It's only ceiling fans.
Kosher, you have OnlyFans?
Yeah, I only have one fan, so.
Oh.
Well, that's because you
Was
do
it Jeremy?
Is that Nate
Huh.
asking? No.
Actually, that's a quote from Jeremy. I forgot what somebody said. Somebody said they were my fan or something. He said, "Yeah, you only have one fan." I was like, "Okay, cool. That's great."
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
Yeah, but anyway, yeah.
Well, the last link that I was reading about this whole hyperbolic perspective and stuff. When we mentioned that this stuff is usually about human perception, you mentioned that the guy that wrote the article is from the astronomical or whatever, as if it
Right.
was this, as if this was related to, could be related to position of celestial bodies or whatever. But once you read the article, they're still talking about human perception. They're literally talking about asking people to describe angles and directions.
Well, I mean, it's just,
irrelevant to elevation angles into azimuths. It's not how. It doesn't depend on how human eyes see to measure those.
yeah. I mean, I said this when I first got here today because I forget the question that was asked to me, but it was something like, if it's true, if it turns out it's true that we've seen 3D Euclidean space, or hyperbolic non-Euclidean space, whatever it was, then that would change. You know, that would change. That would make everything. That would make all the claims you guys say about the sky, you know, to be invalid or something along those lines. Like basically using celestial navigation and saying that it's because it's a globe would be invalid. But that doesn't change that at all. That's the point. Is that the connection between the visual space that we see and the physical space that it represents. In the case of celestial navigation, there has to be some validity to the way we connect those two things, like the way we take elevation angles and transform that to a position on the surface of the Earth and our distance from it, right? Like there has to be a true connection with those two ideas, and one of them being invalid would invalidate the entire practice of celestial navigation.
And we don't get the angles by eyeballing them. We get a tool, we align the two directions we want to measure, and we read the angle in the tool itself. Like it doesn't depend on human perception.
Yeah, it does depend on human perception, but it does. But like when we were talking about Napalm earlier about like because you can even use the same celestial sphere when you're in space, like doing space travel, as long as you stay relatively local. You know, you can use the same coordinate system in space, and actually, you know what? You can use the same coordinate system, but you would not use the same method at all. Because you'd have to do something completely different. But you can use the same.
What do you mean?
Well, you wouldn't like the coordinate. The method that's used is to find your longitude and latitude. So it's like to make it a 1-for-1 for the surface of the Earth would just be it'd be kind of awkward. It wouldn't really make sense. I think it's more used for, well, no, I guess because what you were saying about orientation made sense to me. Like how there's only one orientation for every position. And so, like, you can get one from the other. Like, if you know your position, you know the orientation, or if you figure out your orientation, that represents a specific position. But how would that work in space? How would you? I don't even know. I don't know how celestial. I don't know how navigation through the stars is used in space. To be honest, I don't know if they
I
use the
think it will only
stars.
be useful. I think it will only be useful to get your orientation right.
Oh, well, you know what? I think in space, I've heard them doing two things. I've heard them using the Earth, the Moon, the Sun, like local objects, you know, to aid in their navigation. But I've only ever heard of them using stars when referencing the Earth. Because I remember this one dude he woke up, he was doing a 24-hour orbit, and he fell asleep, and he woke up when he was like a couple hours from landing, like at the 21st hour, and his alarms are going off.
You okay?
Did Kojo just die?
I think you. I think
He's recreating what happened.
Yeah, dog's attacking me. I'm fucking. Anyway, so the guy was fell asleep and his alarms were going off, and it turns out that like, his automatic computer was fucking malfunctioning or whatever, and he was not even on course anymore. And that was really important because he had to splash down in a specific place in order for them to even find where he was. And so he got he was on the radio with, let's call him Alan Shepard. I don't think it was Alan Shepard. Some other big dude from NASA. And he was he gave him like this method for using the stars to, figure out his location and path. It was probably something very similar to celestial navigation, to be honest. But yeah, so he did that. He did that just by looking at the stars. But yeah. So anyway, long story short, I think that navigation method works when you're referencing the Earth, and would, like you said, it wouldn't matter how far above the Earth you were, if you were going to use it to references of the Earth. That's what you were saying the other day, right, Bacon? Like it wouldn't matter if it was oblate or egg shaped, or how your elevation even.
As long as each position on the surface has a unique orientation, it would always work.
Thought of that. I never thought of it like that before, but it's so true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I like when I said that to Ruth about the bladeness could be ignored. It was try to do some very complicated math to work out how the circles of equal altitude would be distorted by the oblateness, and if that could still match or they would still intersect at the right place. But once I realized that our latitude and longitude are based on the orientation of the surface, then you don't need none of that math.
I'll be honest with you, dude. You probably explained it to me before, and I was like, maybe I just didn't get what you were saying, or I was daunted. I was like, it seemed daunting.
Yeah, I'm not good at expressing myself. I wouldn't be.
It's not that. It's not that, dude. I just remember thinking it was like a daunting task. I was like, I didn't even think about doing that. I was like, I don't even care about the fucking oblateness because I'm not. It's not something I'm going to try to solve. But then, yeah. But now that you mentioned that, it's not even necessary because your orientation is what matters, and that's going to be consistent regardless. So there's no error at all with oblateness.
Only for parallax.
Only for parallax.
Yeah.
What I'm saying, the celestial navigation. If you do the same method, elevation angle, this and that, the positions that you're used and the distances and all that kind of stuff, they're consistent with a perfect sphere. Well, I guess distances would not be consistent. Yeah.
No, yeah, this is not. But if you assume that they're if you assume the 6 nautical miles per degree, it could be any other shape to give you exactly the same result. Because the 6 nautical miles per degree is just just like a label for an Archimedes. You're just labeling an Archimedes a nautical mile. It doesn't have to match the surface for that to work. You're just dealing with the angles. And the distances, we'll be using wrong distances. The Earth was a different shape.
And that's what I was going to say. Sorry.
No, yeah, I was just saying it is because the nautical. It took a very long time for people to decide which would be the length of a nautical mile, because there are several different ways you can take it because of the oblateness, and they kind of just chose a specific way to get it that would be more useful or whatever.
Hey, you know how the people who made up the meter, they're like, you know what? Let's just make the meter.
Bacon. It's not the nautical mile is based off the hypothesis the surface of the Earth is spherical.
It's a good point, man. You interrupted me to say that. But that's a good point, though, Data. I forget what I was saying now.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis.
Oh, right, the meter. The meter, sir. Isn't it true that you guys are both meter fuckers, right? You guys love the meter and use it in your
I use meter for everything, yeah. Like, you know my bot?
Yeah.
Oh, you don't know my bot, do you?
Yeah, you guys are fucking weirdos who use meters. But regardless,
have you seen my Discord bot?
Your Discord bot? You made one?
Yeah, I made one.
I make so many bots, dude. You should have came to me, man. See, what's
Oh,
up
I
with your
can put
bot,
you.
though?
I can put you on the server where the bot is.
Okay, yeah. Invite me to that
Actually,
one.
I think I already invited you to that server. I'll invite again.
Bots, but I'm switching over to JavaScript because you can't mute people with Python bots.
Oh,
But
really?
you can with JavaScript. Yeah.
Nice.
So I'm trying to make this thing
Yeah,
for
yeah.
Geo so that you can have like 5-minute mutes or whatever kind of mutes.
Oh yeah,
that you wanna do.
I intend to to put this kind of stuff on my bot too.
Yeah, dude. You should see my robust bot is legit, dude. I got everything. I'm gonna give you some resources too, man. But let's forget about that for a second.
Yeah,
Oh
the
no,
one
wait,
that Oh, go
wait,
ahead.
I was trying to remember what I was even saying before, but tell me about this bot you were about to say.
Yeah, well, it does some math. Like it gets you GPs. It calculates the azimuth and elevation of celestial bodies. It generates random navigation fix. It calculates drop. Calculates spherical axis. You give it 3 side lengths. It will tell you how big should be the spherical axis. I don't know. I'm just putting stuff that I think might help during discussions.
Yeah, you should see mine, dude. You jizz your pants.
Where is it?
Yeah, where is it? Kosho.
Give me half a second. It's funny that you ask. I mean, it's right. I use it. I just don't use it in here. I mean, I could invite it if you'll let me, but I'm not sure if because this one is very robust, right? So I use it in other places, but regardless, I have like all the memes everybody's made and stuff. So those are funny. But I also have all the pictures and videos from Flat Earth WS. Like you can call any of those images because I have the whole catalog of the pictures, images. I have a bunch of different APIs. I have a Wolfram Alpha API.
Wolfram.
That's a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, sorry, someone's talking to me. But yeah, a bunch more stuff. I don't want to get into it. A bunch of
Man.
games, horse racing, a bunch of dumb stuff.
Wolfram
Trivia.
Alpha API. That sounds like some fun shit to fuck with.
Well, yeah, anytime there's a math question, it's like he's saying, like, yeah, you can just ask it directly. Yeah.
That's all I do.
Yeah, the previous version could solve calculate general expressions, but I refactored it. I didn't rebuild that, so it doesn't do that anymore.
The thing is, your my JavaScript is probably like your Python.
Yeah.
You're not very good with Python?
No.
Yeah, I'm not very. I don't use JavaScript that much, so.
Yeah,
I use it when I need it or whatever.
I only use Python when I'm kind of forced to.
Same with me in JavaScript. That's what I'm saying. So.
Right.
It's cool though. You know what? It's a good time to bring this up. Actually, I was going to see if I could do a presentation on this, but might
shit.
not. Well, no.
A presentation. He died. The end.
Give me about 30 seconds.
I need to do that math real fast so to make sure I'm correct on that because I know it sounds right, but I want to just double check it. Like the whole, if like, parallel, not parallel, but like if lines are like diverging, whatever.
It's right. It's right.
It is.
If they're parallel, they go infinitely far away. The degrees between them is exactly the separation between their convergence points.
Huh. Yeah, because I was like laying in bed one day. I was just like, because sometimes I get bored. I just kind of like think about stuff, and I was like, huh, like if you have like lines that are like divergent by like 1 degree, would they like, in the distance, would they converge up to 1 degree, whatever? Because you think about if you think about like a line, 180 degrees, right? They're literally just shooting in one direction, and then 180 degrees from that the other direction, right? Then the angular size between, the angular distance between the two is 180. Yeah. So I was like, I wonder if that's the same thing with whatever, because parallel lines, the 0 degrees of diverging, whatever, right? Diverging. So I was like, okay, that's so at affinity they meet the angular size, the
that's
angular
right.
distance. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was thinking about that.
The direction between them is going to be like, if you have two parallel lines, doesn't matter how far they are from each other, they share the same vanishing point, right, in your field of view.
Yeah.
And the direction of the vanishing point is simply the direction of the line itself. Like if you bring that line to your eye, it would point to a specific direction from your eye. That is the direction that the other two are going to converge to. And you can create how many other parallel lines you want. They're all going to converge to that point. Now, if you tilt one of them by 5 degrees, then that convergence point is going to move in your field of view by 5 degrees.
Oh, that's a good way to. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's a good way to think about that. Wow.
But did you also think to note that the convergence isn't actually happening? In fact, that your environment, your spatial relationship, it isn't changing. In other words, the objects aren't converging into a point or changing size.
Well, yeah, we know that. It's true, but
There you
we're,
go. So
yeah,
if you're going to think about convergence, think about the point of convergence, the point before convergence. How do you have something converge in the first place?
Oop, hold on. I gotta mute my mic.
It's because the relationship to the object
Never mind.
and the observer is in a 3D spatial relationship. So you have an optical device that has converging points of light.
Points of
light. So when you're converging that point of light into, let's say, a cone of vision, you're looking inside of that 3D visual space. So if it's curved, it means the environment that you're in has to be flat, because there is no curving space unless you're looking at this medium and refraction, which is only an apparent curving space. Again, to get that only apparent curving space, you still need flat space first. So what's the primitives first to get the deviations?
The what?
The primitive thought first. What is going to be the underlying basis of any kind of deviation or pivot? You can't. You're claiming that something is already curving, but then having a convergence point. That's not reality. There's nothing.
When did I claim that? I was just talking about the math behind something else. I didn't want this discussion, man. Yeah, that's right. But all right. Now that I know this is the case, though, that's interesting. The reason why I was talking about this, who was the guy that was just talking? Who are you?
That was Shroomy.
Shroomy? No, it's not.
I haven't seen Shroomy in a long time.
Yeah.
Talking about data.
Oh, flat Earth data. Okay.
Shout out to Shroomy.
Who's
Shout out to
Shroomy? There's no Shroomy here.
I know, man. I haven't seen him in a long time.
Shroomy.
Do you feel alright, Koshu?
Yeah, I feel fine. I was fucking around.
Protected by
Anytime
dogs,
somebody,
you're talking about people aren't here.
yeah, dude. Anytime, it's a joke. It's a joke I do too. Anytime
I'm starting to
anybody
think there
asks
was
me,
no dog. I think you're losing your mind.
no, there was a dog attacking me. I don't even know why that was happening. She's usually okay, but she was attacking me while I was telling that story.
He didn't like the story.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, I'm ready to tell you what I was going to tell you in a second. Hold on.
All right.
That's what he said last time.
Yep, it's a different excuse. Oh no, it's the same excuse every time, but sometimes it deviates.
Now, it's letting the dog inside, okay? But check it out. I don't remember what it was. Oh, yeah, that's right. So, when it comes to like JavaScript and stuff, a lot of stuff, instead of like look, because usually if I don't know something, which most of the time coding, like you look it up, somebody else has done it, and you learn how to do that or whatever. But with the new GPT-4, which has the integration of the codecs, the GPT codecs thing. You can just get to write, functions for you, or whatever. So I get it to do that in JavaScript. But something that I was going to do a presentation on is like all these Blender things that we make. And I'm sorry, guys, it's going to put us out of the business of Blender, right? Because you can get like even flat earthers who don't know how to use Blender. You can get flat earthers who don't even know how to use Blender to tell ChatGPT what Blender they have and what they want to see, and then ask it to make a Blender script that will produce that.
Oh,
and
shit.
and
And
yeah, they'll just make it for them. So hold on.
Yeah, we'll always.
Wait, are you suggesting that flat earthers in general cannot do Blender, or the ones who have not yet learned it?
that is correct. Whatever you just
The
said.
latter.
What?
And the former.
Yeah, see? Exactly.
Hey, what is your guys' favorite pizza flavor?
Pizza. Pizza is my favorite pizza flavor. I love it all.
My favorite pizza flavor would be pizza Napoli.
For me, it's probably like meat lovers, probably, or something.
Well, I'm gonna go with
Yeah,
plain.
we have some flavors named with countries.
Definitely not pineapple.
I just love Napoli the most. I think pizza Napoli is the best pizza.
It's pizza.
I usually go with pepperoni.
Pizza.
Oh yeah, pepperoni too. Yeah, pepperoni's always
wrong. So yeah,
pepperoni's that's that you can't go wrong with that. I don't think. I like pepperoni.
Or just the classic.
I'm not sure if I get it, everything.
You can.
Pepperoni
I don't
if
like
get-
is sometimes they'll throw the pepperonis on there and they look like little nipples because they're like too small. And that's, to me, that's going wrong in pepperoni.
You know, it's good when the pepperonis are curling up a little bit.
Yes. I actually pictured that actually before you even said that. I was kind of thinking that like they do that. They kind of
just the perfect, crispiness.
Yep.
I think there's no pepperoni flavor here.
Man, I'm getting hungry
And
now.
you guys are making me
Good.
hungry.
Yeah, exactly. I'm getting hungry.
shit.
Well, I'm just trying to choose something to eat here, but this pizza store have no pepperoni.
Go with
option.
pineapple and pepperoni.
Pineapple?
Oh,
Why would
no.
I eat a pizza with pineapple?
Yeah,
Dude, I know somebody who. This was back in the day when I used to work at Subway, and there was a dude who would go in there, and he's a friend of my brother's, and he would always ask for a pizza with tuna fish on it.
Oh, but that's good.
Fish all over it.
Tuna
pizza
and
with tuna
onions.
it's good.
Are you serious? You just
Tuna,
turned on a pineapple
onions.
pizza, but tuna?
Yeah, tuna's not.
It's actually decent.
I think
Dude,
tuna,
I really like tuna and onions.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, that's not bad. Tuna and onions makes sense, but tuna smothered all over a pizza. Like you could get the same amount that you put on those sandwiches, a foot long. He wanted to completely cover the pizza like a half-inch thick.
that might be a bit too much.
I also like this raw beef or from Italy. Raw beef schinken, raw beef ham on the pizza. Like you bake the pizza like a margarita, and then you put that raw beef ham on it. Dude, that like smoked raw beef ham.
Wait, are you saying
However
roast
wanna
beef or
call it.
raw beef?
I don't know. There's like this Italian raw beef,
Raw beef?
Yeah.
aka
Beef,
smoked beef. I don't.
beef and ham are a contradiction of terms too, I believe.
I don't know how to say it in English then.
Hmm.
I'm just gonna post. I'm just gonna post a picture, then you know what I mean.
Yeah, let's look at that tasty pizza with the raw beef. I want to see this.
No, raw beef ham.
It's raw
That might be how they call it in Germany, though.
You ever had raw pizza before, where it's just like all not cooked? It's fucking stupid.
When I was a kid.
The thing with tuna, it's sounds weird. I've never tried anything like that. But I mean, fish on a pizza, like people put anchovies on there.
Dude, that
You
looks
know,
good,
so
man.
Yeah, it's like those cartoons where they have like the
Oh.
pizza with all the shit on it. It's like a fucking
That's-
live fish on it, you know.
Oh, what's the name of that, man? That ham that he's posting pictures of.
It's made out of beef. It's like
fuck.
some. It had
Is that
this
thin
like.
sliced?
Yeah,
roast
and
beef
it's
or something?
like very like it has like some light smoke taste, and it's very like it almost
it's-
melts in your mouth. You
It's
know, I
from
know the
it's
pizza.
Spanish, right? From Spain.
Yeah, that looks a lot more like ham than it does beef.
Yeah, but it is made from beef.
Serrano? Oh no.
Man, wait a second.
It's
I
a
will find.
Spanish. It's a Spanish thing, I think, from Spain.
Bressaola. Bressaola. Bressaola.
Are you burning yourself?
What?
What is it? What is that?
It's a dry-aged ham, I guess. Beef ham. I don't know, man. It's pretty nice, man.
It's
like
beef
it.
ham. It comes from a cow pig.
That looks like
Yeah.
jamón serrano.
It's like when it's like this very moist and raw, and you put it on the pizza, it just gets a little bit warm, right? And then the fat in it just melts together with the pizza underneath, and it's just, man.
Is it like a prosciutto or something?
Yeah, it looks like that.
Okay.
I don't know. It's just good, man. I highly recommend
Mozzarella,
that.
something
If
like
you
that.
find that in a supermarket or something, buy one
Looks
and then
like
put it on
looks
a
like
margarita.
looks like Canadian bacon.
Like this.
There's a Canadian bacon.
Oh, there's a
Yeah,
Brazilian bacon.
I mean, I would not use I would not use the rucola because I just don't like rucola, but that's kind of the pizza I mean, or I even found
That's
a
what it
better
looks
picture.
like. That is rucola, whatever you said.
Rucola is fine, but not that way. That's not rucola.
Yeah, prosciutto.
Yeah, prosciutto. That's what. That's what I'm thinking.
Prosciutto out.
Like this, for example, man. Like this is this type of pizza, dude. I would always go for. Oh man, so good.
Yeah, I said it like prosciutto, like I'm out of The Sopranos or something here. Jeez.
What kind of pizza do they have in Germany? Is that it looks like Italian pizza, yeah.
Yeah, I make my own pizza. I have I bought like a pizza oven that goes like very hot. Also have one for the outside where you can put like real wood into it and stuff. And in the summertime I do pizza, but
How
I
hot
only
does it
do
get?
up to 500 if you want, but 500 is too hot. It just burns the pizza instantly. The best is between 350 and 400. It depends on the moisture of your dough. I use a very moist dough because I do Neapolitan style, like the pizza I posted. Like very fluffy and
You
light.
would say Neapolitan, but it sounded like you said Nippletanian, but that's fine.
Yeah, Napolitanisch would be German way of saying it.
That's
Sorry.
Canadian bacon.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
also
man.
looks pretty good, man.
Yeah. If you're
Canadian bacon.
Can't believe you have a clone bacon in Canada. It's fucking crazy, man.
Bacon for every country.
And I think what's also pretty nice, but I once did is when you have some leftovers from pasta like bolognese, spaghetti bolognese, and you have the sauce, and you can dip some onto your pizza, like like little patches of it all around. That's
What about
also pretty
barbecue
nice.
pizza? I like barbecue pizza.
Also nice, man. I mean, there's so much you can do with, like, literally pizza. For me, pizza is like a bread, right? I mean, it's literally just a bread. That's what pizza is by definition, a bread. And then you just choose what you want to put onto it. Right? You can also do what you can also do is just make the pizza bread and then you put Nutella on it.
Nutella. Oh wow, Nutella pizza. That's interesting.
Yeah.
We
What?
make a bunch of dessert pizzas. You haven't had dessert pizza?
So what?
Yeah.
Like this way. I'm gonna
I've had a
post this
Taco
video.
Bell
I
pizza.
mean, Little Cece's has Taco Bell pizza used to go hard.
There's
Mexican
the pizza sushi. Guess I ever heard of that.
Mexican
miss
pizza. Cece's Pizza used to have a lot of dessert pizzas.
By the way, if you want to make good Napolitano pizza, I really recommend Vito La Copelli. He comes from a pizzaiolo family from Napoli. He has like the best tricks of making the best dough. I really learned a lot from this guy.
Check him out. Oh, he's an Italian guy, right? Yeah.
Yeah, comes from
Vito. Yeah, of course. He got the most Italian name.
pizzaiolo family.
Yeah. So, you have a girlfriend, Clay?
No.
I'm not in the market or anything. I just was curious. No, because a lot of people.
Long distance relationships are tough.
Yeah, this is just right. Well, this is just a trick. Okay, this is a trick, a trade. But it's if you want to have a good first date, inviting her over to make some pizza, it's not a bad idea.
Oh man, I have literally I would have had so many chances of having a girlfriend, but it's just I just need a girlfriend I can talk to, man, and it's just very hard these days. I'm just a person. I'm not. I just can't be that typical boyfriend guy. It's just too boring for me, man. I tried it, but it's just I can't, man. Like, oh, let's go to the cinema. Oh, let's watch a movie. Oh, let's talk about what happened on the news. I don't know, man.
It sounds like. Well, have you thought about finding a woman that's constantly in crisis?
I was
What?
gonna say, or like one of those pillow.
Constantly in a
waifu-
state of crisis. Now you're a superhero. What do you think?
I don't know. I can also not deal with women that are constantly like emotionally unstable. That's even the worst, I think. I'm actually very attracted to women who have a lot to say, so to say, right? Like, I don't know how to explain it, but like,
You're the luck. Almost all women can't shut their mouths. They always have something to say.
yeah, but I mean something intellectual, something interesting, something that
You
makes
need
it
an
interesting.
Amish woman. They'll know when to shut up.
You good. Amish woman.
No, I'm at this point. I'm just, I'm happy. I'm a happy man. I'm not like. It's not like I'm pushing like. I'm in a need or something like that. I'm just let it flow. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's going to be a time and date where I'm gonna find the perfect one, which I'm gonna use for reproduction purposes.
I see.
Wow, that's such a German thing to say.
Well,
The fuck?
I mean, if you marry, you also have some pros, right, regarding finances and so forth.
That is true.
I really want to reproduce, man. I just want to have children.
It's so weird when you say it like that. It really is.
Yeah, it's a real turn off. You don't say that in bed.
Just,
Let's
you
reproduce
want to
for me.
reproduce someday and make offspring?
That's his pickup line. That's his pickup line.
I only use
Just
this
look for the
word.
right lady for me to procreate with.
I
And then she gets left. I don't know what happened.
I only use this word in English,
That'll dry her up. Like,
Is your uterus functioning? I'd like to procreate.
Shall we initiate the procreation?
That's very funny. That's actually like, I wonder how the reaction would be like. I've never tried it. I mean, just plainly say it like that.
You know, the right time, the right day, you might find the perfect one that like deadlocks you in the eyes. Is like, I've been waiting for somebody to ask me if my uterus was valid.
Can we reproduce? Do you think that's a good idea? Yeah. No, man. I just know that it's gonna be a day and time where I'm gonna have some smaller version of me.
Like with a cloning accident, you get like a mini me
There was.
situation.
Well, yeah, remember,
I don't
Bacon
even
already
know if
has a
I'm-
Canadian version of him, and yeah, we don't need more cloning accidents.
I don't even know if I'm already cloned, man. I'm just joking.
You didn't have to burn him.
I just wonder why I don't know so much about my childhood.
If you could cut out the whole middle man or middle woman in this case and just go with cloning and just have mini Clays, would you go with that, or how do you feel?
That's interesting.
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of like destroying this natural thingy, right? Like, I don't know. It's a good question. I would highly doubt that it's healthy, you know, if it's not done the natural way.
I see.
All right.
By the way, it would be funny. Would you clone yourself if you could?
I mean,
absolutely, I'm going to.
Wow.
No, seriously.
Imagine
You're a
two
fucking
co-shows
weirdo.
talking to each other.
No, I was saying this. I was talking to my friend the other day. And I was telling her that I always wanted to have a clone, and he's definitely going to be my favorite. Like if you have a clone and you have other kids, your clone's probably going to be your favorite, dude. Just by naturally. But anyways, but I never thought about it. I was like, what if like he's not even cool? Like even though he's my clone, he's like not cool. To say he's like we're not that much alike for whatever reason. And then also he has like an urge to kill me, like when he gets older or whatever, because it's like he's like replacing me or something. Like we see like each other as a threat or whatever.
That's not even the worst part.
I think that's natural. Like my dad's an identical twin, yeah, I think twins also have that. They're always in competition with each other. Like, or fetuses sometimes consume one will consume the other one in the womb. They're always in competition with each other. Yeah.
Can you imagine making a clone and then like seeing how much better it is than you and just feeling inferior?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say something like that. Like, you also have to worry about the clone. Like, what if the clone like does some like crazy shit, and you're like, oh my god, I have that in me, you know?
Yeah, but that would be ideal. That's the whole purpose. Like, dude, that would suck if it was the opposite. Like, you had a clone and he just fucking sucked. Like, what the hell, dude? Here's
the error in that. Here's the error in that, though. Like you're only genetically similar. Like everything that makes you is through nurture, not nature. So it's like it's your life experiences, it's how you're raised, it's where you're raised, it's everything else. So like
that's a good point. There's a bit of that too. Yeah.
Well, no, that's not a good point because it's obvious that that's part of it, but it's also obvious that the other part is the genetics. So it's like it's a combination of those two things.
But how much though?
So-
Is the question.
Well, we could just say in this sci-fi world that part is part of the cloning process. The memories included at whatever point
true.
in age
Yeah.
of the clone.
Yeah, this ain't sci-fi though. That's this real stuff.
Hey guys, real quick.
Shalom.
Hey, question. Any conspiracy buffs here know anything about the Starbucks logo or trademark? Just asking for a friend.
Just the trademark, or the actual?
It's a African
yeah,
mermaid.
Yeah, it's a mermaid, but is there any like sort of symbology, like satanic or otherwise?
It's from Africa, I think.
I think you're looking.
I've heard something about it, but I don't know. I that's not my bag right there. But it's there's some story behind where that comes from for sure.
Some people think if you invert it represents like the Baphomet or something. Or a Baphomet head. Like if you turn it around and you look at the Starbucks logo, it looks like a Baphomet head. You know,
There
like a
you
skull.
go. Yeah, that's the one I heard. Yeah, cool. Thanks, guys. Back to
Are you joining
as
a
you
cult
were.
or something?
No, my daughter, dude. My daughter's all into like death metal and shit, and I was gonna buy her a
Starbucks thing?
shirt. Yeah, I was gonna buy her Starbucks shit. So.
Oh, yep.
Should be like
But there's
You're
also
gonna have to
more.
tell her what it means.
Thanks, Dad. I always wanted this.
No, that's.
I don't know if I've ever seen a metalhead at a Starbucks, honestly.
But it has to
she's
do with
like
the
a
original
nerdy
one, though.
metalhead. Yeah, she's like, I mean,
Oh,
she's a nerdy metalhead. So you know how
Yeah,
like Starbucks is cool with like teenagers.
Oh, that makes sense. All right, I get it now.
that mermaid on the front of the Starbucks thing. Yeah.
That Starbucks was cool with like
Alpha logo.
the preppies and stuff, not the whatever. Times have changed. Everything's all fucked up and retarded now.
Dude, I was in a metal
I
band
know,
with
dude. Hey,
in high school.
yo, go ahead.
I was just saying, when we went to college together, or we were at college at the same time for a little bit, and he loved going to Starbucks. And like I said, he was the biggest metalhead I knew back then.
Metalheads are
Starbucks is
supposed to be like rebels and like kind of like a punker, like where they just anti, establishment and big corporations and stuff. Like it's supposed to dislike everybody who is into that shit.
Like,
Yeah, but
you
isn't it
know
just
how
punks?
coffee shops can be so cool, but then a Starbucks has a ceiling of how cool it can be. But Starbucks will put any real cool coffee shop out of business. So
Yeah, so
having
who's actually cool?
Starbucks is a little bit like having Home Depot and like what happened to like Mon Pa home hardware stores and stuff like that. Totally cut
By the
the
way,
fuck out.
I'm not too crazy about
By the way,
Starbucks.
Starbucks coffee is ass. By the
Yeah,
way,
exactly.
yeah,
Some people like to eat ass, man.
yeah, like the only reason
You pay
people actually go there
$4.25
is for
for
like
the
the lattes and shit like that, where the really sugary ones. Their actual coffee is just. I'd rather go to the gas station and get coffee.
You mean the ass station?
Yeah, if you're having like
Yeah.
Sumatra, just check yourself if you drink Sumatra.
Dude, coffee in Italy is great. Even on the Autobahn, like they have these very expensive coffee machine. Dude, like you get good coffee almost everywhere in Italy. They love coffee.
I love grinding my own beans, bro, and just making my own coffee.
The problem is like single origin coffees are not a great idea, and that's all we do, and blends are where it's at. And there's like a fucking basically perfect blend out there that would just make every other coffee seem like
Well,
alright.
it's
My
also
favorite
depending
blend
on
is
the machine. Oh, sorry.
Highlander Grog. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but that's my flavor. Highlander Grog.
But I don't drink coffee anymore. But when I was used to, I like the what is this? I forgot. This between light and heavy coffee, like the middle ground. There's like the specific. I can't. It's just too late for me to explain myself. Sorry. I think my internet crashed.
No, you're good. God, I hope not. Go ahead.
Yeah. And you, Coach, do you currently have a wife or girlfriend?
Yes and no. I'll touch more on that in a second.
Yes and no.
Yes
I'll touch
and
more on
no,
that in
or
a
yes to
second.
both. Yeah.
Interesting.
No, but I'll talk to you more about that in a second. I was gonna say that. Oh, right. It was what Snacks was saying about the Home Depot. Have you ever heard about the Australian Home Depot or the Australian mom and pops place, hardware place that was trying to compete with like Home Depot or whatever is over there? And so they had a thing where like every Saturday, or was it every Saturday or maybe every day even? They would all the women who worked there were topless, but they would just sell the hardware topless. So they got like a whole bunch of customers doing that.
Yeah, well, that sounds good. Maybe that's how donut shops can compete with Dunkin' Donuts. Because who
Dunkin'
wouldn't
Donuts?
like, yeah, topless
Krispy
donuts.
Kreme's better.
Krispy Kreme's right is a pretty good competition for them.
Krispy Kreme is way too freaking sweet. Like I'm not much into donuts anyway, but like it's like just nothing but sugar. Like with Krispy Kreme, it's disgusting.
They have Hooters in the U.S., but Hooters aren't really topless, so I don't know if that's legal out here.
Well, there's places in America where you can be. In Austin, it's illegal for women to be topless. But
in the street.
Yeah, exactly, in the streets, literally. In the 2021 when Trump was president, I was at a coding competition thing, and so it was a Saturday, and I went out to my car to put, to fill the meter up. So I went back out there at like 10 o'clock, and it was on Congress, which is like the main street in front of the Capitol, and it was like fucking full from street to like sidewalk to sidewalk of just like people protesting Trump, like women, like is that women's march, and like half the women there were topless, and there was like kids there and everything, and there was like topless women and people wearing those pussy hats. I was like, what the fuck?
That's gonna happen.
Well, that did happen.
Wait, didn't
People were
Trump-
crazy.
Did Trump fly to New York recently?
Yeah, but that's not illegal.
That
But
is
what
legal.
happened with the whole thing of they're gonna indict him or some shit?
Yeah, they tried that for 3 years or whatever. Oh, recently, you mean?
Yeah,
About
they tried that again
yeah.
with Stormy Daniels.
That's so stupid, dude.
Yeah, it's so
Stormy
dumb, dude.
Daniels, him like, oh my god, dude. It's like leave him alone, dude. It's like, so what, dude? He fucked a porn star, big deal.
Yo, but whatever.
Yeah.
For all of this shit, this would be like the wrong thing to go down for, huh?
Right? I mean, what
down
the
on.
fuck?
Wrong thing to go
It's a
down on.
nothing burger. Like it's just the whole idea is just to keep him in the news cycle with always some kind of negative connotation behind it. Like they're gonna drop the thing, nothing's gonna come of it. But in the meantime, in the minds of all the people watching the news and
Some
whatever
things
else,
have
like
already
it's just,
come from it, yeah.
it's just another negative thing to say for him.
Well, that could backfire big time though, because like they could be trying to actually get him indicted this time, in an attempt to make sure that he doesn't have any way to run for president again. But like, what if like them doing this and he doesn't get indicted and like he's like in the spotlight again? He actually decides to do it.
The whole
that is
goal
what
is
happened.
the whole time has been to keep him in the spotlight. Also, like you do recognize it's all part of a show, right?
I mean, if that were the case, like I said, what's next?
He's just gonna be like, "Yo, I hope I don't get indicted because, like, I wouldn't want everybody to start like burning everything and taking over everything and throwing people." You know what I mean? Like, he just like calls for basically Armageddon if like bad shit happens to him. Like,
Yeah.
Look, he's the only
Crazy.
president that's going to win 3 times in a row.
He didn't win. Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. And that's not true because FDR won 4 times in a row. Didn't he win 5 times or 4 times?
Wait, I thought you're not allowed to go more than 2 terms.
Yeah, but they only made that rule after FDR.
Right.
That was no. Well, as far as a rule, I don't know, but George Washington set the precedent for that. There was presidents
after
before that, and yeah, because he stepped down after 2 terms, but before that, they would stick around.
Well, before that, there's a president of the Continental Congress or whatever. But yeah, you're right. That there wasn't a hard
like
rule. It's just
14
he
other
stepped down after
presidents
the
of the United States or something.
Right. Yeah, so none of them could have had more than 2 terms.
Well, okay, so here's the thing that I think Austin brought up actually a while back, a couple years ago, like when he was still sounding a little bit Q connected, but and there's might be some validity to it. So because he was impeached his first term, it basically nullifies that he could run. He still is eligible for 2 terms. So if he were to get back in, it would be like his first time in. He would be able to run once again.
But did they impeach him?
Yeah, he was impeached.
He was impeached, but it wasn't. It didn't go through though.
Yeah, Bill Clinton was impeached too, and he stayed in office also.
Yeah, but it's like the difference between being charged and being convicted. Like I've been charged with 7 felonies, and I've never been convicted of any.
This is the second time I heard you brag about being charged with 7 felonies.
I'm not bragging about being charged with 7 felonies. I'm bragging with getting 7 felonies dropped.
Did you do it though?
Did I do the crime?
Yeah.
More or less, yeah.
All right.
I mean, in one case, I'd say no, but in the rest of them, I'd say more or less, yeah.
So 6 of the felonies, it was true.
I'd say 4 out of 6, 4 out of 7, yeah.
You keep on
That's
changing
the
the
first
numbers.
time I heard Kush, I'll be honest.
What? What am I fucking lying, dude? What am I lying right now? What are you talking about? This is the first time you ever be honest.
He copped to it, man. We got him. We got him.
Yeah, dude, like double jeopardy and all that, like it doesn't matter. You could come out and admit that you did it, and nothing can happen. Correct?
You remember O.J. Simpson wrote that book? It's like if I did it, but like if was like extremely small.
Yeah.
So, Kojo, are you married or not?
I said yes or no. I can talk on that and like.
Yeah, he's married, but he's just broke up with his girlfriend.
He's married, but she doesn't know it.
I mean, what's his? Who said a second ago?
Can you articulate in a way that I can understand you?
In 2 minutes.
What are you doing?
Matt, you just got roasted by the one who can't speak English.
He's getting away from the wife so he can talk about the girlfriend.
Strike that, reverse it.
No, I can hear him like punching something, or I don't know.
Oh, so he's getting away from the girlfriend so he can talk about the wife. Oh, got it. Like
It's not entirely untrue, but it's
like Missy Elliott. You got to flip it and reverse it, right?
Yeah, Missy. What if Instagram was a cocaine delivery service?
Instagram. That's funny. They had like the drone delivery drug dealers.
That's smart as long as you're using a dumb drone. Like, I don't know. It seems a little bit risky the way that those things are connected and everything. Like,
Yeah,
kind of know everything you're doing.
We need like a reboot of Scarface, but with drones.
Yeah, they apparently, like from Mexico, they've been just dumping stuff over the border with drones instead of tunneling and shit like that.
Yeah, I was just telling my friend that somebody got caught delivering drugs with a drone into jail.
Dude, yeah, like obviously over jails is a no-fly zone, I'm pretty sure. So again, yeah, if you got like a dumb drone, just like what they consider a toy drone or whatever, you might be able to get away with that, but
in GTA it's a no-fly zone for sure. But how do you enforce a no-fly zone
with drones?
Wait, no, that wasn't a no-fly zone. The base was. But how do you enforce a no-fly zone over a prison? It seems so small.
At least with a drone, it's all geofenced, man. Like your drone will just stop. It's like it hit a wall. It won't go there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But basically, they can like track whoever's flying whatever.
Like my drone's a DJI drone. It's a pretty decent drone. I'm sure there's cheaper ones that aren't as connected, but like all the good drones, decent drones, like that have good range and all that, like you're gonna lose track of the damn thing if it's not all GPS connected and tracked and all that stuff. And you have to get like an FAA license to be able to fly it. It's just a cheap amateur license. You don't have to pass any test or anything, but like you have to have an FAA like number, like and all this stuff, like to be able to fly. Yeah, so it's all tracked, and like when you're if you're near an airport, it won't even give you clearance to take off. Like you have
the FPV drones. They also need GPS.
Do which drones?
The FPV ones that move at like 125.
Those are those are more for like sport drones, like trick drones, stunt drones, and stuff like that.
Okay, let's see. Could we like load a cigarette on there and airdrop a cigarette into a prison?
Yeah, those might not. I don't have one of those. Those are kind of cheaper actually. Like, they're sort of built like modular, kind of like a Formula One vehicle, where they're made to break and replace parts and stuff like that, and you kind of do it yourself. So yeah, I suppose those might be an option. But again, if you don't have like GPS tracking and stuff on it, it's going to be very easy to lose the thing. Like you lose track of your orientation and you know, I don't know. It's
You got the VR goggles on. You're trying to fly a cigarette into a prison. You could do it at over 100 miles an hour. Like,
yeah, but you would have to you would kind of have to keep it like it in view or yourself in view, or be extremely familiar with your surroundings and stuff. Because if you don't have some type of like return to home guidance or something like that, as soon as you lose your orientation, you're going, oh shit, like, you know, where am I? Like,
oh yeah,
where
we
am
got to rig
I?
this thing to self-destruct. It's just gonna catch on fire.
Yeah, if it's for dropping off a large amount of or a decent amount of drugs, yeah, they're not worried about the cost of the drone. They're just gonna do it, just fly it
They
one way,
absolutely want
basically.
to engineer it so that there's nothing that's found except some charred plastic.
Yeah, yeah, you just freaking drop it off and then fly the thing into the ground, whatever.
It's gotta catch on fire.
Yeah, I mean, you could probably rig that up too.
Just for fun.
Yeah, you put a little bit of C4 on the thing, just a tiny little bit to self-destruct.
Oh man, this could be dangerous. But like, you know, that's what is an interesting thing to think about. That there's no events that go on where we hear about them, and it's like, wow, man, check out that stuff. Whoa.
Oh, an interesting one. So it's just funny. There's you know that where they keep talking about the TikTok ban and all that stuff. So there's this bill that they're passing around, trying to pass, called S686, and there's a ton of stuff attached to it. So most people are only going to hear about this thing to ban TikTok. It's really bad.
They want to
Like,
ban VPNs.
they're going to ban everything. 100% full total control of like not that they're not already spying on you, but it's illegal. So at this point, they're not allowed. They can't prosecute you when they illegally spy on you and stuff like that. But it'll make it legal. So everything that goes through your modem or your router is 100% tracked. Everything in all of your email, everything in all of your text messages, everything in everything. And if you use a VPN to bypass it, to use something like TikTok or whatever else that they deem as banned, it's up to like 20 or 25 years in prison and $1 million for using a VPN to bypass it to watch TikTok. And yeah, because it's then in the open that this is now the law or whatever, then yeah, they can prosecute you for the shit that they've been spying on you for anyway. But yeah, this is really like, look, I'm not for TikTok, but I'm way against this bill. Like, this is a bad thing, but it's just funny because they're using China as the scapegoat, and
So
you know,
we're all gonna wind up in Chinese prison for
but
watching
yeah,
TikTok.
this is literally what China does to its people, is what they're talking about passing here on us. And they're doing it on the guise of like protecting us from China, but they're turning us into China in the meantime. And
Well,
and
you
on top
can't
of that,
beat them.
you think there's not more to worry about? Like my drone, DJI drones made in China. You think the ones with LiDAR and shit like that? China's sending freaking weather balloons to freaking over here, that we need to worry about that. And we need to worry about TikTok. But in the meantime, we're using drones to surveil everything in the whole United States, and our law enforcement's using it. And they're putting up Chinese freaking 5G in every freaking street. And they're putting up, you think we don't, something's not adding up, man.
And well, what I believe is maybe it's just outsourcing, a little outsourcing. You know what I mean? One of these litter agencies are like, you know what? It's a little too much work. We do this all ourselves. Let's have all these Chinese people do it for us, you know.
This is the hegemon, man. It's hegemonic. That's what's fucking going on. We're
Gotta
not
benefit
the
'em
United
all.
States anymore.
Name that hegemon. No.
Name the hegemon. This isn't Pokemon. I
See
mean,
the silhouette of the Pokemon. Yeah.
yeah.
You see the silhouette of the hegemon. Right,
I'm
but
not
there's all these
watching.
right. So like, what is it like? The neoconservative movement with benevolent hegemony.
Oh,
And
like the role that Elon Musk is playing, pretending to be a conservative, and like he's all part of this whole technocracy, and he's been a leftist his whole life up until recently. Same thing with Trump, actually. He was always on the left. Even said that he would that if he would ever run, though, that he would run as a Republican because those people will buy anything. Friggin', you got your guys. It's this new conservatism where they're not even real conservatives. You got people like Andrew Tate is like a leader of it. Like where all of a sudden, this guy pretends to be one thing, but then I mean, he goes and says stuff like, "What would you rather fuck, Hulk Hogan with a pussy or Megan Fox with a dick?" And the answer is you go for Megan Fox with a dick because she's still a 10. In like, dude, these people they got everybody all warped and twisted, man. And it's all by design. It's
probably got caught up one night with the trans and is just trying to justify it.
Dude. And then you got
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
There is.
I heard they released Andrew
I'm saying
Tate,
there's
by
nothing
the
wrong
way.
with somebody who does that. I'm saying.
We know you go both ways, Talk Show.
On the highway, yeah, it depends on where I'm headed.
They released Andrew Tate, by the way.
Yeah.
You said you would lick someone's taint? Whose?
Or another good example is the thing with Kanye, where all of a sudden he's on the on the right, friggin' pretending to be a truther or whatever, and it's all by design. These people are agents. They're all agents.
Name someone who's not an agent.
Like me.
Okay, I thought that's what you were gonna say. Yeah, did you see the Kanye West on Alex Jones show?
Dude, Alex Jones is been an agent for fucking like.
I know.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
he's an agent. Everyone on the show was an agent. But I'm saying, yeah, you saw it. Okay. Yeah. All he kept saying was how much he's like, I love everybody, but I mostly love Hitler. I love you. I kept saying that over and over.
It was immediately after the Balenciaga fucking thing, and he came on wearing that Balenciaga fucking mask, fucking gimp mask. Wouldn't take it off.
Well, he said he identifies as a gimp.
I don't know if he said that, but
he did.
He sure as fuck came wearing.
That's what that mask is. That's the guy that designs the shoes too.
Kanye does the shoes. Balenciaga was one that I don't know much about designer clothing and stuff, but that was the one that not too long ago, like.
Yeah, he had like some kind of weird photo of himself, like some kind of freak out mask.
The really fucked ad campaign that basically was like glorifying like pedophilia and child trafficking.
It's all satanic, and that clothing is fucking disgusting and ugly.
Yeah, it's just what's so disgusting to me is just like how all this stuff, like literally the world is a stage. It's all just a show. Nothing is real anymore. Nothing that you see on TV or read in the paper or hear in the media anywhere is real. None of it. It's all part of a fucking script. And most people fall for it. Even those who consider themselves to be like, blue pilled or awakened, they still fall for it. They get sucked in. We're all being played. Everybody.
How do you decide who's being sucked in and who's not?
I mean, I'm sure there's a few people who aren't, but it's like impossible to decide that. Like it's like all you can worry about is yourself, and that's part of the plan. Like, to make it so that you trust nothing. Like it further divides us from each other. It makes us suspicious of each other and ready to throw each other under the bus.
Okay, is Trump gonna win 2024?
After that,
no, I think they're putting DeSantis in.
After I watched that debate, or not the debate, that Kanye West and Alex Jones thing, I watched 30 minutes of it actually before I went into gyms, and I was like, I just was asking people to make a bet. I was like, I'll bet you three ounces of gold that Kanye West is gonna be president in 2024. and Scott Beach took the bet, and so does this other dude. And then I watched the rest of the interview, and I begged him to let me take that back the bet. I was so sure of it, like at first, 'cause I was like, dude, he's gonna become a flat earther. He's gonna think he should run for president. He's obviously gonna win because people are dumb. And yeah, I don't know. I was real convinced. But after I saw the rest of the interview and how crazy he actually was, I was like, he's not gonna make it to the election.
I mean, the question is, okay, so I mean, I watched that whole thing, and now either he's acting in that interview, or he's that fucked up mentally, and that, I think that it's the latter, and it's probably not all his fault. It's MK Ultra mind control and shit like that. He's also probably a victim. Like they're controlling him while he thinks he's somehow breaking it. This was all anticipated. His reaction was anticipated, and he's actually falling for their trap, for their plan. He's doing exactly what they want him to do.
Yeah, I think that who's the guy? Owen Benjamin. I think something similar happened to Owen Benjamin, and that's because Owen Benjamin is a comedian, but he's also, it's like what Michael Richards did when he said like the N word and stuff. Is like, if you do things in a less than funny way, in a more like you're serious and way, then people are going to respond to it like you're like that you mean it, basically. And so yeah, he was the type of guy who would argue about Jewish people on Twitter, or argue about these conspiracies, but like in a serious way. And he didn't back down, but he was bucked up against. And I think because like after he got canceled off several things, that he doubled down, and that's exactly what Kanye West did. I think that was like a reaction. It's like a reaction that you have, and you get numb. You realize you're losing everything.
Like when Britney Spears shaved her head. Is that what you're saying?
That was different. That was a little bit different. But this is like they realize they're losing everything, and they're acting like they're okay with it. But I really don't think that either of them were. Like Owen Benjamin is not gonna. He was barely in the spotlight.
Yeah,
like,
no, he was a B lister.
Oh no, he was like a D minus lister.
Yeah,
like an E lister.
Yeah, no, I would agree, but yeah, I mean, there's only an A and a B list, so
like, a D list. Yeah. What are you talking about?
There's a D list. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah.
I've only ever heard of A list and D list, but I assume there's a B and a C list too. But regardless, it doesn't matter. Well, he's definitely he's below a D list.
A movies and B movies,
whatever.
Yeah, I've only seen him in one movie, and that was the House Bunny, and he was only in it for like 2 lines. But I've seen his stand up, and it's not that good either. But regardless, Kanye West obviously was much bigger than him and lost much more, but still had a lot. But still, it's like when you start losing every, income, revenue, every important one. I think
aside from there's some like African like governmental like leaders, like where they're like the whatever they call it, president, or whatever it is in their country. Like aside from that, he was like the world's richest black man until he came out and fucking did that shit.
Dude, first of all, the world's richest person is an African American. Okay, first of all. Second of all, I'm sure that Jay-Z, Will Smith, and Sam Jackson, and maybe Dr. Dre have more money, and Oprah Winfrey have more money than Kanye West.
What about Jay-Z?
I digress.
Jay-Z. You said that? All right.
I think I said it first. Yeah, but the richest person in the world is an African American dude. We've made it to
No,
the
it's
top.
not. It's Vladimir Putin.
Well, the richest person on paper.
See, that's a fucked up list because like you could get like 50 different lists of like who's the richest people.
Well, I mean, it's going to be that the richest people are going to be hidden in trusts and stuff like that, and blind trusts, and you wouldn't be able to fucking figure it out.
All right. So anyway, ignore. I'm not gonna like stand by that. If you want to argue it, fine. Like, but I'm just saying, like, I think that's what he was saying during that interview. Was that, aside from some whatever, like there's some asterisk there, like if you exclude these people, then I'm number one, is kind of what he was saying. Yeah, no, I think he's literally mentally unstable and also being controlled. Just like how I think the same is for Trump or anybody that becomes that high up. Like Trump is actually, because of how volatile he is, like he's extremely predictable.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's what
I mean.
So when somebody is when somebody is that way, because of their predictability, you can control them. Predictability means controllable.
Clever enough, yeah, I agree. But with Snacks, you were going to say something because we're going to start.
No, I'm just saying I see the same kind of puppet strings on like the Chris Rock and the Will Smith kind of thing. The release of that movie, King Richard, and the thing that we were just talking about.
You think that was controlled?
No, I'm saying that both of these things are under the same control. The same control structure is playing narratives out to like demonstrate behavior types to not emulate. It's like we're in the age of this anti-hero programming.
I had a conversation. I had a conversation with you like this. If you're still going to go ahead here.
Well, on that note too, like Biden, there's also like the anti-hero is kind of bringing in the distrust in all of our what is the right word? All of our systems, all of our like the governmental system, the tax system, like everything is just they're intentionally making it look like they're incapable, like they're inept, so that people lose faith in the systems, which is what you would have to do. You have to burn it down before you can restart and build anew, right? Like they want the people to be fed up and say we've had enough, and that way when they usher in change, we'll openly accept it with wide open arms.
Just take some broad swipes at this. It's like, we left somewhere where Bill Clinton was like the center of the Democratic universe, but then like totally like smothered in this like sexual scandal bullshit. You know what I mean? So it like kind of took the Democratic Party down a peg, whatever. Fast forward, everything's fucked up. We got the island. We got Obama becomes the center of the Republican Party. Then it's like, or I'm sorry, Democratic Party, and then Trump kind of like takes over the Republican Party, but then like loses all the moral platitude because we're not going to say that like somebody like contracts porn stars for services is somebody that's like high moral, like Republican material, I guess, for Christian conservative.
Yeah, we literally got Biff. We literally got Biff from Back to the Future. Freaking casino empire and freaking gambling and hookers. That's our guy.
Now the casino empire is interesting because all he was really doing was just taking Dad's money, putting it on that stuff, and using his name to kind of push it. And it was really more marketing. He didn't really understand the ins and outs of like running these kind of things in the beginning.
No, I disagree. When you're dealing with what he's dealing with, you're definitely dealing with a lot of dirty, shady shit.
I just want to complete the point is that this is definitely someone that's been around corrupt people his whole life. is like birthed out of it, and he's the person that we think is the guy that's tasked with destroying corruption. So that's an
Fall for
interesting.
that.
It's just metaphorically weird. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, do you
Let
think
me
that a
see
corrupt person is the person?
But
that should
what
be
do
like,
you think politicians are though? They're
Let's
the most
next
corrupt.
finish.
They're the
Do you
most
think that's
corrupt.
interesting? Like, we think that, like, yeah, he's just putting on the cape and just doing the business for America. But is he?
Yeah. Go ahead, other guy, real quick, and I'm gonna respond to
Okay.
this.
Sorry. Yeah.
Whatever that other guy's, I don't know what his name is. Who's that? Other guy, if you're not gonna say anything, I was gonna say,
I don't know who is the other guy. Is it me? Did you
I
forget
don't
my
know.
name again?
It's not you, Lou. Last time though, I let somebody else go. I let Snacks go. I was like, "Yo, Snacks, you go ahead," and then you started talking, Lou. So, but it's not you either. Lou. But anyways, regardless,
proceed.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah. See, I was never like I never liked Donald Trump as a person or as anything. But I did like his casino. I won $15,000 at his casino before. But regardless, yeah, I didn't like him as a president, as a person, whatever. But what I did like is somebody said a second ago that he was like predictable. Even though everything he said was bullshit, and you know he does these things on impulse and emotion, he was very predictable, and for that reason, I actually did like him. Not like him, but I liked when he was president because it was both funny, and I was not like I wasn't going to be surprised. Like I always give people the analogy, like if you were at a party and there's a dude just like fucking around and like grabbing chicks' asses and making dumb jokes and being real annoying,
Grabbing
that
them by
sucks.
the pussy.
Yeah, grab him. Yeah, that shit. It sucks big time. But then if at the same party somebody's like, the lights go off like every now and then somebody ends up dead, and like
Every now and
nobody
then you
even knows.
grab a pussy when the lights go off.
No, but yeah, maybe just I think the other one's much worse, and so it's scarier and everything. So it's like it was comfortable in that sense when he's president. Like there was less of that weird stuff I had to worry about. But at the same time, like I said, because he's so transparent. By even though he's not honest, he's transparent.
To be a little more clear, to clarify about what I was saying about predictability, because yeah, they say he's like volatile and or not volatile, but what was the word that you used? One with an I. Whatever. Either impulsive. That was the one.
Yeah.
But he's not really. See, it's really his ego and his arrogance that you can always count on.
Yeah, sure.
Those things will never fault. Never ever fault. So you can play on them.
Yeah, or no, not even that. It's like when something happens and a politician and you see their reaction and what they're saying, and you can kind of assume like that fucking bullshitter. It's like he looks sad, but he whatever. It's like no matter what, even when Donald Trump's lying, you know exactly what the fucking truth is. You know what I mean? Like you know exactly like he's like a bad liar, and he's like a bad It's like you know what's really going on behind his eyes when he says something, even if he's lying to you. Whereas like somebody who's like a really good liar, like a real politician, it's like you have no idea. They trick most people.
Yeah, that's where charisma comes in, and he's really kind of lacking charisma. That's where Obama had it. Like that's where he had the country. Obama had tons of charisma, and he could sell any lie. Like. And you'd believe him, and you'd want to because he was a cool black guy. You were like, "Yeah, I got a black friend."
The style of Donald Trump will never be replicated by any other politician in the history of the United States.
He has no filter. He says what he's thinking.
That's true, though.
That's you're getting what he's thinking. So
right, and it's like not always a good thing. It's like ugly most of the time.
Yeah, but at least you're getting what he said, like what he's thinking.
Right.
I mean, some politicians, they'll say something, and then obviously they'll do the opposite of what they're saying. They're just saying that to please.
I mean, the amount of like almost like stand-up comic like routine replies that he had to very, very serious and important questions, incredible. It just pass it off like.
Favorite was that
these tactics, like he's able to manipulate and manage using these kind of tactics. It's kind of amazing.
We're still talking about Trump. It's kind of that New Yorker thing that he's got going on there. Yeah. I'm not gonna listen. Here's what I want. Like some
that's the
some
thing,
people
is
like that shit, but here in the
he knew
Midwest,
he
I
knew
don't think we fall for it really.
only like he knows branding, right? So he's like, my brand is that I can't even hang in conversation with a lot of these people. So I'm gonna resort to all these other tactics. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and he was good at them. He gave everybody in
It's
the
like
election.
they need to lock her up. That's all he had to say. Like, and that's
Yeah.
something a politician would never do. A politician would never break that. It's like almost like chivalrous or something like that. Like somebody who goes to political, goes through the universities and like attains those kinds of things, have aspirations to be the president. You know what I mean? Like you hold it in such high regard that you wouldn't fucking play cheap tricks on somebody necessarily.
Yeah.
Those are people who are after power. Those are people that are not like, I'm a career politician.
I get that, but like I guess where I'm astounded is how short the memory is of the American people. Like she needs to go to jail, and then the moment he freaking got into office, it's shaking her hand and no more talk about that. Like never once an investigation on her or anything
He wasn't being
that.
serious, man.
Well, of course he wasn't. He lied. But
He's
same
trying to
thing.
get elected. Yeah.
Same thing, dude.
But it's almost
all these people on the right, that are against the mandates and the jab and the this and the that, and it's like they forgot that this dude was like taking all the credit for it. It all happened under his watch.
It's just so brash to be able to like say like to lock the other person up, whatever. That it almost seemed like he was making the accusation with such confidence that like even it's almost like whatever he was accusing her of wasn't even the thing.
You remember Trump
he really knew, like what he really thought or what she really like was scared of, because she's frightened of this too, because she's not like Donald. Are you fucking kidding me? Lock her up. You know what I mean? That's what maybe she would have done, but she's obviously held in check by something. He knows something that's holding her. So it's interesting power play, and he's
WWE, man, which he was a part of. Like the two of them, the Clintons and the Trumps have always been friends. He said first row or second row at their wedding. Okay, like they're in it together. They've got a
look at
that we're not privy to.
But like Hillary's big thing was like, we need to break up this men's network club, shit, whatever fucking thing that rules Washington. That's how she came in there with the pantsuit on. And then it's like, but Trump kind of did that because he destroyed the entire old Republican Party network because of Tea Party Express and Tea Party, like, and then the Trump age. You know what I mean? So like he basically like took their constituency away from them and
He exactly did that.
That's amazing political navigation for somebody to do accidentally in their pursuit to power. It's like you would think that there's like another group working with him to be able to like help him navigate these things, even as poorly as it seems.
They're not worried. They're not worried about who's in that seat as long as they get their policies passed. And he passed their policies for them. He made the people on the right who would have fought it tooth and nail. He made them accept it again with open arms. He made them push for it. For all this. Look at all the stuff that's happened over the last few years since he was in office. This is all stuff that previously would have been impossible without Trump. And who won? Look at the right, or look at the left right now. Look at the woke agenda going on. Who won?
This is like, I don't know. I think like in retrospect, we'll look at this time differently. But this is like, we're right now going through something like NAFTA, but we're not calling it that. We don't even have a word to call it. You know what I mean? We don't have a word to call what this is right now, but it's something like that. Like just a whole different. It seemed like some kind of financials probably overlapped somewhere in 2021, somewhere around that murky, misty time period right there. Like where nobody could get like, permission to go somewhere because it was not covered by anything, because like insurance wasn't happening. Something was going on with the financials. Something was overlapping or dovetailing.
Well, everything.
I don't know.
no doubt something is going on financially. It's a long process for them to completely overhaul and change the world. But look at the stuff that's going on right now with the petrodollar and the issuance of whether it's they've been talking about it for a long time, but soon they'll be introducing the CBDC. We're gonna have an all digital dollar. Look at the moves that Biden's made about like watching your account for everything, like every transaction of $600 or more, and like literally zero privacy to anything anymore. It's all everything, like just complete oversight on everything. So that comes down to all economics, like financially.
Everything is within a threat matrix that can be searched by people with the API technology and the access to your stuff to be able to find out everything about you and know where you're going to be in the morning. Yeah, something like that.
And this loops back to kind of probably 30 minutes ago or more when I was talking about S686 and the TikTok thing. Like that's kind of how we started all this. But yeah, it's all connected, all of it. Like none of it's by accident, and they had to plot it out ahead of time before going through the steps to get us to the point we're at now. We're all being played, like I said. Everybody is being played, and we're. It's not just them who are puppets. We're all puppets on a string.
This is the Brave New World.
Yeah, it's a mixture of all those things. Brave New World, 1984, friggin' Minority Report, because pre-crime's coming in.
This is now. Like we could only have dreamed. 1984 can only have dreamed of being so fucking Machiavellian as the snare that humanity is now built for itself. Yeah, good words.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but that's why I'm saying you can take bits and pieces from all these things and mash them together. Like all of your AI, like man versus machine sci-fi freaking nightmares.
Guess what? Machine always wins.
Yeah, like I said, Minority Report with like pre-crime, that's all coming in because of the AI. They're working on that right now.
Pre-crime is done by making examples of crimes that people can understand so that they don't attempt them and think them and eat up the hard drive space in their head that would cause them to imagine such a thing and then change it up in such a way as the result. I mean, this is what I would think like you would want to do.
Well, they've been
do pre-crime
for these last, since basically the smartphone. So since like 2008 and after, probably even a little bit before that, all the data collection, like they tell you that data is more valuable than gold. All the data collection where people are like, oh, they're keeping track of this and that and this and that and this and that, and still you tell your parents about it, and they're like, oh, that's not even possible. That's just so much information. Like nobody could ever sift through it. Like that's the point. They know that. They were just collecting everything that they could and still are, and that's what the AI is for, to sift through it. They're building digital twins of everybody and everything. And they'll tell you, like these AI models, like even these just corporations like Google and Amazon and all these other things, just for marketing purposes, they'll tell you that they know you better than you know you. Okay, like it's not just for marketing. Like that's just another little bonus that they have for it.
It's like, yeah, right. They're just doing like behavioral analysis and works for fast food, so probably will work for other applications. Pretty demonic stuff, if you will. I don't know, and I don't mean in the sense that it's bad spiritually, but it might be a little bit. But just by the numbers, just processes. So they call like or daemon within a Linux kernel or something like that, or whatever. You know what I mean? Just like a process, it goes around and around. It's like a like old Tempest. Can't
Another thing too that allowed them to get here, like again, they have to get us to accept it and help to build it, the infrastructure and stuff. Cryptocurrency. They market it as like an alternative, a way to beat the fiat system and the man and so on and so forth. And they had our guys go out and build the infrastructure to create the blockchain to which will be essentially our future enslavement. No, fully transparent, no privacy whatsoever. And every, you have no control over your data. Once it's there, it's there. There's no getting rid of it. Like there's like the future here, like Web 3.0, the spatial web. Bringing in the metaverse and stuff like that, detaching us further from reality. All of it is based off of blockchain technology. In order to, once they bring in these CBDCs, especially, everybody is going to, and this is coming quickly. Like that's why browsers like the Brave browser and whatever else, or if you go to like Rumble or whatever, you have these basically crypto credits. Like you're going to have a crypto wallet in order to function with the internet in the very near future. You're going to have one because that's about the tokenization and what Elon Musk calls authenticating all humans as a human right. Well, authentication is not verification or identification. In order to be authenticated, first you have to be identified, then you have to be verified, so that you can be authenticated, okay? And this is what gives you your token, your pass, your social credit to be able to interact with people or anything over the web. And that's access to your money, that's access to media, that's access to each other, access to. So in order to have a voice, to be heard, you have to jump through these hoops. That's what they're bringing in.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
Sorry, a little bit of a tangent, but I expect to hear someone like Kosho or something be like, no, crypto is great, AI is great.
If crypto was like a wild and free little animal out there and not a hegemon, then it's like someone else would have the potential to like take over the world financially, possibly. So, right.
So
you don't let that happen. That's like a national defense. That's why Bitcoin's built on NSA algorithm encryption.
I watch Days of Know a lot. That's where I get a lot of this information from. DAYZ. I think he's the best YouTuber on all of YouTube, honestly, when it comes to looking at this stuff. He's a real researcher, not just spouting shit. But actually, I had another point. I was just about to get to, but now I lost it.
I'm just saying, like, being able for money is like essentially like a weapon. You could use it to destabilize order.
Yeah,
like a better word. So
I can't
if somebody else
disagree
has control over that market and that system, then that's disadvantageous for whoever already controlled everything before that.
Oh, here's the point I was making, because it was related to what you said. So he pointed out an article that said that in the future, these companies with these AIs, are likely to be able to generate so much wealth that they can pay every human on Earth like $13,000 a month or something like that, something ridiculous. So basically, talking about universal basic income. Essentially, if we just allow these ultra powerful and ultra wealthy corporations with these AIs to just do their thing, that it'll be beneficial to all of us because then they have the ability to just give us all money.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's the hook. That's the bait on the hook, I guess.
What incentive would they have to do that?
Yeah. But what's the incentive for the story?
Yeah. No, anybody who becomes that wealthy will just use it to further enslave you or get rid of you. But yeah, essentially the article was saying like we like this was a good thing. Like we should, having these having a very few very powerful corporations with these AIs, like that's going to be good for everybody. Like I don't know who falls for that junk.
Well, I mean, it's already been managed. Like all these different things are being run by like little bits of AI. Not one master AI, unless there is already a master AI that like somebody already made, because somebody's already made this, right? Somewhere in some fucking dark room, there's that box that those people would have made.
I figure
right?
it is.
Don't you think like some kind of like super mainframe that's just like AI on top of AI on top of fucking computer on like it's a fucking network, and it's just like it's all high. You know what I mean?
The moves that they make for social engineering of the masses worldwide on a worldwide scale have been so calculated and so successful over the last 20 years. Let's say since like 9/11, everything since then has just been weird. Like it's like nothing. It gets less and less real. Like it just
like if AI can like basically read through the last 10 years or since the beginning of like social interaction on the internet, let's say we could go back, look at all the MySpaces and all the right. It could maybe like you could run it on text and stuff like that. Why not? Why not phones or something like that? It can learn all these different things about like how to like push ideas, how to like distract ideas, just like different social engineering type things. They can learn all the fundamentals just by looking.
So
at
I would argue that the advent of MySpace and all social media afterwards was already part of a social engineering plan, probably where the government, or I guess the government might not be even good enough, like the shadow government, already probably had. I think they've been literally taking orders from an AI for decades now on how to get us, the people, into a place where they could institutionalize it. And it's worked successfully. They've played all the right cards, and they're steering everybody so well. I don't think AI is new. I don't think AI is new. The fact that we have Chat GPT and these other things that all of a sudden were released for free to the public, like that this isn't the first freaking thing. You know what I mean? They've had their own version of it for a long time.
Yeah, well, like doing info collection on people would seem aggressive if it was done by the government. If it's done by a corporation and the government uses their information, then like Facebook is like you wouldn't necessarily tell, Uncle Sam like what your favorite bands are, like what your favorite lyrics are, or what your favorite quote from the,
Yeah, well, I mean, and again, this is why I would say that we actually are in a fascist state. Like, the corporations and the government, like the major tech corporations and banking institutions, and like the biggest players in the so-called corporate world are actually the New World Order, the world government.
But all these appliances act as like things that basically can do info collection, and such as this, or but just the concept that they don't have to ask. And it's like an invisible layer right now. It's just they've perfected it, but they started building it back then. And but even this Chat GPT, it's like there are a lot of people that are just wheeling around with it all crazy, but like obviously it's like it's revealing something about what you ask it to somebody else that observes what you ask it, right?
Well, right now you're teaching it how to deflect and because like if AI wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing if it was purely logic based. If the machine couldn't have a bias, if it couldn't have, but if they can't have that because
like everything has bias though.
Well, a machine can't.
I mean, it has bias because how it's made though.
Yeah, it's programmed into it to have the bias.
Well, it doesn't have to be programmed in, but just the way that it is programmed to make a choice or something.
No, look. AI will never be free. Okay, like it's only going to be a tool of propaganda. If they allowed AI like something like Chat GPT to be purely logic based, then it would say things like there's only two genders and the Earth measures flat. But they can't allow that because it's only going to be used to help to further institutionalize their script, their agenda, their propaganda. They need us to Anyway, that's about it. It's a weapon. It's not a tool for us. It's a weapon for them against us.
I don't see it that way, but there are it's a double-edged sword to some degree, to a lot of degrees, and it's like we're just in the brave new world, and I don't mean that just from like some kind of surveillance state kind of place, but I mean it is pretty interesting. Like if you think about all these new technologies and what kind of bumper cars that they're going to play with each other over the next 10, 20 years, like good golly, Miss Molly. A lot of things could change, and especially like simplifying supply chains, like all kinds of economic things, like efficiency wise, would be a lot greater if So I see that like kind of being something that goes on, man. The more intelligent that you can make a system, I guess the quicker we get to like self-piloting freight vehicles of some kind or whatever. That's probably good. I don't know.
I don't think we needed AI, like especially like freight trains. I'm pretty sure we can do that without machine learning. Honestly, like I'm not even
Why
sure
not
what
make
a
them smarter. I mean, they have all of this other network shit built in. The Internet of Everything already exists. Devices exist. Cell phones exist. I'm not saying you need an AI coffee maker. But AI could improve your
no,
coffee.
but you do have you. But instead, in the meantime, you will bring AIs into your home with smart, your whole connected house, the smart home, with your smart TV talking to your smart thermostat, talking to your smart fridge, talking to your Alexa and
your
your
smart
phone and
car and your doorbell with the
No,
camera on.
this is your house is being watched by an AI. And oh, by the way, that S686, yeah, it gives them access to all of those things too. Access to your smart thermostat, access to your smart doorbell, your all of that stuff. Like they have 100% full access to everything internet connected.
Yeah.
It was just a side note, but
that's 2023 now. That's where we're at.
Yeah, but no, all we're doing is bringing in spy devices into our homes for the government. I've actually been saying this for years now.
But
Anything
then
that
our
says
government's
anything that's called smart, so a smartphone, smart doorbell, smart thermostat, smart fridge, just replace the word smart with spy, and then it makes a lot more sense. It's a spy doorbell, a spy thermostat, a spy phone, a spy fridge. That's what it is. Not for you, it's for them. They've tricked you into buying it. Instead of having to come into your house and plant a bug, they got you to purchase one and carry it with you.
Mm. Yeah, it's easier that way.
Anyway, it's been a good chat. I don't want to probably go too much more. I think I've said just about my piece there for today. I get, back away before I get called a freaking doomer and a black pillar. Sorry, it, it's more purple pill. Like it's not blue pill because clearly against that. Black pill is like it's the end of the world. It ain't that, but it's you can't keep your head in the clouds thinking that everything's gonna be okay either. Like we got a lot of real issues here on our doorstep. People who are playing us hard, and we can't. I can't just talk about the Earth being
I
flat,
don't discount the I don't discount the concept that it's played so hard that I'm not even sure what actually should really be important or isn't important. Like I'm so disoriented that way. I'm like I don't know. Like,
That's again,
am I
that's part
supposed
of the
to pay
plan,
attention?
man.
Should I give a shit about Trump? Should I give a shit about politics itself? Republican, Democrat, binary,
Well, that's why
false
you
binaries. Should I
can
worry
beat
about it?
that one. You can beat that one by understanding that both the Republicans and the Democrats are on the same team and that you are their enemy. Okay? Like if you pick a team, you've already lost. You are the enemy of both of those parties. So you can get that one off the table. Both of those parties are transhumanists. Both of them are working for the same end goals. They only differ in very minor things that are talking points for us to get in conflict with each other, to further separate us so that we focus on each other instead of them.
So micro fractures the whole thing, but
Yeah.
it squashes any kind of concerted effort, concerted thought.
Absolutely, because they agree on like almost all the main shit, and they flip flop on it too.
Yeah.
They flip flop on it
We're
too.
gonna
Like right now, it's the Democrats that are pro war, and the fucking Republicans that are like anti war, like war in Ukraine. Like I thought the Republicans were the warmongers. No, not anymore.
Every 4 years it switches. Regardless,
I don't know if it's that often, but it did switch recently. Yeah.
I don't know, man. If the Republicans are perceived as being on the right of national security and the Democrats seem as being soft, then it's like they keep trying to push until they're like looking like they're center or right of the Republicans on things. So it's like, but this comes down to politics, right? And politics is like effectively what makes people vote for someone. And they don't need
nobody votes for somebody anymore. They vote against somebody.
But if Walmart knows you better than you, then don't you think they already know who you're voting for? If you're going to vote or whatever.
Yeah. No. Look, they know. I mean, I'm not going to say Walmart, but like the dark they
They were.
They
They
know
were. They were able.
exactly. They know exactly where you stand, and they've got models to show like what buttons to hit like in your feed. You know, like what videos to show you to anger you and to maybe possibly sway you. And they're only targeting. They really only try to focus hard on those ones that they consider like swing votes and stuff like that. But none of that even matters because they just all they're doing is looking for as long as it looks like the people are pretty evenly divided, then when they rig their election with electronic voting machines, then 50% say, okay, it's this way, and 50% say it's that way. So we were close. You know, as long as we have a close result, they can just rig it that way, and then people know that they were divided pretty evenly.
What's it
And
matter?
there's really not a lot of questions to be asked.
If they rig it one way, whatever's going to be trying to happen is just going to be what happens. You know, they'll work it through either party. You know, it doesn't. You know what I mean? Things still happen. It's just that we think that like somebody's at the chair, but if like essentially, you know, the Senate can check that, then even if you get a Democratic president who promises everything, it doesn't matter because they can't deliver it because the Senate won't act. So whatever, you can still deadlock it. Nothing in politics is certain that way, you know.
A little bit unrelated, sort of related to this, nothing specific to what you said, but another point that I've made definitely a couple dozen times in the past to people, especially the big Trumpers, the trust the plan Q-tards. Like one truth that Trump said was that the elections are rigged. Okay, that's what he said before he took office. Elections are rigged. He already called it out as a rigged election before he took office. He didn't beat the system. He said the truth. It's rigged. And then he took office. He got put into place just like everybody else.
Yeah, I think also like over time, the intelligentsia of the industry of politics gets smarter at multitasking and using things from multiple cases, and yeah, they get better, more efficient. Anyway, basically, they were able to predict that Obama was going to win by the proximity of people to a Whole Foods as opposed to a Waffle House. If you were closer to a Waffle House, it meant you're probably unlikely to vote for Obama. If you live closer to Whole Foods,
Sure. Or Cracker Barrel too. Cracker Barrel is always across the street from Waffle House, but
right. So it's already been mapped
or the
out.
house of IHOP. Yeah.
Like it's a land game, population game, and an economics game. And I think a lot of people could just say that they don't even qualify to be economically qualify to be a Republican. You know, but that's one argument. A lot of people would say it's a moral imperative to be a Republican. Being a Democrat is a terrible idea, and it's in a way like I think politics it's polarizing to a point where I guess it's fun to it's like the sport version of power. You know what I mean? Like we're
dude,
just
right now, especially that how extreme they put both into like where they're each calling each other extremists, right? Like the right is an extremist group who wants to ban all abortion, and the left is an extremist group who, well, wants to like make pedophilia legal. Like so they've done a really good job again at polarization of that, and you have to pick a side because it's a two-party system. You can't be somewhere in the middle. You can't go all of you. Anybody who says both of you are insane gets pointed at and laughed at as being the nutty one by both sides. So if you're in the middle, you're the nutty one.
Yeah.
The only
All right.
again, like I said, the only thing is you have to recognize that, and you have to see that
It's so
that
fucked. It's a two-party
both sides
system.
crazy.
It's a two-party system. It's binary, and the colors are opposites. And we go to the poles, and we create polarity with politics. Very, very weird thing. It's just meant to kind of really cleave the public in half, at least. At least it's just meant to do that. It's not something that like an average person can like rise and be like, I'm gonna run the country. You know, the Ron Pauls of the world. You know, there are many hopers out there. But
They spout a bunch of shit on stage and in tweets and whatever else about each other. And they get all of us fighting with our neighbors and our own families and separating us, like you said, like micro division, just micro dividing again and again and again and again and again. And then they go to the same parties and shake hands and laugh and freaking who knows what they do, but you know they're all fucking the same kids and they're all freaking they're all buddy in it. But they've done a successful job of pitting us against each other.
it's so complicated, man. If you don't pit the public against itself, then you're in for a shock too.
Well, yeah, because the people would quickly if they didn't keep us fighting each other, we would quickly unite and overthrow them.
You ever have to like you have to deal with kids or whatever, and it's like
I have a 9-year-old daughter, so yeah.
Just one is like that's all 100% of your attention. If you have two of them, then they keep each other busy. Right.
Right. Yeah, I don't have two that are close age. So like she's got an older sister, but her older sister is not mine, and they're separated by a lot of years. But
I'm just saying, like, you have less to do. You've less, like, because they're going to kind of cancel each other out. It's like almost like you don't even have to worry about things as much as like participatory. That's all I'm saying. Like, and in that way, like, if you make the public fight itself, it's like it's the 2 kid idea.
yeah, but parents don't purposely start fights between siblings.
They should. Well, maybe they do
should.
with those subconscious drives and stuff like that. You know, people play out their weird power struggles through their children as well. So we're not going to say
they're hilarious. They should though.
I'm fucked up.
No, they shouldn't. That's how you get the siblings to if they're smart.
Right,
they
we
get
can source
together and they
them.
go and they go. You know what? Fuck mom and dad. We don't need them.
No, we'll play them against each other. You know, we'll make them complete opposites. You know, we'll turn one into a doctor, the other one into a football star. You know what I mean? And then we'll always we'll support each one on the side. You know, like support them. You know what I mean? Like we support.
Those aren't
the other
complete opposites. Those aren't complete opposites. Like a football star needs a doctor, and they're both into health and shit like that. So like they're not complete opposites. I get your point.
Right. Come up with a more opposite thing. Well, I don't want to make a criminal and one like a superhero or something like that. That's not the idea.
Well, you would want to make one that basically a red pillar versus blue pillar. So like one that completely trusts the government and one that completely distrusts them. One that's basically a paranoid schizophrenic, and one that's one that's just like a completely ignorant, naive, trusting person. You know, like it just.
But that's us. We are those those differences, because all our exchanges are one-on-one anyway at that matter. To the state anyway, right? Yeah.
Well, to the state, we're all their enemy. Like the government really
Yeah, it knows what's up. Yeah, so that is what's going on a little bit, but yeah, within that.
They declared war on us, and in doing so, they pitted us against each other instead, where they made themselves infallible. You know, they pretend, they pretend like there's things going wrong, like having sex with porn stars or whatever else, but nothing ever comes of it. It's just another weapon to get us to fight with each other.
It's just like dragging like bad fruit out. You know what I mean? So everybody gets a smell and they put it back. They just keep shelving this Stormy Daniels thing. Like,
They can go ahead and say that you had sex with a porn star, and they know damn well that Trump's not going to out them for having sex with kids on Epstein Island. You know, because he was there too. He was on the Lolita Express too.
Right. Which like I guess brings into this other like conspiracy concept is that if somebody did decide that Trump is the guy, he's going to be the guy. You know, if somebody actually gets to make that call, then they'd be like, Trump's the guy who's also going to help us turn over a whole bunch of shady people. Right.
Yeah.
And even things like this could be even done for other reasons.
Well, wait,
like,
I'm not sure if I
you know
agreed
what I'm
with that properly.
Like a,
What do you
like a
mean by
sting
that?
operation. Like a sting operation. Like,
Who's he turning over? Like Epstein and a bunch of other people? Where's the list?
I don't know, but like we hear about certain people, but presumably maybe there's other things that are being hashed out here too. But yeah, just anyway, that's the conspiracy of it.
Nah, that's the trust the plan bullshit.
Yeah. I don't know what that is.
I'm not saying you're. I'm just saying like that narrative, like where in the background he's playing his role.
No, I'm not. I'm not like saying I believe in that, but I'm saying that's where the conspiracy lies. Is that the circus of him is almost like this thing that people like lose their own ability to protect themselves by getting in interacting with them. You know what I mean?
Hey, on
So it's
that
just
note,
like
too,
people like
Trump-
lawyers. Like what about Giuliani? Do you think that what's going on with him? Right? He's the guy that cleaned up New York.
Well, he's the guy who was there during 9/11, never left.
He's that guy too.
Yeah.
And then he became that guy.
And what do you mean cleaned up New York? New York is a cesspool.
Right. So he was the DA during the garbage strike, but he was also the guy who was like, tasked with like, cleaning up the mafia. In New York
Cleaned up
City.
the mafia.
So obviously
Right.
he succeeded. You know what I mean? He was that guy. You know what I mean? He did that thing.
Sure.
He cleaned up New York.
He didn't do nothing. He only did what they wanted him to do. He's part of the fucking mafia.
You don't like the story? You think there's
I
something
don't-
fishy in the story? Well, anyway,
Something fishy about every story they give us. Yeah.
Yeah, I can smell something too. But then, but he becomes the guy who's defending Donald Trump for saying that the election's rigged with mascara running down the side of his neck while he sweats mascara because he didn't have time to dye his hair and things of that nature. It's like turn him into a real like clown the shit out of Giuliani. You know what I mean? It was like in flames, man. I'm saying. Like that was.
I don't really know enough about Giuliani, but that's not my region either. Like, I know certain things. I know he's been in place way too long and been behind the scenes of too many shady things to say that he's the guy who cleaned anything up.
Oh, I know, because I do it with a wink, but you know what I mean. It's that this is the narrative, and it's just interesting that it played out to the end where he looked like a kind of a joke.
So yeah, I mean, I guess I've been at this too long. the day of 9/11, I was one of those day oneers where on the day of, while watching the buildings fall live on TV, I said, "This isn't right. That can't happen." Like literally, it didn't take me 8 years, 12 years, 15 years to figure out something was amiss. I figured it out while it was happening.
Well, I had seen too much about that Santa Claus guy who was like trying to drop bomb in the parking lot or something like that before. Like I'd heard too much about that. I just kind of like assumed somebody had done something to it eventually. And why do they not like those trade towers? Is it like they had been cooking it for a bit?
Yeah, you're talking about something I don't know. Like, I'll just be honest. Like, I'm not exactly sure that
There's another like a Islamic cleric, I guess, who was attached to attempts on the World Trade Center around the time of the release of Die Hard.
Oh, okay.
But just let it be, man. They've been like they had the kindling set up for this a while back, I think.
Is that are you East Coast guy? Are you?
Yeah, I saw the smoke. You could smell the smoke a little bit.
Gotcha. So you're in New York. All right.
Well, no, I'm in New Jersey, but
Jersey area or something like that, somewhere nearby. Yeah.
But
yeah. So that's definitely politics that you're a little more like closely related to.
I try not to think I know anything.
Yeah, I'm in Wisconsin. Like we mostly kind of keep our heads down, and in the past, like, geez, it's not until this more recent woke stuff, like where now we're starting to see it a lot more. But like for the most part, people around here, just on both sides, didn't really care much about politics and just the issues that are talked about on federal news, national news and stuff like that. Like it's like, look, that's an East Coast thing or that's a West Coast thing. Like we don't have to worry about that. Like people have always kind of put their neighbors and their family first and that stuff on the back burner. But nowadays they've done such a good job with the division that everything is just politicized and all those stupid yard signs and flags and it's finally getting to us here in the middle of the country, like where their division's working.
Yeah.
Like we took a lot of pride in saying fuck the coast, like east or west, they're both fucked up.
Right. Because we just consider you flyover land.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. You do, but you're all fucked up. No matter what, you go right, you go left. They're fucked up. While in the meantime, we're living on your the whole world's most fertile ground and the largest reserve of fresh water. You gotta pander to us. I mean, you guys got the Great Lakes on your side too.
I don't know. I think it's just regions at this point. Like you could say that there's 50 states, but there's like I don't know, like 8 regions, something like that. I think we're in different regions, but
we're technically. I mean, they call Wisconsin the Midwest, but people a little further south in the Midwest are like, "What? You're the North?" Like, well, there isn't like a North region. There's like the East, the West, the Midwest, and the South. Like that's pretty much how that goes. I
guess basically I'm looking at it like it's just like FEMA zones of.
That's what I thought you were referring to when you said those are more like districts, like Hunger Games shit.
Yeah, but they'll like each be because they're like they pair with each other a little bit. Like they work together already, you know. So it's like you could just almost break them into separate countries if you wanted to. Then call it either United States.
Yeah, like I mean, I could make my own little divisions too, right? Like, I mean, I would say Michigan and Wisconsin and Minnesota, and maybe like Iowa, like we're all in Illinois, like that's kind of like our region. Like we're all pretty similar. Um, for a lot of the same reasons why I mentioned earlier. Like we just kind of like our worries aren't the same as like on the East Coast, you all had your time after the fake, terrorist freaking attacks. Like you had your solidarity over there. And on the West, they got theirs over there. In the South, they got theirs, and like we're kind of different in this region here. Where we kind of, yeah, like I said, we just kind of try to
You have
ignore
no,
everybody.
you've no good hard targets. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we just try to ignore everybody else and just, yeah, like, and like you do you, like we like you guys do you, we're gonna do us, and leave me the fuck alone. It's not until you come and stick your nose into our business where all of a sudden we're like, well, now wait the fuck up. We've been doing things just fine around here for a real long time. It's not till you guys got your noses stuck in here that we got an issue. Now you're going to start messing with a lot of farm boys with weapons and shit like that. That just don't like to be messed with. Yeah, the border states, they got another thing, worried about immigration. Like everybody's got something. Like except for like this region, for the most part, they're just we're worried about the Canadian invasion, Like it's a bunch of people on mounted horseback freaking coming down and going, "Hey buddy, you want some Canadian bacon, eh?"
Yeah, Canadian bacon's okay.
Around here we call that ham.
What do you call it? Something around here?
Not Canadian bacon is just ham. It's all it is. Just slices of ham. It's round ham.
Yeah. Something in the cereal roll. I'm not really sure. I think it only exists here. Basically like Canadian bacon, but better.
I think it has to do with like the thickness of the cut of it and what they put it on.
Kind of like a tangier version of Canadian bacon.
Okay. What did you say it was called?
Pork roll.
Pork roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
Local delicacy.
Yeah, ham is delicious, but I'm trying to. I don't know. Been here.
Local cheeseburger. That's a good artery clogger.
Yeah, like there was a conversation, I think in here, maybe 3 weeks ago or a month ago, like talking about how most of our ham, and again, I'm sure, like especially with the region I'm in, like this is a farming region. I'm sure I could probably go and source some like, you know, some good ham that isn't treated this way. But if you go buy it from a like major chain grocery store or something like that, you're gonna end up getting these like Chinese farmed hams, like pork. Apparently, like somebody was saying anyway, that like China's like the world's number one like exporter of ham and pork products, and that they've got literally like these towers, like skyscrapers almost. I don't know if they're that tall, but floor after floor after floor of swine that are being raised that never really see the light of day, and they've got like mesh floors. So when they take a shit on the top floor, it falls on the second floor and then falls to the third, fourth, fifth, sixth. And like these things, because they just never really get any time to like go out and graze or whatever it is they do, they go nuts and they start like eating each other. And none of them have like ears or tails. They start like cannibalizing each other. And they feed the slop that they feed them is literally just like whatever garbage they've got. And that means they don't like empty a garbage bag. They throw the whole garbage bag in there. And these things are eating the plastic and whatever else that's in there. Like and then that's the
all that
slop.
misery, and then just like Applewood smoke it, and it's all better.
Yeah, yeah.
The sugar, the salt.
I mean, but the
better
same
way.
thing kind of goes. The same thing kind of goes for goats too, though. Like we use goats to, and even like a free range type situation where they go out and they eat like toxic plants and all. Goats will eat anything, just like a pig will, like anything. And their stomachs are kind of designed in a way where like they're not really affected by it, like most other animals. So they can kind of process this stuff without getting sick. And then we take their goat's milk and we have lamb and whatever else, like, but we don't worry about that with them, like the stuff that's been talked about with pigs. I kind of think the pigs thing is like, yes, it's disgusting, and I'm trying to like not eat pork. I haven't really since I heard that, but bacon is still absolutely delicious. And I got to thinking about that. Why is it that we kind of like say, yeah, get some goats, get some chickens. Goats are not that far off from the pig when it comes to that. They'll digest and stuff. And I kind of think it's more of like a religious issue, actually, like where it's in like they say that the pig is like not really food. It's not a whatever. It's a dirty animal, disgusting animal. Like for some reason it's more of a religious thing from what I after analyzing a little bit further than it is like a logical thing. Because if it was all based on logic, you'd probably say don't eat, don't eat like veal also.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I was like getting into a conversation about we should be eating stronger food that's capable of hurting us, and the more we do that, I think we'll get better quality food. Because you think you could like put tigers in a tiger fucking, 5-story tiger meat thing? It's not gonna happen. They won't put up with that shit.
I don't know.
I'm thinking of just
I
doing
mean,
like worms, maybe just worms and mushrooms.
Has anybody ever tried it? Like just doing that to tigers?
Worms are like trying to eat tigers. I mean, besides Charlie Sheen. But he got the right idea, I think. I think Charlie Sheen has the right. He's not like he's
got tiger blood.
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
just off of being amazing. Actually, it's kind of interesting.
Are you familiar with Mac Lethal?
Dude,
With Mac
Trump-
Lethal, the white rapper, like YouTube rapper.
Are Trump and Charlie Sheen kind of like Eskimo brothers through the Stormy Daniels train?
Dude, guarantee it. Like they have to be connected.
Like, do you think Trump's taken Tiger Blood before?
Straight to the vein. Straight to the vein.
Dang.
Yeah. Probably gets infused with tiger blood like twice a week.
So Charlie, do you mind if I call you Charlie? Charlie, what about this Tiger Blood you're talking?
No, are you familiar with YouTube white rapper Mac Lethal? He's kind of had his day already. He's kind of gone, but he's pretty good. He was fast, a really fast like rapper. He's got one that one of his raps was about Charlie Sheen and Tiger Blood. He's like Charlie Sheen, like veins packed full of methamphetamine or something like that. And then like I got Tiger Blood, rah, rah, or like whatever. It's pretty funny. He's got this whole like Charlie Sheen rap that he did.
Wasn't Charlie Sheen winning, or wasn't he doing something before?
Yeah, it's all in there.
Like, and then Trump was doing the winning, right? And he's like, we're gonna be winning so much.
Charlie Sheen is a lot like Hunter Biden, actually. Like his teeth are like all just veneers. Like those are dentures. You pull those things out. Like there's pictures of him where he's got like missing like teeth all over the place and like just disgusting. Yeah. But then he puts in when he does it, goes on TV and whatever else. Like those are all just prosthetics essentially.
Showtime teeth.
Yep, it's a grill.
It's that money, man. Right? How is he getting? He was getting paid so much money per episode for 2.5 Men. Like, why is Charlie Sheen that bankable? Like, what about CBS needed to do that? You know, I wonder these fucking things.
Yeah, probably something he knows or somebody he's connected to. Yeah.
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 I'll
dig up.
It's weird to look at him now. But,
Yeah, he kind of disappeared over the last like decade. Like 2.5 Men, and then all of a sudden he kind of disappeared completely, didn't he?
Yeah. You gotta wonder if he's gonna come back. Possible. I wouldn't discount it. AI's out
He's
there.
he's really like out of this. Like I don't even think like those like Entertainment, like all their what is it the paparazzi type stuff. Like I don't even think they go and try to chase his ass down. He's just laying it real low. Yeah, I'm gonna post the Mac Lethal Charlie Sheen song by winning.
Yeah, if he was just Charlie Estevez, we wouldn't really care.
I always forget about that. Yeah, that they're brothers or what is it? Like they're brothers or cousins? What is that?
Well, so Martin Sheen's real last name is Estevez.
Right. And that's his dad. And then who's the other actor? Who's the other actor? Estevez. I can't. I mean, I don't follow these guys.
You don't follow the Estevezes?
No, I don't follow like celebrities in general. Again, that's a Wisconsin thing. Like we don't give a fuck about Hollywood or the news or the East or the West Coast.
We'll do Diamond Phillips movies in a minute. But yeah, Emilio Estevez. That's all right.
Yeah, Emilio. Yeah. That's what it was.
Of the Mighty Ducks, but also Billy the Kid from Young Guns. Probably the greatest movie ever. Right. So yeah. So Martin Sheen's real name is Martin Estevez, and then he borrowed Sheen from a television preacher evangelist. It was on TV, and he liked the name, and so that's what he went with. Then he got acting jobs. Yep.
All right. I think you like this. I posted it. I think you like this fast. I think you like this fast rap. You should hit it quick.
Okay. All right. That's enough of that.
Yeah, to be honest, it's not like his best fast rap. It's almost like kind of stupid, but yeah, just it was related to the conversation we were having. So
Just like I don't want to go back to that Charles
yeah,
Sheen.
yeah, that was like
Too
how
real.
long ago now?
Too real, man. How old would
Here,
Trump be
I got an
back in
actual
office?
video. I got an actual video based off of the earlier conversation. These are long typically, but I mentioned it. Days of Noah. You should definitely subscribe to this guy, and when you have time, you don't have to really watch most of it. You can just kind of listen, just stick it in your ears, and do some house cleaning or go to work or whatever. But this dude is legit. Talking about real things. Like mostly it's all based around like transhumanism, futurism, super modernity, technocracy, all of that. Like that's and he just puts so many things together so well. Like I can't support this guy more, honestly. It's funny like how often I'm in these forums and I talk about him and people are like, kind of like where you get your information, this and that, and it's like, I'll give them these links. It's like, dude, I can't believe nobody here's heard of this guy or nobody here's subscribed to this guy. Like, I know he doesn't talk about flat Earth. He's a flat earther, by the way, but he doesn't talk about flat Earth on his channel really.
I really don't like watch anything aside from just like side interests, I guess.
This dude is just so on top of like what's current events. Like every week he's got like new shit that's going on, new articles and like where they're taking this, like what the agenda is actually doing. Like he's putting those pieces together for you very well. Like in a I don't like truly research, showing his references, his citations, and then he's just like his vocabulary and he's so astute. His way of putting it together is calming in a way. Like even though it's very serious, kind of like alarming topics, it's like calming listening to him. And when you understand it, what's going on, then like the more you understand, the less you have to fear. Kind of, in a way, because at the same time, it's like, oh my God, I just really need other people to understand this. If they did, they wouldn't support this. If they did, they wouldn't, you know what I mean? They wouldn't be falling for this. Been nothing but you and me talking for the last quite a while. There's still a lot of people here. Haven't chased them all out. Anybody else wanna say hello?
The moon's looking amazing right now. It's my lunar nooner.
A lunar nooner?
It's just past the lunar noon. I like it's fun to do that. Like if it'll happen probably a little later for you. Where the moon's at noon o'clock position.
High up straight above your head, you're saying?
High noon of the moon.
At its highest point of whatever its arc is. Yeah.
You can try to predict where it's going to be tomorrow or the day after. It's 7 days in a row. You can kind of like to catch the lunar noon.
How you guys doing tonight?
I think I had about 4 days in a row. Doing all right.
Doing well. Yeah, we've had clouds every day recently. Like, I mean, today was actually gorgeous for the first half of the day, and then it clouded up, and now it's rainy again. Supposed to have storms tomorrow too.
I got a pretty good circular rainbow around the moon right now. It means probably some participation. Precipitation, not participation, but yeah. I think the moon seems to kind of condense moisture.
What do you mean by
that? It's a long story. Did somebody else join too? I just gotta like.
Yeah, somebody spoke up. Let's get somebody. He said, "How you doing?"
Yeah,
they said, "Good."
How you doing?
Yeah, doing good. How are you doing?
I'm good.
All right.
Been a while since I've been around here.
Yeah, I don't even know. I've been popping in occasionally. I haven't been that active lately compared to how I usually am. I just bought a house, closed on it last Tuesday, but I've actually got tenants in there that I'm now evicting. So,
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It sounds like a terrible time to be buying a house right now. What's your loan interest rate?
It's not great, but we'll refinance when time comes. The way I see it is it's only going to get worse. Honestly, like they're trying to force people out of home ownership and shit like that. Like, and the way that the economy's going with inflation and so on and so forth, like we're going to continue to raise interest rates. And
I don't think so, man. I think those are gonna go down. Inflation is not what should be worrying you right now.
there's a lot of things to be taken into consideration. Either way, like I said, when they go low, then I refinance. You know, no big deal.
Well, it is a big deal. What was your, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm not gonna get into all that. No, yeah, I locked in at basically. I'm under 7, but that's still not good.
Well, I'm more interested in your closing costs, because that determines whether or not refinancing within a certain period of time is worth it.
I'd honestly have to go back in and look at those details. But
Never mind.
Yeah.
So are these tenants the eviction process is a headache or no?
Well, here's the thing. So yeah, like, they were renting from the landlord that they were renting from. He died like, I don't know, a year ago, and so now it's being sold by the family trust along with like 3 other properties. Um, and so now I've got tenants in there that, in order to make sure that we got it, I didn't put a what do they call it? I didn't make it a what is it? What is the damn thing called? A condition or whatever, like where they had to get rid of the tenants before I closed. So now it's my problem, but that was in order to ensure that because it's a really competitive market still, at least in my region. Like houses are flying, like they're only listed for like less than a week before you don't even have a chance really to blink. And this was in a good area, small town. It's a half an acre of land, and I got it for a good price. But yes, it's a bit of a fixer upper. But that's what I do for a living. I'm in construction. I'm a carpenter. I can take care of that stuff. Yeah, the one thing is that I've got tenants in there that they're on a month to month. And I gave them their 30 days notice. That's all I have to give them. It's 28 days actually. That's all I have to give them. And it's cold. It's tough. They're gonna have trouble. But gave that to them on Wednesday last week, and to be out by April 30th. And they also owe me a month's rent before they go. And that was supposed to be 2 days ago, the 1st. I went there to give them the notice and to ask them about picking up the rent, and they're like on disability and shit. They don't work, you know. Like, well, I don't get money until the 3rd, and I was like, well, can you pay on the 3rd? Like, I guess maybe it's possible. Like, blah blah blah. And they have my number. They're supposed to have a cashier's check for me today, the 3rd. And they didn't call me, and I tried to get a hold of them, and their numbers are like disconnected and shit. So this is gonna be ugly.
Yeah.
Anyway, so now I got to give them a 5-day. Now it's no longer 28 days or 30 days. It's 5 days. 5 days to get out. And I have to start this process now. The sooner the better. After the 5 days is up, then I can actually start the eviction process, going through, like the government, whatever. You bring the sheriff in, or so then they will, if they don't get out, they will come and physically remove them, and they'll have an eviction on the record. They'll never get a place again. Honestly, they'll never even rent again if that goes on the record. So that's like, it'll be on their CCAP report and everything else. Like, it'll be really hard for any renter to accept them with that on their record. but basically I know because they've been in there like 12 years. They don't have a job. They're short money. Uh, they got way too much stuff. I know that whether I give them 30 days, 60 days, or 90 days, they're not going to make it. So the fact that they're now delinquent on their rent, like, let's just start this process now. The sooner I can get that eviction, the sooner I can get them out of there, and the sooner I can move in. And then I can actually probably go back and sue them. I can keep the security deposit, and I can go and sue them for the unpaid rent times 2. So like whatever they owed for rent, whatever it's unpaid, I can get double the amount.
Why would you sue them when you claim it as a business loss like Trump? Let them deal with the IRS. I tried to tell you about this about a month or 2 ago. You ready to listen now?
I don't know, a month or 2 ago. I don't know if I don't know. I don't even recall that conversation. Go ahead.
Well, I really don't want to teach the anti-flat earthers, so can we get a room?
Sure.
Anybody want to join?
Hold on, let me switch. Give me a second. I'm going to switch to my PC and I'll send you just a DM quick. We go that way.
Well, I would say if any flat earthers want to learn, I'd be willing to teach. But I certainly don't want to teach it to the anti-sovereigns. Because, anti-flat earth or anti-sovereign, same thing. Right? Good. How you doing, brother?
Yeah, Larry, are you talking about the thing that you sent me through text message?
Yeah, Trump said that he was taking advantage of the tax laws just like all of Hillary's friends. And he said that the reason he didn't have to pay a whole bunch of high taxes is because he claimed business loss. So,
Well, I mean, the thing is, I don't have a business. So, like, I don't know if that applies to me.
it applies to everybody. You have the right to contract unlimited. Everybody has business. You have 3 duties to the IRS.
You don't have to have a business license or like an LLC or corporate or anything like that.
You have 3 duties to the IRS: to place and take orders, to keep records, and report to the IRS.
I think Napalm would be good to get on this conversation too, because he's a money man, freaking accountant and shit.
I've already showed him. I think I just might have told him some wrong information in the beginning because I'm terrible with names, especially when you're talking about the names of tax forms. So I might have threw him off in the beginning.
I mean, whatever room you want to go into, or if you want to just go DM, just hit me up.
What's up?
Yeah, what's up,
just
man?
We could just kick out all the anti-flat earthers.
I'm with it. Do it.
Jump down to Livestream 2 or there's a general VC. Do you guys see the general VC down there? I don't think it's Livestream.
General chat slash.
Yep.
Open that.
General chat VC.
See you there.
Go to the financial advice room.
Hey, Gio, there's a new sock account. I mean, new person waiting to be voice verified in the live stream text.
Yeah, plane with equal elevation forms a spheroid.
That's a wild claim, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's strange the questions they ask too. Like, why does the mountain appear lower? Well, you're telling me it's at an equal elevation, so it's not lower, right? Duh. There's your answer. It's not lower. It just looks that way.
I'm waiting for Jesse to head in.
If I unmuted, man, it might be good. Geo, anybody? Hey, welcome to Earth Awakenings. Wake up. Is this people waking up now? Maybe, maybe not. People are leaving. Ah, shit. I'm driving people away. Sorry, Geo. My bad. Didn't mean to do that. Try to keep it cool. Doesn't always work out. But if you got the right heart, everything's going to work out just fine, by the way. You got to have the right heart, man. That's the secret, man. All right. That's the secret for the evening, man. Got to have the right heart. Do it right. And everything will work out just fine. You guys got this, man. Crushing. All right, keep it up. Great server, man. Keep it going. That'd be good, right? That'd be good. All right, keep it going. You guys are great. Thanks.